Chapter 295. Senior Brother. The youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion all cried out in pain. Ah! While they were distracted, 2 more youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion were heavily injured. Don't be in a rush to kill them all. Leave them alive. I want them to see how I screw the women of the Dragon Sea Pavilion to death. The middle-aged man laughed, his eyes revealing a greedy expression as he stared at the 3 youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion. Bastard! Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. The youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion cursed. That's not up to you. The middle-aged man laughed dryly and waved his hand. Spiritual energy immediately descended on the bodies of the Dragon Sea Pavilion's female disciples, restricting their suicidal movements. You bastards from the Great River sect will die a horrible death. One of the youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion shouted. At the same time, he chopped a Great River sect disciple in half. Blood splattered all over his face, making him look extremely terrifying. He dares to kill my sect's disciples? Chop him into meat paste. The middle-aged man ordered his disciples. Enough. How can you be so cruel? Luo Meiying, who had been following Ling Xiao, finally couldn't hold back her sense of justice and turned around to shout at the middle-aged man. If the Great River sect's people were only here to kill the people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion, she wouldn't have interfered. But the middle-aged man had actually wanted to humiliate those women. Some women didn't value their lives the most, but their pure bodies. They wouldn't allow others to trample on them. Luo Meiying was one of those women, so she couldn't help but turn around to stop the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Luo Meiying from head to toe. Only then did he realize how hot Luo Meiying's explosive body was. For a moment, he unconsciously swallowed his saliva and said in his heart, "My God, this woman is really interesting." Luo Meiying looked at the middle-aged man with disgust and said, "Don't be rude when you have to be rude." At this moment, Ling Xiao unhappily walked over and grabbed Luo Meiying's hand, wanting to drag her away. "Junior brother Ling, what are you doing? Could it be that you have the heart to watch him carry out such an act?" Luo Meiying glared at Ling Xiao angrily. "What does the 2 sects' business have to do with us?" "Come with me," retorted Ling Xiao. He dragged Luo Meiying away. "Bastard, you coward. Let me go." Luo Meiying kicked Ling Xiao and cursed him angrily. All right. If you have the ability, then go talk to him. Don't end up getting yourself into trouble," Ling Xiao said unhappily as he pushed Luo Meiying away. Then, he turned to Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, and Zhao Nan. "Let's go." Chen Wenyu and Yan Zhe followed Ling Xiao without hesitation. Zhao Nan hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow Ling Xiao. None of you are men." Luo Meiying didn't expect Ling Xiao to leave just like that and immediately scolded him angrily. She thought that Ling Xiao must be a cowardly man who didn't even have the slightest sense of justice. She had always treated him as a leader. "Beauty, are you leaving or not? If you don't want to leave, then stay and play with this king?" The middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao and the others walking away and immediately revealed a happy smile as he looked at Luo Meiying and asked. To be honest, he already had feelings for Luo Meiying. If Luo Meiying left without saying anything, he might not dare to do anything. After all, the anger of the Purple Sky sect was not something he could bear. However, if Luo Meiying really stayed, then that would be another matter. Luo Meiying vigilantly looked at the middle-aged man and said, "It's fine if you want to leave, but if you kill them now, I'll leave immediately. If you really want to insult their innocence, don't blame me for being nosy." As she spoke, Luo Meiying had already taken out her sword, just in case. "Actually, if you want me to kill them now, it's fine even if I let them go. As long as you agree to one condition of mine, everything can be discussed." The middle-aged man stared greedily at Luo Meiying's breasts and said wretchedly. Luo Meiying was not a fool, she could naturally see the middle-aged man's desire for her, but she still calmly said, "Tell me, as long as it's not too difficult, I'll agree." "It shouldn't be too difficult." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "As long as you stay with me for one night, I'll let them go. What do you think? You're shameless. Do you know that I'm from the Purple Sky sect? If you say another word, I'll report it to my master, and your Great River sect won't be able to bear the consequences. If you know what's good for you, then let them go. Luo Meiying was so angry that her body trembled. She immediately used the name of her sect to scare the middle-aged man, hoping that he would tactfully let them go. The middle-aged man did not get angry, but instead smiled evilly and said, "Since it's like this, then you can stay with me like them." The middle-aged man decided to throw caution to the wind. Such a sexy woman being pressed under his crotch would definitely be very exciting. He believed that the Purple Sky sect wouldn't crusade against his Great River sect for an unrelated disciple. In any case, after he was done, his movements would be clean and there would be no way for the Purple Sky sect to break. The middle-aged man calculated in his heart and decided to keep Luo Meiying. Fortunately, Luo Meiying was not a brainless person. Taking advantage of the middle-aged man's absent-mindedness, the flexible sword in her hand stabbed towards the middle-aged man's throat. "Elder, be careful," the disciple behind the middle-aged man warned. The middle-aged man recovered and quickly kicked Luo Meiying's long sword away. At the same time, he immediately used his other hand to confine Luo Meiying. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man's king stage cultivation was not stable enough. Although Luo Meiying was temporarily confined, she was still able to struggle free. Immediately afterwards, Luo Meiying cried out involuntarily, "Don't act recklessly. Do you really want to become enemies with our Purple Sky sect?" Luo Meiying was afraid. She hadn't expected that the other party would really shed all pretense of cordiality and not even let her off. She couldn't help but regret her impulsiveness. Hee, so what if it's the Purple Sky sect? Wait until I capture you first, then I'll catch up to those brats from just now. Who would know that I did it? The middle-aged man said proudly, and then raised his claw to grab Luo Meiying's chest. It was unknown whether or not the middle-aged man was deliberately playing with Luo Meiying, but he only used 20% of his strength. His attack speed was not fast, giving Luo Meiying enough time to dodge. Luo Meiying had dodged the attack on her chest, but the silk on her shoulders had been torn apart, revealing her pure white skin. TSK, so white, I like it. The middle-aged man readily praised and then attacked Luo Meiying again. The middle-aged man was indeed playing with Luo Meiying. Every time he attacked, he would tear apart a part of Luo Meiying's clothes, causing Luo Meiying to be both angry and embarrassed. But no matter how much she resisted, she couldn't avoid the other party's sneak attacks. Very quickly, Luo Meiying's clothes became tattered, and a lot of her spring scenery was exposed. If you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Luo Meiying slashed at the middle-aged man several times, but to no avail. "Oh, a beauty really looks good when she's angry. I won't play with you anymore. Let's get down to business," the middle-aged man said teasingly. He then said to his sect's disciples, "The Dragon Sea Pavilion's women are yours." "Many thanks, Elder." The Dragon Sea Pavilion's disciples cried out in joy. The Dragon Sea Pavilion's female disciples were so frightened that their smiles turned pale. "I'll fight you to the death." Luo Meiying knew that the other party was about to attack. She planned to go all out. Even if she had to die immediately, she couldn't let the middle-aged man humiliate her. However, before she could use her strongest move, the middle-aged man used his spiritual power to imprison her again. At the same time, he greedily pounced towards Luo Meiying, intending to force himself on her. "Obediently accept this king's blessing." The middle-aged man pressed Luo Meiying to the ground and stared at her with glowing eyes. He was about to use force on her. Luo Meiying was humiliated, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. Just as the middle-aged man was about to enjoy the lamb in his mouth, a strong sense of danger came from behind. At the same time, the Great River sect's disciples all cried out, "Elder, be careful." The middle-aged man was also not bad. He immediately abandoned Luo Meiying and fled to the front. "Who?" The middle-aged man stopped moving and turned around to call out. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his head would have fallen to the ground. As a king stage cultivator, he could sense an ordinary cultivator's sneak attack one step ahead. Just now, the other party had already landed on his head, so he only noticed the danger. The person standing in front of Luo Meiying was Ling Xiao, who had returned. In his hand was a profound weapon that looked like a sword but wasn't a sword. It looked like a saber but wasn't a saber. He stared coldly at the middle-aged man. Behind him, Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, and Zhao Nan also rushed over. The middle-aged man stared at Ling Xiao and asked, You really want to meddle in other people's business? Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man. Instead, he helped Luo Meiying up from the ground. Luo Meiying had escaped death and immediately burst into tears. She then threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. She had been ruined just now. If Ling Xiao and the others hadn't returned, she wouldn't have been able to escape the devil's clutches. Although she was a high-grade spirit master, she was still a normal woman. Moreover, she was a woman who saw things as more important than her own life. Zhao Nan looked at Ling Xiao with envy and then shouted at the middle-aged man, Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, our Purple Sky sect and your Great River sect will be irreconcilable enemies. Zhao Nan really wanted to teach the middle-aged man a lesson, but he knew he didn't have the ability to do so. He could only try to scare him and hope that the other party would back off. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and a complicated expression flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, It seems like I can only kill them all. Otherwise, if the news leaks, it'll be bad. What, you want to fight? Our sect's elders are about to arrive, Zhao Nan said with a bit of panic. Then let's see if your elders arrive first or if I kill you first. The middle-aged man heard this and immediately laughed loudly. At the same time, he began to release his king stage strength to its fullest, and the surrounding trees rustled from the vibrations of his aura. Not good. Quickly dodge. Ling Xiao cried out and immediately pushed Luo Meiying away. He raised his weapon and stabbed at the middle-aged man. Chapter 296. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The middle-aged man snorted and formed a blade in his hand, swinging it at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight the middle-aged man head-on. This move was just a feint. His goal was only to give Chen Wenyu and the others time to escape. Senior brother Chen, take senior sister Luo and leave immediately. I have a way to escape. Ling Xiao dodged the middle-aged man's attack and shouted a reminder. Everyone, leave. Don't let them escape. The middle-aged man was panicking and shouted to his disciples. He shouted as he struck out with both hands. This time, it wasn't just one blade, but dozens of blades. All of them flew towards Ling Xiao to besiege him. Junior brother, I'll help you. Luo Meiying came back to her senses and raised her sword to attack the middle-aged man with Ling Xiao. At this time, Chen Wenyu stopped Luo Meiying and said, Don't cause trouble for junior brother. Let's go first. He didn't care if Luo Meiying was willing or not and dragged her away. At the same time, Yan Zhe and Zhao Nan took out their profound weapons and opened a path to the left and right, forcing the Great River sect disciples to have no way to get close. Trash. The middle-aged man cursed his disciples when he saw that Chen Wenyu and the others were about to escape. He didn't bother with Ling Xiao and flew toward Chen Wenyu's group. At the same time, he took out a shining blade and slashed through the air. Who knew that at this time, another wave of cold sword light would attack? Sword scar. Swoosh swoosh. Countless sword lights emitted powerful sword chi, blasting the surrounding trees and grass into the air. Ling Xiao was already a high-rank spirit master, and the power of this attack was nearly 100 times stronger than before. The middle-aged man felt a strong sense of danger and didn't dare be careless. He turned around and swung his blade, blocking all of Ling Xiao's sword moves. Not only that, but he also broke through Ling Xiao's attack and slashed at Ling Xiao's head. Damned bastard, I'll let you know that the dignity of the king's stare is inviolable. The middle-aged man vowed to kill Ling Xiao first, then go after the others. At this time, Chen Wenyu and the others had already released their spirit beasts and fled into the darkness. From afar, he could still hear Luo Meiying's sorrowful cries, "Junior brother." Ling Xiao rose up and blocked the middle-aged man's powerful attack. Puff! Ling Xiao tasted something sweet in his mouth, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His body flew backward until he crashed into a huge tree trunk. Ling Xiao leaned on the tree trunk and took a deep breath. He quickly circulated the Xian Qi in his body. A mere king rank is only so-so. Ling Xiao crawled to his feet and looked at the middle-aged man with extreme disdain. He could feel that his body was in excellent condition. Although he had spat out a mouthful of blood, it didn't hinder him from having the strength of a war monarch. He didn't use his mental strength to instantly kill the middle-aged man because he wanted to use the battle to raise his own strength. He could kill a spirit master when he was a high-level mystic disciple. Now that he was a high-level spirit master, he still hadn't had a good fight. How could he let a low-level king die so easily? If others knew of Ling Xiao's crazy thoughts, they would probably curse him for being a madman. Was it even possible for a high-level spirit master to defeat a king? Huh? He's actually not dead yet? The middle-aged man said in astonishment, then said, "That's good too. This king will let you thoroughly feel the power of a king." He hadn't thought that Ling Xiao would be able to withstand an attack with 80% of his power. He couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao in a higher light. He thought that the disciples of large sects were indeed strong, but he still couldn't escape death. He decided that he must properly deal with this ant. "Come, don't disappoint me." Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of phlegm, his eyes filled with battle intent. At the same time, a noble golden color bloomed from his body, making the Great River sect disciples want to worship him. The middle-aged man's eyes couldn't help but twitch. This kid's attribute light is a bit strange. While the middle-aged man was puzzled, Ling Xiao took the initiative and unleashed a bone-chilling aura. Dozens of chaotic and irregular ice-cold saber lights flew towards the middle-aged man, engulfing him. Wherever the move went, it was covered with a layer of faint frost energy. This was the third form of the Nya family's prideful Chill 6 formulas, Red Apricot Wall. This move was created by wind god Nya Feng's father, Nya Ren Wang, because of his wife's betrayal. Although the middle-aged man was a king, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of Ling Xiao's powerful attack. He wrapped himself in a thick layer of dark energy and waved his blade once more to block. He was puzzled. Why is it the ice element again? Does this kid cultivate two elements at the same time? However, just as he was about to break through Ling Xiao's sword, a wave of heat assaulted his nose. What's going on? The middle-aged man couldn't wrap his head around it. Just a moment ago, he had clearly felt a chill, but now he felt an unbearable heat. However, he didn't have much time to think about it. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Rising waves." The blade in his hand flung out, and a blue blade light appeared in front of him, preventing him from being attacked by the blue flames. Ling Xiao's two consecutive moves disrupted the middle-aged man's rhythm. A strange smile appeared on his face, and only an afterimage was left where he stood. "Damned bastard, I'm going to kill you." The middle-aged man shouted angrily when he completely destroyed Ling Xiao's moves. He was a dignified king stage expert, but he was forced by a spirit master to the point where he could only defend. This was too sullen. However, when he saw that there was nothing in front of him, he was dumbfounded. Just when he thought that Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to escape, a crisis arose behind him. Not good. The middle-aged man realized that something was wrong and was about to withdraw. Rumble. Unfortunately, it was too late, and he was hit by Ling Xiao's sword move from behind. Ling Xiao had added the wind element and the phantom shadow steps to his footwork. Even a king stage expert would find it difficult to escape from the combination of these two elements. The middle-aged man wasn't killed by this move, but his dark protection force was cracked. His body fell forward a few steps, and a few drops of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao naturally didn't think that he could defeat this king stage opponent with a single move. He didn't wait for the middle-aged man to come back to his senses, and Ling Xiao changed to a blade move and slashed at the middle-aged man. Rumble. The middle-aged man managed to block it this time, but it was too hasty, and he was forced back a few steps by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's flurry of attacks had just begun. Ling Xiao utilized his extraordinary speed to constantly change his position and surprise the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man could only defend his own area and block ceaselessly. However, he was slightly unable to endure Ling Xiao's attacks that fluctuated between hot and cold. Moreover, his strength was so much higher than Ling Xiao's, so being forced into such a state by a low-level martial artist was something that could be recorded in history. The middle-aged man was furious, and his ordinary face had warped. He didn't intend to defend anymore, and he wanted to end this battle completely. He stomped on the ground with one foot and instantly soared tens of meters into the air. He took a few breaths in succession, and then he glared at Ling Xiao and roared fiercely, "Damned bastard, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces." Originally, he had planned to toy with Ling Xiao to death, but he was caught unprepared by Ling Xiao. If he didn't vent his anger, he could only stop here for the rest of his life. The middle-aged man looked down at Ling Xiao from above, and then he put away his large saber. He repeatedly waved his hand in the air a few times, and dozens of blades converged at the same time. "Go to hell!" The middle-aged man roared, and simultaneously waved his hands. Swoosh! Blades fell from the sky like rain. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes were like a blade as he stared at those blades. Just as those blades were about to explode in front of him, the profound artifact in his hand that was like a sword, but not a sword, and also like a saber, but not a saber, also shot out. Rumble. Rumble. Those blue blades were repeatedly sent flying by Ling Xiao. However, the spiritual power attack of a king stage martial artist wasn't random. Those blades all contained the full power of the middle-aged man's attack. Ling Xiao was shaken to the point that blood seeped out of his tiger eyes, and the profound artifact in his hand was almost shaken out of his hand. Let's see how many attacks you can block." The middle-aged man laughed complacently. He regained some face, and the blades in his hand shot out again and again in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's defense failed, and he was struck by two peerlessly fast blades. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his body flew back several meters. The middle-aged man saw that Ling Xiao was lying on the ground and stopped attacking. He murmured, "He died just like that, too boring." He felt that Ling Xiao should be dead. After all, Ling Xiao was only a high-level spirit master. How could he withstand 2 consecutive attacks? Unless he wore a 4th-level defensive armor, he was definitely dead. Unfortunately, his judgment was wrong again. Ling Xiao flipped over like a carp, and his body stood straight like a spear. A mere king level is nothing more than this, nothing more than this. If you want to take my life, Ling Xiao, then you'll have to spend the rest of your life. Ling Xiao laughed madly. He had the Vajra 5 transformation technique to rely on, so low-level king-level attacks couldn't kill him. Only a middle-level king-level attack would have a chance. No, impossible. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao had withstood his attacks again and again without dying. This completely overturned the normal rules. All below king level were ants. However, he, a grand king level, couldn't kill a spirit master. Wasn't this too ironic? Right, he must be wearing a high-level defensive armor. The middle-aged man had to find an excuse to calm his panicked state of mind. However, looking at Ling Xiao's naked golden body, he felt his face redden. "I don't believe you can't be killed." The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and put his hands together. The surrounding spiritual power quickly gathered. A huge saber image gradually formed, and a powerful pressure caused everyone below to tremble. "This should be your strongest move, right?" Ling Xiao raised his head to look at the middle-aged man and murmured. Then his expression turned cold. Unfortunately, you'll never have the chance to use it. By the time Ling Xiao finished speaking, the middle-aged man had finished gathering his power. You can die without regrets to make me use this move. The middle-aged man glared at Ling Xiao and roared. At the same time, the blade's shadow was about to slash down at Ling Xiao. At this critical moment, he felt a pain in his head. Ah! Before the middle-aged man could use his blade, he suddenly screamed. The spiritual power he had just gathered immediately dissipated, and he fell from the sky like a dead dog. Just as the middle-aged man was about to hit the ground, Ling Xiao quickly dashed out and waved the profound artifact in his hand. Rumble. A patch of blood blossomed like fireworks, appearing so poignant and beautiful. The disciples of the Great River sect were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Chapter 297. Ling Xiao held the Xian artifact that was neither a sword nor a blade. His entire face was covered in scarlet blood, and his tiger-like eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he stared at the disciples of the Great River sect. At this moment, he was like a terrifying god of death. A single glance from him could make people tremble in fear. If you don't want to die, then scram. Ling Xiao coldly shouted, and the Xian artifact in his hand swung out without any warning. Puff! A disciple of the Great River sect who was standing beside the 3 female disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion was instantly cut in half. Evil. Demon. Run. One of the Great River sect disciples was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly shouted and turned around to escape into the darkness without caring about his companions. The other disciples of the Great River sect were not slow either. They wished that they had 2 more legs and could escape as soon as possible. In just a short moment, only a few disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion were left. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and immediately took out a pill to consume. Ling Xiao glanced at the 3 pretty girls from the Dragon Sea Pavilion. He did not plan to say anything else and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a woman pounced towards Ling Xiao and knelt down heavily in front of Ling Xiao, saying, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. I will remember it for the rest of my life." Ling Xiao frowned and glanced at the beautiful woman. He said indifferently, "Don't think too highly of yourself. If it wasn't for my senior sister meddling in other people's business, I wouldn't have done anything." With that, he summoned the Golden Wolf King and jumped onto its back, disappearing into the night. Soon after, his faint voice could be heard, "Quickly leave this place." The woman's beautiful eyes stared ahead without blinking. Her expression was filled with gratitude and determination. The woman stood up and said to her companions, "Quickly check if the other senior brothers are still breathing. Let's quickly leave this place." The other 2 women nodded and immediately split up to check on their companions' auras. At this moment, a woman called out, "Eldest senior brother is still breathing. He's not dead yet. That's great. Let's carry him and leave immediately." That woman cried out in pleasant surprise before leaving with her companion. But before he left, he did not forget to take a deep look in the direction Ling Xiao had left. Not long after the Dragon Sea Pavilion women left, a few huge beasts appeared at the same place. Ling Xiao rode the Golden Wolf King for a short while before stopping. He shouted to the side, "Come out, I know you guys have been following me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Meiying appeared next to Ling Xiao on their spirit beasts. The way they looked at Ling Xiao had changed a lot, and there was a deep sense of respect in their expressions. In fact, Chen Wenyu didn't run far after saving Luo Meiying. He just hid in the forest far away and watched the fight between Ling Xiao and the middle-aged man. If Ling Xiao couldn't escape the middle-aged man's pursuit, they would fight back even if they had to risk their lives. They couldn't do something like abandoning their companions. So, they'd completely witnessed Ling Xiao's formidable combat strength just now. In the end, he'd even revealed his divine might to slaughter that king-rank powerhouse, and they'd been fiercely shocked in their hearts. They were all young geniuses of the Purple Sky sect, and they were all known to be outstanding talents who would definitely be able to cross the threshold of the king stage. Even though they all knew that Ling Xiao had easily defeated Su Yi, the strongest of the true disciples, they didn't think that the gap between Ling Xiao and them was that big. At most, he was only a little stronger than them. They even thought that if they fought with their lives, they might have a chance to defeat Ling Xiao. After all, they felt that Ling Xiao was too young and lacked battle experience. Unfortunately, after seeing the scene just now, they realized how laughable their thoughts were. Only now did they truly understand how terrifying Ling Xiao's fighting ability was. If someone had asked them in the past, could a high-level spirit master kill a low-level king stage powerhouse head-on? Their answer would definitely be no, but if someone asked this question now, their answer would definitely be yes. Luo Meiying jumped down from Chen Wenyu's azure cloud eagle and walked shyly to Ling Xiao, Jr. Junior brother, I'm sorry. Ling Xiao glanced at her indifferently. Don't say such meaningless words. In the future, you are not allowed to act on your own without my orders. After saying that, he didn't let Luo Meiying sit on his golden wolf king and left. Luo Meiying's face revealed a dejected expression. She knew that she had finally realized that her so-called sense of justice had been too impulsive. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they would have all died. Chen Wenyu comforted her. Junior sister Luo, let's go. Junior brother did this for everyone's safety. I know, I don't blame him. Luo Meiying took a deep breath and jumped onto the azure cloud eagle's back. The group once again set out on their journey. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Ling Xiao and the others did the same as before. They avoided as much trouble as they could, and only stopped to fight to their heart's content when they couldn't. In the outskirts of the myriad beast nest, the second and third grade spirit beasts were the strongest. They rarely encountered spirit beasts or beast hordes that were 4th grade and above, so the group didn't face too much danger along the way. During these few days, they also encountered a few groups of elites from the various sections. Ling Xiao and the others didn't provoke them, and those people didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao and the others' strength, so they didn't kill them. On this day, Ling Xiao and the others were still hurrying along. However, Chen Wenyu, who had been opening a path in the air, suddenly had his azure cloud eagle descend and call out, "Everyone stop for a moment, there's a large number of spirit beasts coming our way." What kind of spirit beast hordes? Zhao Nan asked first. I don't know, but there are all kinds of spirit beasts. I don't know what's gotten into them, but they're all running in this direction, Chen Wenyu replied with an ugly expression. Ling Xiao released his spiritual power and sensed that there were quite a few powerful momentum fluctuations not far away. Senior Chen, go up and take a look. See what's going on, Ling Xiao instructed with a frown. Chen Wenyu nodded and once again had his azure cloud eagle fly into the air. Ling Xiao then turned to Yan Zhe and Zhao Nan and said, "Put away your spirit beasts and hide in the trees to take a look." The two of them nodded in agreement and put away their spirit beasts at the same time. Then, they immediately jumped into the trees to hide. Not long after, Chen Wenyu's azure cloud eagle descended again. Chen Wenyu revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and said, "Junior Chen, there seems to be some kind of spirit object in that direction. Those spirit beasts are all heading in that direction." Spirit object? Ling Zhao's eyelids twitched as he asked. It should be a high-grade spirit herb or spirit fruit. Should we go take a look? Chen Wenyu suggested with an excited look in his eyes. At this moment, Yan Zhe and Zhao Nan both revealed looks of pleasant surprise and said in unison, "Let's go take a look." Since Ling Xiao hadn't said anything, they didn't dare to make the decision on their own. A spirit object that could make so many spirit beasts go crazy must be extraordinary. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "Since we have this kind of opportunity, let's go take a look. However, don't act rashly. We must wait and see. If anything goes wrong, immediately retreat back to where we came from. Do you understand?" The other four all replied, "Understood." With Chen Wenyu leading the way in the air, the few of them quickly arrived at a sunken valley. Originally, Chen Wenyu wanted to get closer to the place with the most spirit beasts. However, when he saw a golden shadow in the sky not far away, his expression immediately changed and he hurriedly urged the azure cloud eagle to descend. Ling Xiao was puzzled and asked, "Senior Chen, what's wrong?" Rank 4 golden feathered eagle. Chen Wenyu pointed to the sky and said with a trembling voice, "Golden feathered eagle." The others all exclaimed at the same time. "That's right, it seems to be heading towards the front." Chen Wenyu replied with an ugly expression. The golden feathered eagle was a rank 4 high-rank spirit beast. Its strength was equivalent to a king stage martial artist. It was ferocious and cruel. It liked to eat snake meat and humans. Its attack power was extremely strong and it belonged to the king spirit beast of the sky. "This is not good," Zhao Nan said hurriedly. Yan Zhe said in a deep voice, "It seems that there really is a spirit object in that place." At this time, Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Meiying all looked at Ling Xiao anxiously. Their hearts were already beating like drums. Facing a rank 4 spirit beast was not a joke. They could lose their lives at any time, so they had to be cautious. Although Ling Xiao had the ability to defeat a king stage martial artist, it didn't mean that he could kill this ferocious golden feathered eagle. What's more, there were many unknown spirit beasts in front of them. This time, they were really not optimistic. Ling Xiao glanced at them and said lightly, "I plan to go and take a look." The other 4 revealed surprised expressions. Luo Meiying disagreed, "Junior brother, it's too dangerous. It's not worth it." Ling Xiao smiled lightly, "I'll go by myself. It won't be a problem to save my life, but if I bring you guys, I'm afraid." Chen Wenyu understood what Ling Xiao was trying to say. "Why don't we go back and wait for you there?" "No, I don't agree." What if? Luo Meiying replied anxiously, but she was too embarrassed to say the rest of the words. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Just do as senior brother Chen said. You guys go back and wait for me for 2 days. I'll definitely come back within 2 days." After saying that, he didn't wait for the others to speak and rushed towards the valley in front of him. Luo Meiying looked at the figure, her heart was anxious and helpless. Chen Wenyu said, "Let's go, I believe that junior brother will be fine." After saying that, he also began to walk back. The others hesitated for a moment, but still followed him back. The closer Ling Xiao got, the slower his speed became. He could already see a few rank 3 spirit beasts in front of him. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a gust of wind and he quickly looked up. He saw a giant golden eagle with its wings spread and landed steadily on a big tree. The eagle only glanced at Ling Xiao for a moment before staring straight ahead. It seemed to have no interest in Ling Xiao, or perhaps it didn't even put him in its eyes. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was closely sizing up the golden eagle not far away. It was nearly 2 meters tall, with light yellow feathers, huge claws like iron hooks, and bloodthirsty and ferocious eagle eyes. The most dazzling thing was the golden feather crown on its head, which was filled with a noble aura. What a good golden eagle! Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise in his heart. Chapter 298. Ling Xiao noticed that the golden feathered eagle was ignoring him, so he continued to fly forward. Finally, he landed on the trunk of a giant tree and looked down at the situation below like the golden feathered eagle. At this time, he saw that there were more than 100 different spirit beasts in front of him, and his heart was in turmoil. 2 third-rank intermediate golden-haired apes, 3 third-rank intermediate scarlet flame tigers, 6 third-rank intermediate spotted lizards, and 15 third-rank intermediate coyote wolves. These were the lowest-level spirit beasts that Ling Xiao saw in front of him. In addition, there was a third-rank advanced 3-tailed lion, a third-rank advanced red phosphor rat, and a third-rank advanced purple lightning marten. There were more than 20 third-rank spirit beasts in total. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was not just these. The 4 spirit beasts in front of all the other spirit beasts were the ones that gave Ling Xiao a headache. One was a black shadow leopard, a 4th-rank low-level dark attribute spirit beast. Its whole body was black and shiny, and its huge body was more than 4 meters long. Its whip-like tail was constantly sweeping, as if it was impatient. One was a steel-armored dragon, a 4th-rank low-level earth attribute spirit beast. Its spikes were like armor, and it looked ferocious. Its big eyes were emitting a fierce light. One of them was a one-eyed evil beast, a rank 4 middle-stage poisonous spirit beast. It had a strange beast body that looked like an air sac. It opened its big mouth and spat out waves of gray fog. Wherever the fog went, the weeds would immediately wither. It had a big eye on top of its head. One of them was a flame-patterned python, a mid-rank 4th-rank spirit beast of the fire attribute. It had a red and yellow snake-like body and was as big as 2 people hugging together. Half of its body was straight up, and its triangular head was constantly flicking its forked tongue, emitting a hissing sound. In front of these spirit beasts, there was a spirit tree that was as tall as half a person. Hanging on the tree were 5 spirit fruits that were shaped like gourds. Each of the 5 spirit fruits had a different color: red, yellow, blue, green, and purple. They were like stars in the night sky, and they were extremely beautiful. This was the 5-color calabash holy fruit. The holy gourd fruit was a high-grade spirit fruit. It could bear fruits of 9 different colors at most, and it was known as the 9-colored holy gourd fruit. Every fruit had an extraordinary effect. In addition to increasing a warrior's pure attributes by 30%, it also contained pure spiritual power. It could help a king stage warrior advance by 1 level, or a spiritual master advance by 2 levels. It could also increase the range of spiritual power a spiritual master could sense, and increase the chances of a king stage warrior entering the emperor stage. Moreover, it wouldn't shake a warrior's foundation. Apart from that, it could also be used to refine high-grade 5 medicinal pills. These effects could make any martial artist go crazy. Furthermore, apart from its great effect on human cultivators, the holy gourd fruit also had an extraordinary effect on spirit beasts. If any spirit beast were to consume a holy gourd fruit, not only would it be able to raise its grade, it could also stimulate the spirit beast's primordial bloodline and increase the spirit beast's grade. In other words, it could allow low-ranked spirit beasts to mutate into high-ranked spirit beasts, which would have a greater chance of advancing in the future. This was also the reason why so many spirit beasts were lured here. Ling Xiao was completely shocked by this holy gourd fruit. He really didn't expect to encounter such a precious holy gourd fruit here. An unprecedented sense of urgency welled up in his heart. I must get it. Ling Xiao licked his lips and made up his mind. As long as he waited for these 5 holy gourd fruits, Ling Xiao would be able to speed up his breakthrough to the king stage, or he would be able to quickly advance another level after breaking through to the king stage. How could he not be tempted by such a great temptation? However, there were so many spirit beasts in front of him, and he felt his scalp go numb. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth was undoubtedly courting death. Fortunately, this holy gourd fruit was not ripe yet, and all the spirit beasts were waiting patiently, giving him a buffer time to think. Ling Xiao recalled the records about the holy gourd fruit in the catalogue of magic herbs. Generally, wherever the holy gourd fruit grew, there would be a guardian spirit beast, the colorful toad. The colorful toad was a kind of high-level spirit beast, and as soon as it was born, it possessed the strength of a 2nd-rank spirit beast. The highest-ranked colorful toad could reach a 9th-rank existence, and it was already infinitely close to the category of a divine beast. Ling Xiao closed his eyes, and his mental power gradually spread out toward the holy gourd fruit. Nothing within 100 meters of the holy gourd fruit could escape Ling Xiao's eyes and ears. After checking twice, he actually did not find the colorful toad, and this made Ling Xiao very surprised. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Ling Xiao slowly checked again, and this time, he was more careful, and did not let go of any abnormalities in his surroundings. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's mental power stopped on a strange rock. This brown rock was in a messy pile of rocks, and at first glance, it did not seem special, but if one looked carefully, one would find that the rock had colorful stripes, and there were round pustules protruding on the rock, which looked extremely disgusting and strange. It really hid well. I was almost fooled. Ling Xiao secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He could already confirm that the brown rock was the colorful toad. Looking at the patterns on it, Ling Xiao was sure that this colorful toad had at least the terrifying strength of a 5th-rank spirit beast. A 5th-rank spirit beast was equivalent to a human martial artist's Earth Emperor stage existence. Even if all the spirit beasts here joined forces, they may not be a match for this colorful toad. For no reason, Ling Xiao was a little nervous. If this colorful toad were to go crazy, he would be completely unable to stop it. What should I do? Do I still want it? Ling Xiao secretly calculated in his heart. On one hand, there was the great temptation of the 5-colored holy gourd fruit. On the other hand, there was the danger of losing his life at any time. It was really too difficult to make a decision. Although riches were found in danger, the danger this time was more frightening than before. Ling Xiao really did not have the slightest confidence. Looking at the colorful toad and the 5-colored holy gourd, Ling Xiao's expression constantly changed. Forget it, I'll stay here and see what happens first. Maybe I can pick up a ready-made ping-yi. Ling Xiao glanced at the golden feathered eagle, in his heart wondering if there was a chance to take advantage of the situation. After all, there was only one colorful toad, and there were so many 3rd and 4th-rank spirit beasts here. Even if he could not kill the colorful toad, at least he could injure it severely. Then his chance had come. Making up his mind, Ling Xiao began to conceal his breath on the tree, quietly waiting for the 5-colored holy gourd to ripen. Soon, a day had passed. The 5-colored holy gourd tree in front of him shone brightly, and more spirit beasts gathered here, among which there was no lack of a few 4th-rank spirit beasts. The strongest spirit beasts were the earth-splitting violent tiger and the tempest-greedy wolf, which were of the same rank as the golden feathered eagle. Bursts of fragrant fruit aroused the greed of all the spirit beasts, and their saliva dripped all over the ground. Ling Xiao also began to stare at the colorful fruit tree, his mood abnormally excited. Whoosh! A 5-colored light bloomed into the sky. The people of the other sects not far from here all sensed the changes here. No one hesitated, and all rushed over. Oh no, there are so many auras sweeping over here. Ling Xiao cried inwardly. He had already sensed many powerful auras flying over at full speed. Roar! For a moment, all the spirit beasts began to roar, fighting over the fruit. The beast roars soared into the sky, causing the surrounding forest to emit a desolate killing intent. The king stage powerhouses who rushed over looked down at the 5-colored holy gourd tree with greedy expressions. More than a dozen king stage powerhouses were the elders of the various sects, and the Purple Sky sect's leader was Lai Mingchang. Heavens, it's the 5-colored holy gourd fruit. One of the king stage powerhouses who rushed over couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder so many spirit beasts were attracted here. It looks like it won't be easy to seize it, another king stage powerhouse said. I heard that places with holy gourd fruit would have colorful toads. Why don't I see them? Look, the spirit beasts below are fighting. 300 meters away from the holy gourd fruit, the 3rd-rank spirit beasts began to tear each other apart. The 4th-rank shadow leopard, armored dragon, one-eyed evil beast. These spirit beasts didn't participate in the battle. Instead, they slowly walked towards the holy gourd fruit. When they were 50 meters away from the holy gourd fruit, they all stopped and drooled non-stop, their eyes filled with greed. Screech! The 3rd-rank violet electric marten was the fastest. It pierced through the crowd of spirit beasts and shot towards the holy gourd fruit like a bolt of lightning. Roar! The black shadow leopard was the closest to it. It roared and pounced forward, tearing the swift violet lightning marten into pieces. It bit the violet electric marten's neck and fiercely shook it a few times before throwing it away. In the end, the marten crashed heavily into a tree and died. Just like that, the 3rd-rank violet electric marten became a corpse. The spirit beasts fighting nearby all felt the high-rank aura of the shadow leopard, and for a moment, all of them were intimidated. 3rd-rank spirit beasts already had basic intelligence and knew what fear was. However, there were also some spirit beasts who weren't afraid of death. A dozen coyote wolves shot dozens of earth blades at the armored dragon at the same time, trying to blast open a path on the other side. Rumble. The armored dragon didn't dodge, allowing the earth blades to hit its body. It kicked up a cloud of dust around it. When the dust settled, the armored dragon was unharmed and even turned around to charge at the dozen coyote wolves. Slap. The armored dragon's giant tail was like an iron pillar as it swept towards the 3 coyote wolves at the front. Woo-woo. In an instant, the 3 coyote wolves were swept far away, and they even let out miserable cries. The armored dragon didn't stop there. Instead, it charged into the retreating coyote wolves and kept swinging its giant tail. A moment later, the dozen coyote wolves were scattered all over the place. None of them survived. The third-rank spirit beasts were all scared. They gradually retreated far away and didn't dare to get close to the holy gourd fruit. They already realized that it was no longer something they could touch. Chapter 299. Damn it, 4th-rank spirit beasts are really scary. A king stage warrior in the sky cursed. Unless the Supreme Elder can rush over, we won't get a share of these gourd fruits. Another king stage warrior said. Look, isn't that a golden feathered eagle? A sharp-eyed king stage warrior finally noticed the golden feathered eagle on top of a giant tree. Let's run before it moves. Swoosh. In an instant, a few king stage warriors who were afraid of death ran away without hesitation. A 4th-rank golden feathered eagle was equivalent to a human king stage warrior, and it was a cruel spirit beast that liked to eat humans, so of course it had a certain deterrent effect. There were only 7 king stage warriors left, and Lai Ming of the Purple Sky sect didn't run away. He just looked at the gourd fruits greedily, thinking about how to get them. At this time, a middle-aged man in a starry robe said indifferently, "There are a total of 5 divine fruits in the gourd. Why don't we work together to drive away these spirit beasts, and then fight for them with our own strength?" A brawny man with a giant sword on his back looked at the middle-aged man arrogantly, and finally nodded, "I have no problem with that. I also have no problem with that." At this time, the others all responded in unison. "If that's the case, then let's go down. We don't want to be trampled by those spirit beasts," the middle-aged man in the starry robe said as he took the lead and flew down. At the same time, a bronze mirror appeared in his hand. The bronze mirror flashed, and a pure white light blasted towards the 4th-rank dark leopard. This middle-aged man was a king stage warrior of the light attribute, and he chose the dark leopard because he wanted to use light to counter darkness. It was indeed a wise move. In the eyes of others, they thought that he was too picky. He actually chose the weakest dark leopard among the 4th-rank dark leopards. The brawny man with the giant sword on his back cursed, "Shameless." Then, he also took out his giant sword and found his opponent, the armored dragon. The other king stage warriors also made their moves. They all chose the 4th-rank low or middle-rank spirit beasts, and no one dared to provoke the higher-rank spirit beasts. Rumble. For a time, the scene became abnormally chaotic. Giant trees were blasted into smithereens, and rocks were sent flying. Only the striped rock remained in its original spot, seemingly unaffected by any attack. Ling Xiao hurriedly retreated to a safe place to hide. At the same time, he activated the Vajra 5 transformation technique, ready to defend against any random energy attacks. At this time, the middle-aged man in the starry robe who attacked the Black Shadow Panther first actually managed to severely injure the Black Shadow Panther within 3 moves. From this, it could be seen that the middle-aged man's strength was definitely not low level. At the very least, he was at the middle level or high level. After the middle-aged man sent the Black Shadow Leopard flying, he did not stop and instantly flew towards the gourd of holy fruits. A pleased smile appeared on his face, as if the gourd of holy fruits belonged to him. Who? The one-eyed demonic beast, which no one had provoked until now, caught sight of the middle-aged man in the starry robe and sprayed a mouthful of poisonous mist at him. Humph, what can a mere poisonous fog do to me? The middle-aged man in the starry robe snorted disdainfully and leaped up. The copper mirror in his hand flashed again and a ball of light shone towards the one-eyed demonic beast. However, the one-eyed demonic beast was not afraid of the brilliant light attack. Its single eye also flashed with a gray beam of light, which collided with the light emitted by the copper mirror. Swoosh swoosh. The two beams of light instantly dissipated, and the middle-aged man in the starry robe was not in the mood to continue fighting. He seized the opportunity and once again flew towards the gourd of holy fruits. He had already raised his speed to the extreme, and the one-eyed demonic beast could not catch up. Seeing that the middle-aged man in the starry robe was about to succeed, the advanced stage fourth-order tempest greedy wolf pounced towards him like a bolt of lightning, its deep fangs filled with bloodlust. The middle-aged man in the starry robe had no choice but to retreat again. On the other side, the burly man with the huge back had already chopped off the steel-armored dragon's huge tail. The steel-armored dragon let out a panicked scream and did not dare to continue fighting. It turned and ran towards the forest. Trying to escape? No way. The burly man snorted disdainfully. With a single kick, he chased after the steel-armored dragon and cut it in two from his vantage point. The fresh blood was splattered all over the grass, giving off an unusually foul stench. However, not every king rank expert was able to smoothly defeat their opponents. A king stage martial artist wielding a pair of hooks went up to the advanced stage fourth-order flame python. At first, he was able to restrain the flame python's elemental attacks by relying on his water attribute, and he even managed to break the snake's body several times. He thought that victory was in his grasp, but unfortunately, he made a mistake in dodging and was tightly bound by the flame python's coiled body. In the end, the king stage martial artist did not struggle much and was directly strangled to death. The rest of the king stage martial artists were battered and exhausted by their opponents and their own spirit beasts. At the same level, the strength of spirit beasts was much stronger than that of humans. Lai Mingxiang of the Purple Sky sect was a careful and cautious person. He did not go up against the spirit beast alone, but instead went up against a four-winged mantis with another king stage martial artist. During the battle, Lai Mingxiang did not go all out. Instead, he allowed the other king stage martial artist to fight the four-winged mantis while he launched sneak attacks from time to time. The king stage martial artist who had joined hands with him was so angry that he vomited blood. He could not help but curse, "You are too shameless. Why are you not using your ultimate move to kill it?" Lai Mingqiang grinned and didn't pay attention to his opponent. He just kept dodging and fighting. The four-winged mantis seemed to think that the king stage martial artist was its strongest opponent, so it did not pay much attention to Lai Mingqiang. It only chased after the king stage martial artist, vowing to kill him. The king stage martial artist was about to go crazy. He had no choice but to use all of his strength and finally cut off one of the wings of the four-winged mantis, which could be considered as a heavy blow to the mantis. Lai Mingxiang seized the opportunity, and the golden spear in his hand pierced through the tail of the four-winged mantis with irresistible force. The four-winged mantis let out a blood-curdling scream and fell heavily from the sky, dead. Lai Mingxiang glanced disdainfully at the panting king stage martial artist and hid far away, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this time, the battle had reached its climax. The tempest-greedy wolf and the earth-splitting violent tiger had already begun to fight against the star-robed old man and the towering man. The other fourth-grade spirit beasts were still fighting against the king stage martial artist, and it was difficult to determine who was superior for a while. Although the battle was quite fierce, the holy fruit in the center of the gourd was not damaged at all. It seemed that as long as any energy sputtered over, it would inexplicably dissipate. Ayo! Suddenly, the cry of an eagle resounded through the sky. Whoosh! A giant golden figure flew towards the holy gourd fruit at an unimaginably fast speed. In just an instant, it arrived half a meter away from the holy fruit. The tempest-greedy wolf and the earth-splitting violent tiger did not care about their opponents and ran towards the holy fruit. The star-robed middle-aged man and the towering man also realized the urgency of the situation, and they simultaneously used their powerful profound skills to attack the giant golden figure. Rumble. A powerful energy curtain rippled around the holy fruit. All the king's stage martial artists were dumbfounded. How could the holy fruit survive such a powerful energy attack? Whoosh! A strange sound came out, and a gray smoke spread out. All the king's stage martial artists retreated at the same time, and the golden-feathered eagle also let out a strange cry and hurriedly fled from the smoke. The tempest-greedy wolf's reaction was not slow, but the earth-splitting violent tiger was the slowest, and was swallowed by the smoke. When the smoke gradually dissipated, a spirit beast the size of a small hill appeared in front of everyone. Wasn't this the colorful toad that had been quietly guarding the holy fruit? No one had expected that the rock that had been guarding the holy fruit was actually the colorful toad in disguise. Looking at the pile of white bones beside the colorful toad, everyone's expression changed. Wasn't that the skeleton of the earth-splitting violent tiger? It had actually been corroded by a cloud of poisonous smoke. The colorful toad stood guard in front of the gourd's holy fruit, which was completely unscathed. It let out a series of whooshing noises, and a few wisps of poisonous mist constantly sprayed out from its nostrils. Its large, eerily calm eyes looked around at the enemies who wanted to snatch its spirit fruit. It's the colorful toad. A king's stage martial artist exclaimed, trembling. What a strong poison, I'm afraid even the elders wouldn't dare to approach it. Another king's stage martial artist sighed. Looks like it's over, the earth-splitting violent tiger was swallowed by the poison in an instant. This colorful toad is at least of the 5th rank. Everyone's expressions changed, and they were all hesitating whether or not they should try to snatch the fruit. The tempest-greedy wolf didn't dare to advance, and it just stood there, baring its fangs at the colorful toad. The golden-feathered eagle let out a series of screeches, and circled in the air, as if it was unwilling to give up. Everyone, let's attack together and kill the colorful toad first. At this time, the star-robed middle-aged man suggested again. As soon as he finished speaking, the bronze mirror in his hand flashed, and several rays of light shot towards the colorful toad. The others didn't hesitate, and they all used their most powerful mystical skills to attack the toad. The tempest-greedy wolf and the golden-feathered eagle also joined the fray, and they also released elemental attacks towards the colorful toad. Whoosh! The colorful toad didn't want to sit still, and it opened its huge mouth, took a deep breath, and actually sucked in all the energy that was blasted towards it into its stomach. In an instant, its body that was originally 4 meters tall grew to 6 or 7 meters tall, and it looked very spectacular. Whoosh! As it cried out, the energy that it had sucked into its stomach was actually spat out, and it blasted towards the king's stage martial artists in the sky. Oh no! The star-robed elder cried out in alarm, and was the first to run away. The second person to react was the brawny man, and the others were half a beat slower. 3 low-level king's stage martial artists were the slowest to react, and they were directly blasted into smithereens by the energy ball. The few who managed to escape wiped off their cold sweat. At this time, a few beads of cold sweat dripped down Lai Mingxiang's face, and he hesitated for a moment, then turned around and disappeared into the sky. He knew that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to fight for the 5-colored gourd holy fruit, and it was better for him to retreat as soon as possible, lest he died like the other 3. Chapter 300. Ling Xiao clearly saw the fierce battle just now. Although he did not participate in it, he could still feel the threat of death. The clothes on his back were soaked. Looking at Lai Mingqiang who was leaving, he could not help but admire him. Those who knew how to make choices could usually live longer. Damn, that's too scary. Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and cursed. He even had the idea of retreating. Just as he was about to turn around, the tempest-greedy wolf sent out a few wind blades to attack the colorful toad. At the same time, the tempest-greedy wolf dashed forward. It wanted to use the wind blades to distract the colorful toad and seize the opportunity to steal the colorful gourd holy fruit. It was too bold. Not only was it bold, but the golden-feathered eagle in the air was also not willing to be outdone. It swooped down in a straight line. Bastard, let's do it. The middle-aged man in the robe gritted his teeth and formed a complicated hand seal. Balls of spiritual energy quickly gathered. The brawny man next to him also began to practice with the giant sword in his hand. Rays of sword light intertwined and formed a sword net. The remaining 2 King stage experts didn't mind, and they used their strongest moves one after another. The middle-aged man in the robe was the first to shout. 10,000 rays. A beam of light that was as bright as the sun exuded a surging destructive intent. Inescapable net. The brawny man also shouted and a huge sword net came crashing down. 7 fiends slash. Shower of stars. 4 powerful energies bloomed, crushing the surrounding trees, grass, and gravel. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Whoosh. The colorful toad did not dare to be careless this time. It spat out a powerful poisonous mist to resist the energy blasts in the air. Boom. The energy blasted, and a mushroom-like smoke dissipated in the air. The 4 King stage martial artists in the air were knocked back by the impact. All 4 of them accidentally inhaled the poisonous mist. No one hesitated and immediately took out the antidote pill. The Tempest greedy wolf did not get the colorful gourd holy fruit because the golden feathered eagle was fighting with it. They did not realize that the colorful toad had caught its breath and sprayed out another cloud of poisonous mist. The poison mist was much weaker than before, but it was enough to hurt the wind greedy wolf and the golden feathered eagle. Although the 2 beasts were able to react in time, they were still contaminated by the poisonous fog. The Tempest greedy wolf didn't manage to escape for more than a few steps. It swayed and fell down. The golden feathered eagle also flew up a dozen meters and then fell down in a straight line. The expressions of the 4 King rank experts who had retreated far away changed when they saw this scene. In the next moment, the 4 of them fled to the ground and began to force the poison out of their bodies to heal themselves. Just now, they had already breathed in the poisonous fog. Although they had the poison-repelling pill, they didn't dare to be careless. If the poison-repelling pill's effect wasn't enough, then they would all be dead. For a time, only the colorful toad remained in front of the 5-colored gourd. The rest of the spirit beasts either fled or died. None of them stayed behind. That's it? Ling Xiao, who had been watching the show from afar, suddenly became disheartened. He wanted to take advantage of the situation, but the colorful toad was still alive and well. What could he use to fight against this poisonous creature? However, at this moment, black liquid kept flowing out of the corner of the colorful toad's mouth. It breathed heavily, and the black liquid flowed even faster. Is there still hope? Ling Xiao jumped a few times for no reason. At this time, the colorful toad approached the 5-colored gourd step by step, as if it wanted to eat it. Ling Xiao's heart was beating fast when he saw this scene. Just when the colorful toad was about to stick out its tongue toward the 5-colored gourd, Ling Xiao shouted, "Little gold, come out." The Golden Wolf King appeared in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. "Shoot it with your third eye," Ling Xiao ordered hurriedly. Hearing the noise, the colorful toad stopped moving and turned around to look at Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. Swoosh! The Golden Wolf King's third eye appeared. A dazzling golden beam of light shone on the colorful toad's body without any hindrance. The colorful toad's movement froze, and its eyes became unfocused. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He infused all of his spirit energy into his feet and rushed toward the 5-colored gourd fruit like a ghost. Just when Ling Xiao had plucked the entire gourd fruit tree, the colorful toad could move again. Seeing that its fruit had been plucked, it was enraged. It opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Ling Xiao. It planned to eat Ling Xiao and the 5-colored gourd fruit tree together. It's over. Ling Xiao's movement was delayed when he was plucking the tree. Seeing that he was going to be eaten, his heart went cold. In the nick of time, the Golden Wolf King's third eye released another beam of light, which shone on the colorful toad. Ling Xiao recovered from the brink of death and pointed his index finger in the air. Whoosh whoosh. 2 streaks of flames containing the demon blue flame instantly shot towards the colorful toad's eyes. Wah! The colorful toad's eyes were injured, and it let out a tragic cry. Its huge body kept jumping around, and its mouth was spewing poisonous gas. Ling Xiao had already taken the opportunity to retreat far away. The blue demonic flames were a type of heavenly fire that could burn everything in the world. Although the colorful toad was powerful, its eyes were burned, and the fire didn't weaken at all. Instead, it burned more and more until it was completely burned out. Ling Xiao pounced over and grabbed the falling rank 5 beast core with one hand. Although this beast core had great use, how could he just throw it away? Ling Xiao was in a great mood. He finally obtained the 5-colored gourd fruit. This was simply too lucky. Fortunately, he had the Golden Wolf King's help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Ling Xiao looked at the listless Golden Wolf King and asked, "Xiao Jin, didn't you say you could only use your third eye once a month? How could you use it twice at the same time just now?" He remembered that when Ling Xiao had just obtained the Golden Wolf King, it said that it could only use its third eye once a month, but now it could use it twice in a row. That was why Ling Xiao asked this question. The Golden Wolf King said, "My strength has increased, so the number of times I can use it has naturally increased. Now, I can use it twice a month. So that's how it is." Ling Xiao replied in realization. Then, he put away the Golden Wolf King and began to clean up the battlefield. A total of a few King stage warriors had fallen here. 3 of them had been blasted into smithereens, and the corpses of the other 2 were still there. They would definitely have spatial rings, which were good things that couldn't be wasted. He also had to collect all the beast cores of the 3rd and 4th stage spirit beasts that had died here. In order to save trouble, Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron and stored all the corpses in one go. It had to be known that the obsidian cauldron could store both living and dead things, and it had a lot of space. It was more than enough to store these things. 2 hours later, the star-robed middle-aged man rushed over from the horizon with an old man. This old man was the 6th elder who was in the Star Flag camp. 6th elder, the 5-colored gourd holy fruit and the colorful toad were here. The star-robed middle-aged man pointed at Pan Gu, which had been ravaged by the battle. The old man called the 6th elder raised his eyes a few times and frowned. "I didn't find anything." Then, the 2 of them steadily landed from the sky. Could it be that the 5-colored gourd holy fruit was eaten by the colorful toad? The star-robed middle-aged man guessed unwillingly. The old man didn't respond. Instead, he coldly swept his gaze around and said, "You said that there was a battle here and many 3rd and 4th stage spirit beasts died?" "That's right. The other sects also lost a few king stage warriors," the star-robed middle-aged man replied with certainty. "It seems that someone came a step ahead of us," the old man said. "What?" the star-robed middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. Then, he looked around and noticed that the spirit beasts' corpses were all gone. There were only pools of blood that hadn't dried yet. Could it be someone from the heavy sword sect? The star-robed middle-aged man guessed again. The old man nodded and said indifferently, "That's possible. Let's go back." Then, he flew into the air and prepared to go back the way he came. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened and he rushed in another direction. The star-robed middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, but then he hurried after him. Ling Xiao was immersed in the joy of a great harvest and was humming a carefree tune. This trip to the Myriad Beast Cave was really worth it. Suddenly, Ling Xiao stopped humming and stood still. He looked up slightly. He saw an old man coldly staring at him from above. Then, the star-robed middle-aged man also rushed over. Ling Xiao's heartbeat sped up. He felt that he couldn't breathe from the pressure of the 2 people in the sky. Did I get recognized? Ling Xiao thought for no reason, and cold sweat broke out on his back. 6th elder, what's wrong? The star-robed middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao in confusion and then asked the old man. The old man didn't answer the star-robed middle-aged man's question. Instead, he asked Ling Xiao indifferently, "Kid, which sect are you from?" Ling Xiao's body and mind relaxed. He immediately revealed a respectful expression and said, "Senior, this kid is a disciple of the Great River sect." The old man revealed a slightly surprised expression and said, "It's rare for a second-rate sect like the Great River sect to have such an outstanding disciple. What about the other disciples of your sect?" Ling Xiao revealed a sorrowful expression and said, They all died a violent death." The old man didn't suspect anything, so he didn't ask any further. He looked at the star-robed middle-aged man, nodded, turned around, and flew back in the direction he came from. The star-robed middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously, shook his head, and then flew away with the old man. Whoosh! Ling Xiao let out a heavy sigh. His entire body seemed to be exhausted as he sat weakly on the ground. His clothes were all drenched. He was really afraid that the other party would see through him. If that was the case, he would be in trouble. He could clearly feel that the old man's aura was as unfathomable as his Grand Master Xiao Songlin's. From this, it could be seen that the other party was definitely a monarch stage expert. If the other party really wanted to deal with him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, and the star-robed middle-aged man didn't notice anything unusual about him. That was why he was lucky enough to escape the calamity. Chapter 301. Not far from the battlefield, Chen Wenyu and the others were hiding in a dense forest. They didn't even dare to make a sound as they looked at the spirit beasts running around below them. With so many third-rank spirit beasts running over, let alone fighting, they could just trample them to death. When they heard the rumbling sounds of battle, the few of them were even more frightened. There are definitely king-level experts rushing over. We're already quite far away, but we can still hear the sounds of battle. It's too scary. Zhao Nan looked at the place where the sounds were coming from. Yan Zhe nodded and said, "So many powerful auras. I'm afraid junior brother Ling will be in trouble." What should we do? Should we go back and take a look?" Luo Meiying said anxiously. Ever since Ling Xiao had saved her, there seemed to be something in her heart, and Ling Xiao's handsome face would appear in her mind from time to time. What can we do to help if we go back? Junior brother Ling isn't an impulsive person. He knows his limits. Let's wait patiently. Chen Wenyu said. His words were relaxed, but his face was filled with worry. Before leaving the sect, his master, Muan, had told him that even if he had to give up his life, he had to ensure Ling Xiao's safety. Not only did the future of Wooden Flag Peak depend on Ling Xiao, but the future of the sect also depended on a young genius like Ling Xiao. Chen Wenyu didn't have any complaints about this arrangement. He had been raised by Muan since he was young, and he had been trained to be a true disciple. He would always remember this kindness in his heart. Even if Muan told him to die, he wouldn't hesitate. Another half a day passed quickly, and everyone's expressions became more and more unsightly, especially Luo Meiying. She had already drawn her sword and seemed to have the intention of rushing over to support Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Chen Wenyu glaring at her, she would have already run over. No, there are no more sounds of battle. I have to go over and take a look. Luo Meiying couldn't bear it any longer. She jumped down from the tree and ran over to the battlefield. Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, and Zhao Nan blocked Luo Meiying's path as fast as they could. Chen Wenyu reprimanded, "Luo Meiying, can you not be so impulsive? Junior brother Ling's strength is above ours, and if he wants to run away with all his might, no one can stop him. If we run away rashly, not only will we not be able to help him, we will also implicate him. Do you understand?" Luo Meiying angrily stomped her feet and said, Then what should we do?" Her heart was in a mess, but she knew that Chen Wenyu was right. Chen Wenyu frowned and said, "How about I go take a look? You guys wait here." After saying that, Chen Wenyu summoned his green cloud condor and leaped onto its back. In an instant, they flew towards the battleground. However, before he could fly far, he flew back again. The three of them looked at Chen Wenyu in confusion. However, before Chen Wenyu could answer, a figure emerged from the bushes not far away. Who else could it be other than the returned Ling Xiao? Junior brother Ling. Luo Meiying cried out in surprise, and at the same time, she pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before being hugged tightly by Luo Meiying. The two lumps of soft flesh squeezed Ling Xiao so tightly that he almost couldn't breathe. Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, and Zhao Nan all gaped at the two of them. Ling Xiao revealed a very innocent expression, lightly patted Luo Meiying's shoulder and said, Senior sister, what happened to you? Ah! Luo Meiying screamed, then pushed Ling Xiao away and hid behind a nearby tree. Ling Xiao scratched his head and asked the other three, what happened to senior sister? As soon as he finished speaking, the other three raised their middle fingers at Ling Xiao, revealing looks of extreme disdain and jealousy. Ling Xiao had no choice but to change the topic. Let's go. We've been delayed for 2 days. We need to get to the meeting place as soon as possible. Luo Meiying once again walked out from behind the tree. Her mature face was covered in a rosy glow, making her look extremely cute. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart, sigh, another girl has fallen under this young master's handsome, powerful, and lovable personality. To be honest, this young master really didn't do it on purpose. If the other three heard this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. This guy really wanted to be beaten up. Just as the 5 of them were about to set off again, Yan Zhe asked, Junior brother Ling, what happened over there? We all felt a lot of powerful auras. Ling Xiao patted his forehead and said, I forgot to tell you guys, a high-grade spirit herb did appear over there just now, causing many high-grade spirit beasts to fight over it. It also attracted many king stage experts from various sects, causing a large-scale battle over there. Fortunately, I escaped quickly, or else I would have been caught in the crossfire. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't believe them, but the temptation of the multicolored gourd holy fruit was too great. Even an Earth Emperor stage expert would go crazy for it. Therefore, it was better to be safe than sorry, and he definitely couldn't easily reveal any information. Yan Zhe looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously, but didn't ask any more questions. On the other hand, Luo Meiying asked, what kind of spirit herb would cause spirit beasts and king stage experts to go crazy for it? Ling Xiao didn't hide this question. It's the multicolored gourd holy fruit. Hiss. Hearing this, the other 4 sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that they all knew the effects of the multicolored gourd holy fruit. No wonder anyone would be envious of such a high-grade spirit herb. Chen Wenyu sighed. Let's go, let's go. This kind of opportunity isn't for everyone. The secret realm is our ultimate goal, Zhao Nan urged. Senior Zhao is right, but you don't need to be disappointed. On this trip to the secret realm, it doesn't matter if you all gain anything, as long as you all become peak spirit masters, I can refine a king entering pill for you, and I'll only take 1 portion of the spirit herb, Ling Xiao promised the 4 of them. After all, he wasn't the only one who had discovered the multicolored gourd holy fruit. Now that he had it all to himself, he felt a bit guilty, so he made this promise to them as compensation. Sure enough, when the 4 of them heard Ling Xiao say this, they all revealed joyful smiles. This meant that they all had the ability to step into the king stage. Compared to the spirit herb that they had never seen before, the king entering pill was more practical. The 5 of them set off again. Luo Meiying wanted to ride the Golden Wolf King with Ling Xiao no matter what. Ling Xiao couldn't bear to hurt Luo Meiying's feelings, so he had no choice but to let her be. However, this girl seemed to be serious. When she sat on the wolf's back, she hugged Ling Xiao tightly from behind. This caused Ling Xiao to endure a pleasurable yet painful process. In the next few days, they didn't waste any time and headed toward the gathering place as quickly as possible. On the 13th day, the 5 of them finally arrived at a blessed land filled with spirit chi. The spirit chi here was actually as dense as the spirit chi on the 10th floor of the Purple Sky Sect's Spirit Gathering Tower. Everyone felt their pores relax just by standing here, and they had the urge to cultivate on the spot. Ling Xiao and the others found the Purple Sky Sect's camp. Inside the camp, Xiao Songlin, Wu Yulai, and Wu Youzu were all there, but the other true disciples obviously hadn't arrived yet. Another day passed, and on the 14th day, another group of disciples also arrived. However, these disciples seemed to be in a rather sorry state, and some of them were seriously injured. Fortunately, there were no casualties. However, Yun Mingqi and Xing Zhantian, who were leading the group, were seriously injured. Xiao Songlin's face darkened as he looked at the uninjured Lai Mingxiang and asked, "What's going on?" Before heading to the secret realm, Xiao Songlin had ordered Yun Mingqi, Xing Zhantian, and Lai Mingxiang to be responsible for escorting the others here. He thought that there shouldn't be too much danger with the three of them. After all, there weren't many fourth-rank spirit beasts in the periphery. As long as they were careful, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. But now, two king stage powerhouses were seriously injured, which made Xiao Songlin extremely angry and puzzled. However, just as Xiao Songlin was about to ask Lai Mingxiang, he found that many disciples were looking at him with indignation. Lai Mingxiang ignored their gazes and cupped his hands at Xiao Songlin, saying, "Elder Xiao, we mistakenly entered a snake nest and were attacked by a group of snakes, so, if it wasn't for someone retreating at the last moment, senior sister Yun and elder Xing wouldn't have been injured," Bing Ruoshui said coldly. Yu Laiyan surprisingly stood on Bing Ruoshui's side. She stared at Lai Mingxiang and said unhappily, "Some people are just superficial. They look like men on the surface, but they're actually cowards." Yu Laiyan's words were too harsh, and no man could stand such ridicule. Ignorant woman," Lai Mingxiang didn't quibble and just coldly replied. Yu Laiyan seemed to be even angrier and pointed at Lai Mingxiang, saying, "I'm ignorant, but I'm still better than a coward like you. You can try if I have the guts." Lai Mingxiang frowned and faintly said to Yu Laiyan. At the same time, a king stage aura pressed down on her. He was a dignified king stage powerhouse, so when had he ever needed to criticize a spirit master? At this moment, Ling Xiao steadily stood in front of Yu Laiyan and said, "I can help her give it a try." Lai Mingxiang had just entered the king stage, so Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him. Lai Mingxiang's expression became extremely ugly. Xiao Songlin pointed at Bing Ruoshui and said, "No one is allowed to quarrel. You, girl, tell us what happened." Bing Ruoshui wasn't the kind of person who would beat around the bush, and her tone was icy cold. From what she said, Ling Xiao learned that a few days ago, their group had mistakenly landed in the snake nest. There were 2 low-level 4th-rank spirit snakes there, as well as many 2nd and 3rd-rank spirit snakes. Originally, with Yun Mingqi, Xing Zhantian, and Lai Mingxiang, it shouldn't have been a problem for them to escort all the disciples safely out. However, at the most critical moment, Lai Mingxiang suddenly left. In the end, in order to protect the other disciples, Yun Mingqi and Xing Zhantian fought with the 2 4th-rank spirit snakes. Although the 2 of them managed to repel the 4th-rank spirit snakes, they weren't in a good state either. Therefore, all the disciples felt that if Lai Mingxiang hadn't left, Yun Mingqi and Xing Zhantian wouldn't have been injured. They felt that Lai Mingxiang must have fled because he was afraid of death. "Mingxiang, is what she said true?" Xiao Songlin coldly looked at Lai Mingxiang. Chapter 302. Lai Mingxiang nodded. "I discovered something at that time, so I left." Lai Mingxiang seemed to be a rather silent person, and his words were rather concise. There was no need for him to explain anything. Why didn't he leave at any other time? Why did he only leave when there was danger? "He's clearly looking for an excuse," Yu Laiyan said disdainfully. "Forget it. He really did have something to do and left," Ling Xiao advised. From the time that Bing Ruoshui had told him about the danger, he could guess why Lai Mingxiang had left. However, Ling Xiao didn't approve of Lai Mingxiang's actions. Lai Mingxiang was actually willing to abandon his companions for his own benefit, which showed how selfish he was. Ling Xiao was extremely disgusted by such people. Yu Laiyan saw that Ling Xiao had spoken, but she didn't say anything else. She just pouted, looking like she was unwilling. Lai Mingxiang looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He had already guessed that Ling Xiao had been nearby when he had gone to fight for the 5-colored gourd holy fruit. At this time, Wu Yulai spoke up. Senior Xiao, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. Although Miss and Jiantian are injured, this is also a kind of training for them. It's fine as long as their lives aren't in danger. Xiao Songlin nodded and said, Junior brother is right. If you want to become a powerhouse, you don't need to rely on any external forces. Although Ming Cheng is in the wrong, you shouldn't push all the blame onto him. Your own strength and combat strength need to be strengthened. I hope that this trip to the secret realm will be fruitful. Elder is right, all the disciples replied in unison. All right, all of you should hurry up and recover. Tomorrow is the day the secret territory opens. Once you're inside, your life and death will be up to fate. You should consider whether you want to enter or not. It's still not too late to back out now, Xiao Songlin said. Xiao Songlin glanced at everyone, and seeing that no one responded, he nodded in satisfaction. You're all good people. You should know that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. As long as you maintain a fearless and courageous determination, you'll all be able to go far in the future. When everyone heard this, they all walked out of their tents and found their own places to meditate. Ling Xiao didn't leave immediately. Instead, he took out 2 peak grade 3 healing pills and gave them to Yun Mingqi and Xing Jiantian. These healing pills were all refined by Ling Xiao in advance when he was in the sect, just in case he needed them. After a quiet night, the sun rose. The people of the various sects gathered in a spacious area. Now, of the 36 sects in the northwest, only less than half of their disciples were here. Some sects didn't come to participate in the sect oath-taking assembly, while others met with accidents on their way here. In short, the number of people who came was less than half of what it was when they entered the myriad beasts' Denver. At this time, Xiao Songlin, Wu Yulai, and Wu Youziu, the 3 previous generation elders of the Purple Heaven sect, as well as the previous generation elders of the various sects, all walked together. Almost all of them were the most powerful representative elders of their respective sects, and all of them possessed strength above the Earth's sovereign realm. It could be said that the strongest people in the Northwest were gathered here. The young disciples were also the most outstanding elites of the Northwest. All of them had excited expressions on their faces, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Everyone present was solemn, and it was so quiet that only the whistling of the wind could be heard in the forest. Just as the sunlight swept over the area, all the Earth's sovereign realm experts made their moves. The dozens of old men let out a roar and formed a complicated and profound seal with their hands. In the end, rays of dazzling spiritual energy appeared and illuminated the world. Even the sun dimmed in comparison. Open the mountain gate. Swoosh, swoosh, after one of the old men shouted, all the other old men made their moves at the same time. Rays of colorful light shot upward at the same time. Dozens of Earth's sovereign realm experts bloomed, and the hearts of all the young disciples trembled. In the end, their eyes were filled with yearning and reverence. The spirit beasts in the vicinity were so frightened that they fled in all directions. Even the spirit beasts that had reached the 5th grade hid far away. After all, these dozens of rays of energy were enough to destroy the world. As the terrifying energy converged, a dazzling vortex was formed in midair. The vortex kept spinning in place, and the energy it split into kept rushing forward. However, these dozens of fused and divided energies collided with the empty space with a swishing sound, as if they were being isolated by something. When the vortex's energy was almost completely divided, the dozens of old men shouted again and attacked at the same time. He repeated this process 3 times, and gradually, the emptiness began to show signs of what was going on. A towering stone pillar slowly appeared from top to bottom. Between the 2 stone pillars, there was a stone beam that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. The stone beam and the stone pillar were specially made of 1,000-year-old silver stone. Silver light shone from them, and in the middle of the stone beam, there were ancient and complicated characters that read, Heaven-Suppressing Sect. When all the disciples saw the 3 big words, their minds were immediately suppressed, and they found it difficult to breathe. It was as if these 3 words had a strong will that forced them to worship it. When the two stone pillars appeared, a flight of stairs appeared in the middle of the stone pillars. The stairs were stacked on top of each other, seemingly endless, leading to an unknown end. Restrain your mind, dispel your heart's devil, and quickly enter the sect. A vigorous voice rang out, like the morning bell of an ancient tomb, awakening all the disciples. Shio shio. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people took the lead and rushed up the stairs. The others also came back to their senses and stepped onto the stairs. You all only have 1 month. After 1 month, we will open the sect again. At that time, you all must immediately come out. After the voice fell, the energy above the sect disappeared, and the two stone pillars and the beam also disappeared. The disciples who had entered the stairs also seemed to have disappeared at this moment, as if they had never appeared in this world. After all the old men withdrew their energy, they immediately sat down to meditate and recover. Looking at their pale faces, it was obvious that they had expended a lot of energy. After all the disciples entered the stairs, they immediately rushed up at full speed, as if they were afraid that if they were even a step slower, the secret treasures inside would be snatched away by others. However, when they reached the top of the stairs, they found that they were at the top of a mountain, and when they looked down, the stairs actually became a straight mountain road. What's going on? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in confusion. It must be an illusion. That wasn't a flight of stairs at all. Impossible, I clearly felt like I was stepping on a flight of stairs just now. Look, there's a great hall over there. Everyone looked in the same direction, and sure enough, they saw an ancient hall standing on top of the mountain. In the next moment, many people rushed towards the hall. Only a few groups of people stopped in front of the hall, not in a hurry to move forward. After that, the original horses didn't rush towards the hall, but instead left in different directions. The Purple Sky sect was led by Ling Xiao, but he didn't rush towards the hall like the others. Instead, he led his own sect's people and chose a direction that no one else went. Ling Xiao discovered that the spiritual energy here was many times denser than in the Purple Sky sect. Furthermore, the land was extremely vast, with continuous mountain ranges, towering ancient trees, and spirit grasses and flowers everywhere. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly, as expected of a 6th grade sect. Just the spiritual energy here can increase anyone's cultivation speed by several times. Just as Ling Xiao was sighing, when Kudai caught up from behind and asked in confusion, "Senior brother Ling, why don't we go to the main hall like them? All the good things have been snatched away by them." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "There have been many sessions of the sect oath assembly, and every 5 years, there will be disciples who come here to search for treasures. It's obvious that the things inside have already been taken by the previous seniors." When Kudai revealed a look of understanding, and then praised, "Senior brother Ling, you're really amazing. Come on, this is common sense. Anyone who uses their brains would know," Ling Xiao replied. Just as when Kudai was about to take the opportunity to hold Ling Xiao's hand, another pair of delicate hands were a step ahead of her. "Junior sister Wen, I'm sorry, this side is mine, you go to the other side." Yu Lian tightly held onto Ling Xiao's arm and smiled at Wen Kudai. Wen Kudai blushed and walked to the other side, but she was still a step too late. That arm was once again taken by a pure white figure. Wen Kudai angrily stomped her feet in place. Luo Meiying, who was at the back, cast an envious and jealous look at Ling Xiao's left and right arms. She muttered in her heart, "What a playboy." Ling Xiao chose a secluded place with 2 burdens on his back and called for everyone to stop. All the true disciples looked at Ling Xiao with puzzled expressions. They were all anxious in their hearts. Everyone else had gone to search for treasures, but Ling Xiao was kissing a beauty. What was the meaning of this? "Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister, you can all summon your protective spirit beasts," Ling Xiao ordered. Everyone did as they were told and summoned their own spirit beasts. Ling Xiao glanced at these spirit beasts and then said to Qin Wenyu, "Brother Qin Yu, I'll have to trouble you to bring them to investigate the surroundings and familiarize themselves with the terrain. If you find anything, immediately report back." As Ling Xiao spoke, he pointed at the other two true disciples with flying spirit beasts. Chen Wenyu nodded his head and gave the order. He and the other two true disciples rode their spirit beasts and flew in a certain direction. "All right, everyone sit down and wait for the news," Ling Xiao said to the others. Everyone understood Ling Xiao's intentions and didn't have any objections to Ling Xiao's orders. Ling Xiao's actions were completely reasonable. After all, in this unfamiliar environment, no one knew what kind of dangers there were. It was completely necessary to let Chen Wenyu and the others ride their flying spirit beasts to understand the terrain. This could reduce the danger by a bit and also allow them to find the right direction. After everyone sat down, Ling Xiao had the women beside him stand guard. The women didn't understand why Ling Xiao was doing this, but they still obediently surrounded Ling Xiao in the middle so that he wouldn't be affected by other things. The battle for the secret realm was about to begin, and what awaited them was the omnipresent threat of death. Chapter 303. Ling Xiao concentrated on spreading out his mental energy. His sea of consciousness had already been liquefied and his mental energy was no longer the same as before. Nothing within a 3,000-meter radius could escape his senses. His mental energy was like a spider web that slowly spread out in all directions. Ling Xiao originally thought that there would be some kind of terrifying threat, but he realized that he had overestimated the environment. Along the way, he did not sense any strong energy fluctuations, which meant that there were no powerful creatures around. Ling Xiao was puzzled. Could it be that all the dangers have already been eliminated by our predecessors? Just as Ling Xiao was feeling puzzled, a strong aura disturbed his mind. Following that, Chen Wenyu's voice came from above. "Junior brothers, quickly run, it's a vulture eagle." With that, Chen Wenyu and the two true disciples who had rushed over to check on the situation landed on the ground with panic on their faces. They then quickly recalled their spirit beasts. Following that, two shadows flew over from the sky. Ling Xiao jumped up from the ground and ordered, "Everyone hide, try not to run to the open space." Before he finished speaking, there were already people running away. Vulture Eagle, a low-grade 4 flying spirit beast. It had the head of a lion, the body of an eagle, and the tail of a deer. How could they not panic when two vulture eagles appeared at the same time? Ling Xiao had used his mental energy to check on the situation on the ground, but he did not know that there were such terrifying spirit beasts in the sky. The two vulture eagles soon caught up to the place where Ling Xiao and the others had fled. One of the disciples did not dodge in time and his head was ruthlessly pecked off, causing blood to splatter everywhere. This scared the others even more, causing them to run even faster. When Kitty had just entered the Spirit Master level not long ago and she did not have a spirit beast to protect her. Like Luo Meiying, she could only rely on her 2 legs to escape. This was the first time she had encountered such danger. In a moment of panic, she tripped on a vine and fell to the ground. Aya! When Kitty let out a cry of alarm. At this moment, a huge shadow flew down. Yo! The vulture eagle opened its bloody mouth and pecked at Winkiti. The smile on Winkiti's face turned pale in fright. Just as she closed her eyes and waited for death, a figure quickly rushed over and grabbed her by the waist, dodging the vulture eagle's attack. Ling Xiao tossed Winkiti onto the golden wolf king's body. "Xiao Jin, take her and hide first." Following that, Ling Xiao drew out the profound weapon that looked like a sword and yet wasn't a sword and yet wasn't a saber. He named it the Ice and Fire Sword. "Damned feather beast!" Ling Xiao shouted with a sullen face. A fiery sword aura swept towards the vulture eagle. The bald lion eagle was extremely cunning. It instantly flew back into the air, causing Ling Xiao's attack to fail. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to shout, "Everyone don't be afraid. Quickly gather together and use all your strength to deal with them. We can't let them kill us one by one." Ling Xiao finally calmed down. Vulture eagles were scary, but they were spirit beasts that couldn't use elemental attacks. They had a lot of people on their side, and with so many spirit beasts gathered together, if the vulture eagles dared to land, they would immediately use elemental attacks, and the two vulture eagles would be at a disadvantage. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, the Purple Sky Sect's elites finally realized that they were too panicked and lost their sense of propriety. At this time, they gathered together and took out their own profound weapons. Once the bald lion eagles descend, they would attack them. Their protective spirit beasts would also use powerful attribute attacks. In the end, the two bald lion eagles didn't dare to descend anymore. Finally, they flew above their heads for a long time before finally retreating. Seeing the two bald lion eagles leave, everyone let out a sigh of relief. At this time, everyone realized that the one who had been pecked to death by the bald lion eagles was a Scarlet Flame Peak disciple. They had only just entered the secret realm, but one person had already died. Everyone had a heavy expression on their faces. Ling Xiao asked Chen Wenyu, senior apprentice brother, "Where did you meet the bald lion eagles?" "On the mountain peak in front of us, there seems to be a large hall there," Chen Wenyu said with lingering fear. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment, then he said to everyone, "This is a very dangerous journey. The elders have told us that we have no way out now. We either have to find something suitable for ourselves, or we can hide in a corner and practice. We can wait for the 1-month deadline to arrive." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Not far from here is a palace guarded by the two vulture eagles. If you want to go there, then follow me. If you don't, then I won't force you." Ling Xiao paused for a moment before continuing, "There is a palace not far from here. It is guarded by the two vulture eagles. If you want to go there, then follow me." After saying that, Ling Xiao took the lead and rode the Golden Wolf King forward with Winkidi on its back. Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, Luo Meiying, Bing Ruoshui, and Yu Lian followed Ling Xiao without the slightest hesitation. The others hesitated for a moment before following Ling Xiao. "Senior apprentice brother, I'm sorry," Winkidi, who was sitting in front of Ling Xiao, said in a low voice. Ling Xiao disapprovingly said, "Don't worry, just be careful later. I promised Pavilion Master Wen that I would take good care of you." Winkidi slightly lowered her head and clenched her fists. Her beautiful eyes flashed with unswerving determination. The group walked in the direction Chen Wenyu had pointed. Because of the sudden appearance of the bald lion eagles, everyone raised their vigilance and paid attention to their surroundings. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, "It's a high-grade third-stage blood ivy." Everyone looked in the direction the person was pointing, and sure enough, they saw a scarlet vine not far in front of them. The blood ivy was an essential spirit herb for high-grade healing pills, and it had the effect of quickly replenishing blood. After the true disciple finished shouting, he ran towards the blood ivy, wanting to pluck it. Unexpectedly, a strange spirit herb beside the blood ivy started to mutate. "Not good, quickly come back, that's a man-eating flower," Ling Xiao shouted, and the ice and fire sword in his hand shot out a ray of fire towards the man-eating flower. The true disciple was startled, and he hurriedly abandoned the blood ivy and ran back. However, green vines instantly started to spread out from the surroundings, binding everyone and their spirit beasts. "Everyone be careful, there's something strange going on," Ling Xiao warned again, and the ice and fire sword in his hand continuously bombarded the green vines. All the disciples didn't dare to be negligent, and they all used their Xian skills to attack the suspicious spirit herbs in the surroundings. Suddenly, behind a disciple, a huge flower that was about to bloom actually separated its petals and directly wrapped around that disciple. "Damn it!" A disciple beside him cursed, and the heavy saber in his hand directly chopped towards the stem of the flower. Pfft! That flower fell, and a strange and terrifying blood actually flowed out. That disciple who escaped from death was so frightened that his face turned pale. These spirit objects are all afraid of the fire attribute. It's the senior brother with the fire attribute who will lead the way. Ling Xiao fully displayed the temperament of a leader, and he shouted loudly. He once again took the lead to lead the way, and the ice and fire sword in his hand continuously waved out blue flames, causing the surrounding spirit objects to sizzle. A few disciples from the Scarlet Flame Peak and the Tool Refining Peak also followed Ling Zhao's example and waved fire towards those suspicious spirit herbs and spirit flowers. Instantly, their surroundings became a sea of fire, and thick smoke rose everywhere. When they passed through the area with the man-eating flowers, they finally saw a grand hall that was even more majestic than the one they saw before. Looking at the grand hall in front of them, no one dared to rashly barge in. Instead, they looked around, looking for the vulture eagle that had attacked them before. "Everyone, pay attention," Ling Xiao reminded, and then he started to pay attention to the surroundings. Suddenly, everyone heard a wave of shrill cries and exclamations. "It's in front of the hall. Everyone, be careful," Ling Xiao reminded again, and then he urged the Golden Wolf King to walk in the direction of the scream. Not long after, he saw 7 or 8 youths being attacked by the 2 bald lion eagles. "Junior brother, should we go and help?" Luo Meiying asked with a sense of justice. Ling Xiao glared at Luo Meiying, and then his gaze fell on the vulture eagle. In the blink of an eye, another person who had been attacked by the vulture eagle was killed by the eagle's claws. At that moment, one of the people discovered Ling Xiao and the others, and he pleaded to Ling Xiao and the others, "Please help. Look at their equipment, they should be from the South Sun sect," Chen Wenyu said. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, "Everyone, let's go and kill these 2 feathered beasts." Ling Xiao knew that after the 2 vulture eagles killed the people in front of them, it would be their turn. Since that was the case, it was better to work together and kill the 2 vulture eagles first. In any case, the other side was small, so they shouldn't be too much of a threat. Waiting for Ling Xiao's instructions, the true disciples of the Purple Sky sect all charged at the 2 vulture eagles. The vulture eagles were also very cunning. Every time they were in danger, they would hide in the air, and then suddenly swoop down. Everyone couldn't do anything to them, and they were wearing down everyone's patience. "Looks like we have to deal with them first." Ling Xiao saw that no one had any good ideas, so he could only choose to take action. None of the people here had reached the king stage, so they couldn't fly. Those who had flying spirit beasts didn't dare use them. After all, the vulture eagles had reached the 4th rank, and they were the overlords of the sky. Since that was the case, Ling Xiao could only use them to kill them. Ling Xiao rode on the back of his wolf, his eyes unblinking as he stared at the 2 vulture eagles. After a while, one of the vulture eagles couldn't help but dive down. Everyone once again attacked the vulture eagle with all their strength. The vulture eagle's speed was abnormally fast, and this time, it managed to grab one of the people with its claws. Good chance. Ling Xiao took advantage of this opportunity, and his eyes blossomed with a strange light. His psychic energy instantly turned into a blade, and he slashed at the vulture eagle that was flying up. Psychic energy was invisible and hard to detect. The blade-shaped psychic energy slashed at the vulture eagle's beast core. Screech. The vulture eagle's beast core was injured, and it let out a strange cry. Its claws loosened, and the person it had grabbed fell from the sky. The huge beast body began to sway as it fell. "Everyone, let's kill it together," Ling Xiao shouted. The vulture eagle that had fallen from the sky was unable to fly up again, and was chopped into meat paste by the people below. The other vulture eagle swooped down to help, but it was too late. It would also face the same fate. Chapter 304. Spiritual power could not only break through a human's spiritual sea, but it could also penetrate a spirit beast's beast core. Of course, a spirit beast's beast core had already condensed into a solid form, so if he wanted to kill it, Ling Xiao's spiritual power was not enough to do so. However, a spirit beast's beast core was the foundation of any spirit beast. Once it was seriously injured, it would not be good. Just now, the bald lion eagle had been ruthlessly slashed by Ling Xiao's spiritual power. How could it fly back safely? After the first bald lion eagle was dismembered, the other one did not give up and flew down towards the crowd. How could Ling Xiao let go of such an opportunity? He madly used his spiritual power again, and the bald lion eagle followed the previous one's fate. After using his spiritual power twice in a row, Ling Xiao felt that it was a bit strenuous and his face became pale. The beast core of a spirit beast was different from a human spiritual sea. One had already condensed into a solid form and was hard to destroy, while the other was just an intangible existence. It was naturally much easier to use spiritual power to destroy the intangible spiritual sea. The bald lion eagles fell down inexplicably. Everyone did not understand what was going on, but they were all relieved to be able to kill them. If the bald lion eagles could use elemental attacks, it would have been impossible for them to survive. This was a blessing in disguise. Xiao, are you okay? Wen Kudai turned her delicate face to look at Ling Xiao and asked. She had always felt that she was about the same age as Ling Xiao, so she always called Ling Xiao senior brother. In any case, she had made up her mind to rely on Ling Xiao, so she changed the way she addressed him. I'm fine, let me rest for a while. Ling Xiao waved his hand and immediately sat down, ignoring everyone. At this time, the Purple Sky sect disciples all returned to Ling Xiao's side. Bing Ruoshui, Yu Laiyan and Luo Meiying also returned to Ling Xiao's side. Yu Laiyan wanted to say something, but when Qidi gestured for him to be quiet. Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, and Zhao Nan all looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. Ling Xiao's face was pale, and they thought to themselves, did junior brother do this? On the other side, the rescued young people all walked towards the disciples of the Purple Sky sect. One of the youths in the lead cupped his hands towards Chen Wenyu and said, "Thank you, everyone, for your help." This young man was extremely handsome, dressed in a fitting blue robe, holding a blue longsword in his hand. His entire person seemed extraordinary, but his pair of annoying eyes were extremely restless as they glanced at the women beside Ling Xiao, unable to conceal the greed in his eyes. In his heart, he looked down on Ling Xiao, who was meditating on the wolf's back. This brat is far inferior to me, but he actually has the appreciation of so many beauties. This is too unfair. Chen Wenyu furrowed his brows and lightly replied, "It's just a matter of raising my hand. It's not worth mentioning. I am Enchanting, a disciple of the Yangfan sect. These are my junior brothers and sisters. May I know which sect you are from?" The young man seemed to be extremely polite as he spoke to Chen Wenyu. The Yangfan sect was ranked 12th among the 36 sects in the northwest. Its strength was not bad, but it was still inferior to the Purple Sky sect. Before Chen Wenyu could reply, Zhao Nan, who was standing to the side, replied with a slightly arrogant expression, "We are from the Purple Sky sect." And Qinjuan's expression slightly changed, and then he said with a flattering expression, "So you are the Purple Sky sect's senior brothers and sisters. My apologies for not recognizing you. Can you guys stop arguing? Junior brother is meditating," Luo Meiying said unhappily from behind. Ling Xiao was meditating, and she didn't know why Ling Xiao's expression was so bad. She was feeling anxious, but Enchanting kept talking, making her feel annoyed. When Enchanting heard this, his expression froze for no reason, and he looked extremely embarrassed. "Senior brother, let's go," a beautiful woman called out from behind. She looked at Luo Meiying and the other women with hostility, as if she was afraid that they would steal her man. And Qinjun glanced at the women beside Ling Xiao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Junior sister, don't be in a hurry. We still have to thank the Purple Sky sect's senior brothers and sisters. You guys go ahead. We didn't kill the vulture eagles for you." Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. When he first saw on Qinjuan's face, which was only slightly shorter than his own, he felt annoyed. Thus, he drew the line. And Qinjun felt suffocated. What kind of person was this? Why did his words get more and more irritating? He originally wanted to find an excuse to stay and see if there was an opportunity to hook up with the beautiful women. But now that he was being talked about, he didn't know what excuse he could use to stay. And Qinjuan's eyes turned, and he cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Junior brother, what's your name? You might not know, but your Purple Sky sect's senior brother helped us a lot, and we were just about to thank you." When the Purple Sky sect's disciples heard Qinjun call Ling Xiao, "Junior brother," their faces all darkened. Ling Xiao was their elder, and Enchanting calling him that was clearly taking advantage of them. For a moment, everyone's face was filled with displeasure. Enchanting didn't notice the others' expressions, and was still looking at Ling Xiao. "There's such a thing?" Ling Xiao said doubtfully, then rubbed his hands and asked Enchanting, "Then, how does this senior brother plan to thank us?" Enchanting really didn't expect Ling Xiao to ask so directly, and for a moment, he was stunned. Ling Xiao frowned unhappily and said, "Are you trying to trick us?" Enchanting came back to his senses, waved his hand and said, "Of course not. It's just that I know that the senior brothers and sisters of the Purple Sky sect are all chivalrous and courageous people, so you definitely won't be interested in my collection." Enchanting's brain was also fast enough. He retreated in order to advance, and flattered all the disciples of the Purple Sky sect. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao didn't buy it, and said again, "Don't, my senior brothers and sisters are indeed chivalrous and courageous people, but I'm not. You guys are too embarrassed to accept your things, so let me, your junior brother, accept it on their behalf, and barely waste your kindness." Hearing this, Enchanting's face turned green, and he almost cursed out loud. This guy was too shameless. He actually accepted his things on behalf of their senior brother and senior sister, and even said it in front of everyone in the hall. This guy's skin was too thick. However, since Ling Xiao had already asked, Enchanting could only force a smile and said, "I don't know what this junior brother needs. As long as I can take it out, I will definitely give it to you as a reward." Ling Xiao said very casually, "Give me 180 Xian artifacts, or 100 4th or 5th grade pills." Just as Ling Xiao said this, Enchanting's face turned from green to black, and the few men and women behind him all revealed looks of resentment. The other Purple Sky sect disciples almost couldn't help but laugh, and in their hearts, they thought, "This is too greedy. Looking at your embarrassed face, I know you can't take it out. Forget it, you guys can leave, and I thought there would be some benefits to gain. Senior brothers and sisters, your chivalrous heart is wasted." Ling Xiao said. "How can you say that? Although you guys saved us, you can't make things difficult for us." The good-looking girl from the Yang Fan sect stood up and said to Ling Xiao, "Hee, how can I say that? Didn't I tell you guys to go ahead? It was this senior brother who insisted on thanking us, and I only said my request. Is there anything wrong with that?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "You." The woman was immediately speechless from the scolding. Originally, it was her senior brother who wanted to thank him, and he didn't seem to be forcing it. "This junior brother, I really don't have the things you want, and I'm afraid that not many people in your sect can take them out. How about this, I will give you these 2 bald lion eagles beast cores." Enchanting pointed to the 2 dead bald lion eagles and said. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao for making him embarrass himself in front of a beauty. "Huh, you are too shameless. These 2 bald lion eagles were originally killed by us, and the beast cores should belong to us. Do you think you guys can kill them with just a few of you?" "You really know how to present Buddha with borrowed flowers." Ling Xiao laughed out loud. To be honest, he hated people like Enchanting more and more. He actually had the cheek to say that the bald lion eagles belonged to them. He felt that he was shameless enough, but compared to them, he paled in comparison. "Junior brother, let's forget about it. Let's go into the hall and take a look." Chen Wenyu saw that Enchanting's face had turned ugly, and immediately went forward to persuade him. Ling Xiao also didn't want to waste time, so he asked Zhao Nan to go and snatch the 2 bald lion eagles beast cores. After that, he ignored the people from the Yang Fan sect and walked towards the hall. "This is too much." The girl from the Yang Fan sect shouted unhappily. Enchanting gripped the long sword in his hand, and squinted his eyes at Ling Xiao and the others. In his heart, he secretly said, "I hope you guys can continue to be cocky. Let's go and take a look." Enchanting could be considered as someone who could endure. He took a deep breath, waved his hand at his companions, and followed them. As they walked closer to the hall, they could only feel an ancient aura assaulting their nostrils. The huge door of the hall was tightly sealed by 1,000 stone door. A pair of ferocious stone beasts were staring at the crowd with their claws and fangs. Gusts of cold wind blew past, causing one's hair to stand on end. Congregating Eagle Hall. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the few big words on the door as he muttered. These 3 big ancient words seemed to contain a murderous intent. Just a glance at it would cause one's mind to be shaken. Looking at the hall in front of them, a few Purple Sky sect disciples couldn't help but want to rush towards the door. Ling Xiao shouted, "Come back." His words were still a step too late. A Golden Tong Peak disciple was running at the front, and he was about to touch the stone door. At this moment, the stone door emitted an indescribable pressure. Pooh! That Golden Tong Peak disciple was instantly sent flying, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. The footsteps of the other disciples came to a halt. "Senior brother Chen, save him first." Ling Xiao immediately gave an order. Chen Wenyu nodded his head, and immediately carried that Golden Tong Peak disciple over. He stuffed a pill into his mouth, and used his own wood attribute recovery ability to help that person recover from his injuries. At this moment, Luo Meiying volunteered, "Let me take care of him." Luo Meiying was of the water attribute, and her spirit beast was of the healing type. It was best for her to take care of the injured. Chapter 305. In the future, without my orders, no one is allowed to act on their own. Ling Xiao shouted as he glanced at the few disciples who ran out. Since he was assigned to be the leader, he naturally had to be responsible for everyone. Even though he couldn't protect everyone, he could at least try his best to reduce the number of casualties. Yang Fanzong and the others looked at Ling Xiao, who gave out the order, and thought, could it be that this young man is an important successor of the Purple Sky sect? And Qinjun was even more displeased with Ling Xiao and thought disdainfully, a spoiled brat who relies on his ancestors. There's a strong restriction here. It looks like it's going to be a little tricky. Yen Zhe frowned and said, "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us here. Can't we destroy this small restriction?" Zhao Nan said disapprovingly. Ling Xiao kept staring at the stone door and didn't say anything. At this time, Qinjun jumped out and asked, "Do you need help?" As he spoke, he had already walked in front of Bing Ruoshui and Yu Lian. His eyes were somewhat restless as he glanced at the 2 girls. Bing Ruoshui revealed an impatient expression and turned her pretty face away. Yu Lian's beautiful eyes turned and she immediately said to Qinjun in a coquettish voice, "Senior brother, can you help us break this restriction?" Yu Lian's pair of beautiful eyes were glowing as she stared unblinkingly at Qinjun. After hearing Yu Lian's words, Qinjun's body and heart softened. He then boldly met Yu Lian's gaze. In the next moment, his gaze turned passionate and he patted his chest as he replied, "Of course, no problem. Watch me break it for you to see." And Qinjun's soul was hooked. Without another word, he picked up his sword and walked towards the stone door. The Yang Fan sect's disciples panicked and shouted in unison, "Senior brother, what are you doing? Come back." And Qinjun turned a deaf ear to them and took out his blue longsword. With a loud shout, he waved a few strong blue sword rays towards the giant stone door. Rumble. Pooh. After the explosion, Qinjun was just like the Golden Tong Peak disciple from before, fiercely repelled back. "Senior brother." The people from the Yang Fan sect exclaimed. That pretty girl took out her sword and stabbed towards Yu Lian. "You demoness, how dare you seduce my senior brother? I'll kill you." Huh, what a joke. It was clearly your senior brother who overestimated himself, yet you want to blame it on me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Yu Lian smiled disdainfully and instantly dodged the woman's sword. At the same time, he raised one hand and slapped the woman. That woman was only a low-rank spirit master, so how could she be a match for Yu Lian? She was sent flying with one move. "Junior sister, let me deal with you," another man from the Yang Fan sect exclaimed. He actually ignored the other people from the Purple Sky sect and charged towards Yu Lian. This man was a rare wind elemental martial artist, and he reached Yu Lian in an instant. Go to hell. The man actually wanted to kill Yu Lian. Yu Lian was shocked. Unfortunately, she found that she could no longer escape from the other party's blockade. Whoosh. Pa. Everyone thought that Yu Lian was going to die. Suddenly, an extremely fast figure appeared in front of her and slapped the man fiercely. That man screamed in pain. His body unconsciously spun one round and was thrown far away. How dare you attack my woman? You're courting death. The figure said faintly and chased after the man who was thrown away. His leg kicked heavily towards the man's lower abdomen. In an instant, the man was thrown far away like a dead dog. Senior brother Yu. All the disciples from the Yang Fan sect exclaimed in unison and ran towards that man. Unfortunately, when they brought him to his side, they saw him spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His body twitched a few times and he stopped breathing. You. You're so ruthless. How dare you kill our senior brother Yu? The woman who was injured by Yu Lian pointed at Ling Xiao coldly and said while gritting her teeth. Ling Xiao glanced at the woman coldly and said faintly, if you dare to provoke me again, do you believe that I won't kill all of you? At the same time, a strong aura was emitted from his body. Ling Xiao was a high-grade spiritual master who cultivated multiple attributes. His aura was comparable to a low-grade king-tier cultivator. Instantly, all the disciples of the Yang Fan sect felt suffocated. It was as if Ling Xiao had pressed them into an ice cellar or thrown them into a sea of fire by Ling Xiao. They felt that Ling Xiao could pinch them to death with a single finger. A fear that came from the bottom of their hearts completely broke through their mental defenses. Moments later, all the disciples of the Yang Fan sect were pressed to the ground by Ling Xiao. They didn't dare to have any intention to resist. What are you waiting for? Get lost. Ling Xiao retracted his aura and shouted at them. The people of the Yang Fan sect didn't dare to stay any longer. They carried in Chenjun and hurriedly ran away. The 20 disciples of the Purple Sky sect looked at Ling Xiao with respect. They truly felt what made Ling Xiao afraid. To be able to force the enemy's troops to retreat without a fight, this was really admirable. Bing Ruoshui, Yu Lian, Wen Qidi, and Luo Meiying were secretly delighted. The man they liked was indeed different. Ling Xiao ignored the gazes of the crowd and said faintly, the restriction here might have been set up by a king tier or Earth Emperor tier expert. Let's work together and see if we can break it in one go. Everyone obeyed Ling Xiao's orders and took out their profound weapons. I will count to 3 breaths and everyone will attack at the same time. Ling Xiao said. After 3 breaths, the profound weapons in the hands of the 20 true disciples of the Purple Sky sect shone brightly. Waves of multicolored spiritual energy attacked the stone door. Rumble. After the dazzling light dissipated, the huge stone door was still intact. Again. Ling Xiao didn't give up and ordered again. Even after a few rounds of full force attacks, the stone door still didn't show any signs of damage. Junior apprentice brother, this doesn't seem to work. Chen Wenyu said. Ling Xiao nodded and replied, this restriction is very strong. As expected of a 6th grade sect. Even the entrance of a hall is so hard to break. How are we supposed to find treasures? Why don't we look elsewhere? Zhao Nan asked. Everyone showed expressions of agreement with Zhao Nan's suggestion. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, let me try again. You guys should go further away. I don't want to accidentally injure you. Junior apprentice brother, what are you doing? If so many of us can't do it, can you do it alone? Luo Meiying asked anxiously. Her delicate face was filled with worry. That's right. Don't be rash, Wen Qidi advised. Bing Ruoshui and Yu Lian both objected. Ling Xiao grinned and said, don't worry, I won't force you. Seeing Ling Xiao's insistence, the girls didn't try to persuade him anymore and retreated 100 meters away. Ling Xiao took a deep look at the giant stone door and then took out the obsidian cauldron from his spatial ring. The obsidian cauldron was a heaven-ranked divine cauldron and belonged to the category of divine artifacts. If it couldn't break the restriction here, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Transform. Ling Xiao muttered, and the obsidian cauldron instantly became as big as a house. Everyone 100 meters away looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. In the next moment, they were even more dumbfounded. Boom! The obsidian cauldron was pushed by Ling Xiao toward the 1,000-pound stone door with all his strength, and then the obsidian cauldron hit the stone door without any resistance. In an instant, the 1,000-pound stone door was smashed into pieces by the obsidian cauldron, and stones flew everywhere. What's going on? Zhao Nan stared blankly at the scene in front of him and muttered. Who knows? In any case, the restriction should have been broken, Yan Zhe said, swallowing his saliva. Too scary, I didn't expect junior brother to have such a mysterious trump card, Chen Wenyu said with wide eyes. Everyone else's mouths were as wide as fists as they stared at the thin figure in a daze, their hearts surging with waves of shock. Ling Xiao took a few deep breaths and walked inside. Seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he put away the obsidian cauldron, turned around, and beckoned to everyone. Come in. Everyone came back to their senses and quickly rushed towards the entrance of the main hall. The building in the main hall was very spectacular and grand. The ancient stone walls had been weathered to the point of being unbearable, but a few towering ancient trees still stood stubbornly. Rock gardens and pavilions could be seen everywhere, and they all looked battered and exhausted. Right in front of the main hall, 5 air-dried corpses were hung, looking extremely terrifying. Bing Ruoshui, Yu Laiyan, Wen Qidi, and Luo Meiying couldn't help but lean closer to Ling Xiao, feeling extremely scared in their hearts. Ling Xiao was also startled by this scene, but he quickly recovered and said, "Don't be afraid, it's just dead people." The others all slowed down and looked around nervously, as if they were afraid that something terrifying would happen. Everyone approached the front of the main hall and raised their heads to look at the 5 corpses. Ling Xiao sent out a wind blade and cut off the tendons on the corpses. The 5 corpses all fell to the ground. As the corpses fell, the dried flesh turned into dust and drifted away, leaving behind only a pile of bones. Everyone realized that the skeleton was not grayish-white, but red and blue. Each color was different, and it was extremely strange. Ling Xiao exclaimed, These are emperor bones. It really is an emperor bone. 5 Earth Emperor rank experts were actually hung to death here. What kind of person did this? Yan Zhe said with a horrified expression. Any expert who reached the Earth's sovereign realm could refine a body of emperor bones, which represented that their strength had reached the Earth's sovereign realm. It seems that the disappearance of the heaven-suppressing sect was not a coincidence. It was destroyed by someone else, Chen Wenyu said from the side. Since this place has been destroyed, I believe there shouldn't be any danger. Everyone, let's split up and search and see if we can find anything good, Ling Xiao said. They had entered this secret realm for the treasures of the 6th rank sect. Now that they were here, they naturally couldn't return empty-handed. Everyone thought about what treasures they might obtain, and they all gathered their courage and walked in different directions. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to collect the skeletons of the emperor skeletons. However, at this moment, there was a shocking sound. Chapter 306. Hearing the scream, Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. This was because he could tell that the scream came from Wen Qidi. Before leaving the sect, he had promised Wen Haiyan that he would take good care of Wen Qidi. Although he did not have any feelings for Wen Qidi, he still treated her like a little sister. He did not want anything to happen to Wen Qidi. Ling Xiao quickly rushed towards the source of the scream. When Ling Xiao rushed to a room, he saw Wen Qidi and Luo Meiying looking at something with pale faces. Ling Xiao looked over and saw 2 zombies jumping towards the 2 of them. These 2 zombies were female corpses with long and messy hair. They looked very sinister and frightening. It was no wonder that they were so scared that they were screaming in panic. "Don't be afraid, I'm coming," Ling Xiao shouted and sent out 2 palm strikes. 2 demon blue flames burned towards the 2 zombies in front of him. ZZ. The moment the blue flames touched the zombies, they quickly burned them into nothingness. Woo! When Kitty cried and heavily pounced towards Ling Xiao. Her tears flowed incessantly, drenching Ling Xiao's clothes. It seemed that she was scared to death. Ling Xiao patted Wen Kitty's soft back and comforted her. "It's okay, they don't exist anymore." Scared me to death." Wen Kitty was still tightly hugging Ling Xiao's waist as she choked with sobs. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A girl like Wen Kitty participating in the oath ceremony was simply a burden. However, this was already the truth. He could only try his best to let her stay by his side and take care of her. When Wen Kitty reluctantly left Ling Xiao's embrace, Ling Xiao looked at Luo Meiying and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "No. I'm fine. I just didn't think that there would be such an unclean thing here. It's a bit scary." Luo Meiying shook her head and laughed lightly. Looking at Wen Kitty, who was still tightly holding onto Ling Xiao's hand, her face was filled with envy. You guys wait here first, I'll see if there's anything here." Ling Xiao nodded, then he broke away from Wen Kitty's hand and began to search the room to see if there was anything worth taking away. Unfortunately, the things in these houses had all been corroded, and there was nothing valuable at all. At the same time, Ling Xiao also noticed that these rooms should be women's rooms. They might be where the 2 zombies lived when they were alive. Just as Ling Xiao and the 2 women were about to walk out, they heard cries of alarm and the sounds of fighting coming from not far away. Ling Xiao turned around and said to Luo Meiying, "Senior sister, please take care of junior sister Wen." After saying that, Ling Xiao once again dashed towards the direction of the battle. On this side, 2 Black Rock Peak disciples were fiercely fighting with a black-robed zombie. The zombie's strength was extremely terrifying. Unexpectedly, it was able to withstand the bombardment of spiritual energy without any damage. Ling Xiao loudly reminded, "Just cut off its head." Shi Tianhou nodded and quickly chopped at the zombie's neck with his broad axe. After the zombie's head was cut off, it finally fell down. Shi Tianhou and the other Black Rock Peak disciple let out a heavy sigh of relief. It was obvious that they had been forced into an extremely difficult situation by the zombie. "You guys look around to see if there's anything valuable. I'll go look elsewhere. Perhaps everyone here has already been turned into zombies." Ling Xiao frowned for a moment and then rushed off in another direction. However, when he walked outside, his eyes couldn't help but widen. Heavens, just what is going on? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It was just as he had thought, there really was a large number of zombies here. Right now, they were continuously jumping out from other places. The sect's true disciples had all retreated to the open space to deal with them. There were actually over 100 zombies here. Just looking at them caused people's scalps to go numb. Everyone quickly cut off their heads. Ling Xiao loudly shouted and then took out his ice and fire sword to kill those zombies. Ling Xiao's blue demon flame was a heavenly flame. Those zombies were quickly burned to ashes as soon as they touched them. With the addition of Ling Xiao, the other true disciples also became full of energy. The Xian artifacts in their hands all slashed at the zombies' necks. Fortunately, these zombies had already lost their ability to think and couldn't use any Xian skills. Otherwise, with just their numbers, they would only be able to escape. Very quickly, over 100 zombies were completely swept away. Ling Xiao didn't come and let out a sigh of relief. In his heart, he cursed, "Damn it. The people who had looted this place were simply too deranged. They had actually turned most of the people here into zombies. Too evil." Just as Ling Xiao was lost in thought, a sorrowful cry came from the side. "Junior brother Pei, how are you?" "Not good, he's going to turn into a zombie." Another voice cried out. Ling Xiao turned his head to look and saw a true disciple's face had turned green. There were 2 deep teeth marks on his neck. Quickly kill him. Ling Xiao urgently shouted. Unfortunately, he was still half a step too late. The disciple who had been bitten by the zombie let out a strange cry and then grabbed his companion's neck and bit down. Ah! Junior brother, what are you doing? That companion let out a miserable cry and still didn't understand. Everyone scram. Ling Xiao shouted, and the ice and fire sword in his hand unhesitatingly slashed at the 2 of them. Junior brother, what are you doing? Chen Wenyu blocked in front of Ling Xiao and shouted. They're about to turn into zombies. Killing them is the best choice. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao explained faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 mutated disciples quickly hid far away. The faces of the 2 disciples had already turned green, and a pair of terrifying fangs appeared in their mouths. Their eyes had already become bloodthirsty and savage, and the nails on their fingers had instantly grown much longer. They let out strange cries and pounced towards the nearest disciple, as if searching for the smell of blood. Fortunately, those disciples had been warned by Ling Xiao and hurriedly dodged to avoid being bitten. Is there no other way? Chen Wenyu glanced at the 2 disciples and asked Ling Xiao. Unless one of you has the black glutinous flower with you, they will die. You should know that living zombies are much more terrifying and powerful than dead zombies. Ling Xiao had read a lot of books in the book depository, and one of the books he had read had a description of this matter. The black glutinous flower was a 3rd-grade spirit herb that had the effect of expelling evil and avoiding poison. It was the best medicine to restrain zombie poison. Who doesn't have a black glutinous flower? Chen Wenyu really didn't want to see those 2 disciples die. After all, one of them had a certain friendship with him. Everyone was silent. It seemed that no one had a black glutinous flower. Hurry and save me. At this moment, a true disciple with a lower strength was actually grabbed by one of the zombies. He kept hitting the zombie, but the zombie still held on to him tightly, as if it didn't feel any pain. Seeing that the disciple was about to be bitten, Ling Xiao instantly disappeared in front of Chen Wenyu. The ice and fire sword was inserted in front of the zombie's mouth, preventing it from biting the disciple. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The sword in his hand turned smoothly and immediately broke the zombie's fangs. Then he shouted, "Get out of my way." After saying that, Ling Xiao kicked the zombie away. The disciple was lucky to be saved. Ling Xiao didn't stop. The ice and fire sword in his hand slashed at the zombie's neck. Pooh! A stream of green blood flowed out. Then he shouted, "Don't get stained with the poisonous blood." Only an afterimage was left in his original position. He had already arrived in front of another zombie. His hand rose and fell again. The zombie's head was immediately cut off. In an instant, a total of 25 true disciples had died. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Even though they had been prepared to die at any time before coming, they still felt extremely afraid when facing death. Everyone, form groups of 4 or 5. Don't go too far. If there's any danger, immediately call for help. I'll rush over as soon as possible. Alright, immediately search this hall. No matter who finds anything, we'll meet here in 2 hours. Ling Xiao faintly gave the order. Then he said, "Senior Sister Bing, Senior Sister Yu, Junior Sister Wen, follow me. Don't go too far." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Meiying impatiently said, "I want to be in the same group as you." Everyone looked at Luo Meiying in astonishment. Luo Meiying's face turned red. She felt extremely embarrassed in her heart. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't make her look bad. He immediately nodded and took the lead to walk towards the center of the hall. The girls followed closely behind, and the others immediately split up. At this time, when Kitty quietly asked Luo Meiying, "Senior Sister Luo, don't tell me you also like this idiot?" As she spoke, she stealthily pointed at Ling Xiao. Luo Meiying's delicate face turned red, but she was also a woman who dared to love and hate. She immediately admitted, "When I entered the Myriad Beast Cave, he saved me. I found that I already liked him. When Kitty slightly opened her mouth, her beautiful eyes revealed a look of surprise. She thought to herself, another opponent. Why does this idiot have so many people like him? Junior sister Wen, hurry up and catch up. Ling Xiao turned around and saw Wen Kitty in a daze. He immediately called out. Wen Kitty came back to her senses and immediately chased after him. She encouraged herself in her heart, I definitely won't lose. At the center of the hall was a luxurious cabinet hall. Several of the wooden doors had been shattered. When Ling Xiao and the others walked in, they saw that the furnishings inside were all in a sorry state. Moreover, they were all covered in dust and cobwebs. In the direction of the main entrance, there was an ancient painting of an eagle with wings. The eagle looked vivid and lifelike, with an imposing manner that could soar into the clouds. It was a pity that the landscape below had been destroyed, otherwise it would definitely be considered an ancient work of art. There weren't any zombies or corpses here, only a few decorative porcelain bottles, which could be seen at a glance. Let's go, there's nothing here. Bing Ruoxue glanced at the situation and immediately suggested. Just as Ling Xiao was about to nod in agreement, his tiger-like eyes slightly narrowed and he immediately sped up towards the eagle painting. Chapter 307. The girls all looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. Ling Xiao walked in front of the painting and slapped the eagle's eye heavily. The eagle's eye was dented. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and tore down the entire painting. There was a hidden slot on the back of the painting, and it looked like a switch. There's actually a chance. Ling Xiao lightly exclaimed, then turned to the women and said, Pay attention, I'm going to open this secret compartment. Ling Xiao couldn't help but warn them. Although he really wanted this to be the secret compartment switch, he had to be prepared for the worst. If this switch was some sort of mechanism, it would be troublesome. The women all became vigilant, and at the same time, they closely watched Ling Xiao's movements. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and pressed down on the switch. Then, something strange happened. The wall in front of Ling Xiao gradually moved, and like a door, it opened in front of him to a space that could only allow one person to enter. The women's breathing became ragged. I'll go in and take a look, Ling Xiao said as he flashed inside. Be careful, the four women called out in unison. After saying that, the four of them looked at each other, and then shifted their gazes elsewhere. Their faces were flushed with embarrassment. Hurry up and come in. We've struck it rich. Ling Xiao called out in surprise. The four women didn't hesitate, and they quickly entered through the crack in the door. After entering, he saw that it was a secret room that wasn't very spacious. It was about half the size of a normal house. Although this secret room wasn't very big, it was filled with many good things. This is a stage 4 ice-type sword. Bing Ruoxue looked at a sword hanging on the wall that emitted a chilling aura and hurriedly went over to it. Yu Lian also saw one of the long swords emitting a scorching aura and exclaimed, this is also a stage 4 fire-type sword. The spiritual energy emitted by these two swords was much denser than ordinary stage 3 swords, so they could tell at a glance that these two swords were stage 4. In addition, hanging on the wall were knives, spears, lances, and many other extraordinary weapons, dazzling the women's eyes. This is a stage 4 whip weapon. Great, we've actually found a suitable weapon. When Kitty saw a red whip on the rightmost stone platform and exclaimed. Alright, keep your Xian artifacts first. These are all ours now. Ling Xiao looked at the girls who had lost their composure and immediately spoke out. When the three women heard Ling Xiao's words, they were extremely happy. Only Luo Meiying was a bit gloomy, because there was no profound artifact that suited her. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao took out a scroll from the side and handed it to Luo Meiying. Take a look and see if it suits you. Luo Meiying looked at Ling Xiao with some astonishment, then obediently took the scroll from Ling Xiao. She had only flipped through 2 pages when her eyes became scorching hot. This is a blue tier water attribute profound skill. Luo Meiying couldn't help but exclaim. For a moment, she attracted the gazes of the women. Thank you so much, junior brother. Luo Meiying cried out in surprise, then suddenly hugged Ling Xiao and kissed him. Ling Xiao froze and inwardly exclaimed, this is bad, this young master has been sneak attacked. Wen Kudai angrily said, senior sister, you are too hateful, I also want one. After speaking, she also ran towards Ling Xiao, hugged Ling Xiao and kissed him on the cheek. Alright, stop messing around. Quickly take a look and see if there are any profound skills that suit you. If there are, then put them away. As for the rest, I will be taking them away. Ling Xiao lightly pushed Wen Kudai away and said indifferently. As soon as Ling Xiao's words fell, the women ran to the bookshelves at the side, looking for profound skills that suit them. At this time, Ling Xiao walked towards the stone bed in the middle and saw that there was a scroll on the bedside. He casually took it and opened it to take a look. Eagle tracking 9 techniques. These 4 ancient words appeared in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao casually flipped through the contents inside. It's actually a red tier wind attribute profound skill. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and muttered. Immediately afterward, he immediately put away the scroll. It seemed that this scroll should be the hall guarding profound skill of Congregate Eagle Hall. It had actually reached the red tier. Even in the Purple Sky sect, there was no such thing as a red tier profound skill. In the vast northwest, it would be extremely difficult to find one. After Ling Xiao calmed his excitement, the women also flipped through the profound skills on the bookshelves and each took out a profound skill that suited them. Their faces were filled with joy. Ling Xiao reminded them, after you go out, you must not let others know that you have obtained a blue tier profound skill, understand? The 4 women were not stupid, they all understood the meaning of Ling Xiao's words and immediately nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but he will get into trouble because of his wealth. Everyone understood this truth. Ling Xiao nodded, then took out the obsidian cauldron and put everything here into the obsidian cauldron. An ordinary spatial ring's storage space was not large, but the obsidian cauldron had more than 10,000 square meters of storage space, so it was naturally easy to store the things here. This was the second time the 4 women had seen the obsidian cauldron. Previously, they had seen Ling Xiao enlarge the medicine cauldron and forcibly break the stone door's restriction. Now that they saw that the medicine cauldron had the storage function, they felt that it was worth it to look at it. Wen Kudai couldn't help but ask curiously, senior brother, what kind of medicine cauldron is this? It's so magical. Not only can it become big or small, it can also store things. Ling Xiao put away the obsidian cauldron and said, it's just something senior brother used to make a living. It's nothing special. Wen Kudai saw that Ling Xiao didn't want to explain, so she didn't ask any further. She just pouted. Yu Lai Yen walked over and held Ling Xiao's hand, saying with a tender smile, junior brother, you gave senior sister such a good thing, what kind of reward do you want? Senior sister, although I was the one who discovered this secret room, everyone who saw it has a share. This is what you deserve, so why are you talking about rewards? That would be so hurtful. Ling Xiao said very generously. In fact, his heart had already started to race. Yu Lian's charm seemed to be growing every day. Her soft breast squeezed against his arm, making him feel the softness, making him unable to restrain the heat in his heart. At this time, Bing Ruoshui also held on to Ling Xiao's other hand. Ling Xiao immediately fell into a deep abyss of fire and water, enduring inhuman torture. Fuck, if you continue to challenge this young master's limits, I'll push you all down. Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. He only dared to think about it and didn't take action for the time being. Let's go out. I believe that most of the treasures in this hall are already here. Luo Meiying glanced at Yu Lai Yen and Bing Ruoshui with jealousy before walking out of the secret room. The 5 of them returned to their waiting positions. Not long after, people came back one after another. As for the others, some wore mournful expressions, some wore indifferent expressions, and there were also a few who wore excited expressions. It seemed that they had definitely gained something. 2 hours later, most of the people had returned, but Yan Zhe and Zhao Nan were nowhere to be seen. Ling Xiao frowned, his heart becoming heavy. Yan Zhe and Zhao Nan were the sons of the Peak Lords of the Crafting Peak and Scarlet Flame Peak respectively. If anything happened to them, it would definitely be a huge blow to the two Peak Lords. Just as Ling Xiao spread out his hands to search for them, Zhao Nan quickly rushed over from another direction. There's a big discovery. There's a gravity cultivation room behind. Not only is the spiritual energy very dense, but the gravity is also 15 times that of the outside world. It's very suitable for cultivation. Zhao Nan had just stood still when he immediately exclaimed to everyone. Gravity cultivation room? Everyone asked in confusion. That's right. Cultivating in there should be 15 times that of the outside world. Senior Yen and I want to stay here to cultivate. In any case, it's dangerous to go anywhere else, so we might as well cultivate there for a month. Zhao Nan nodded. Ling Xiao felt that Zhao Nan's words made sense. A month inside was equivalent to a year and a half in the outside world. The Sex Spirit Gathering Tower could only increase spiritual energy by a few times, and it didn't have a gravity formation. It couldn't compare to the cultivation rooms here. Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling a bit tempted. If he focused on cultivating here for a month, he would definitely be able to reach the peak Spirit Master realm. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the king level. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, Everyone, let's go take a look. With that, Zhao Nan led the way, and the group followed him to the back of the hall. The group quickly arrived in front of a stone room. The stone room was very wide, and it didn't seem crowded even with 21 people inside. The moment they walked inside, everyone's footsteps became heavy. It was as if there was a huge rock pressing down on their bodies, making it difficult for them to walk. As soon as they walked inside, Yan Zhe was already meditating. It seemed like he couldn't wait to cultivate. Once they entered the stone room, the abundant spiritual energy made everyone feel refreshed. How about it? Do you want to stay and cultivate? Zhao Nan asked everyone. In the heaven-suppressing sect, no matter where they went, it was full of danger, and they might not be able to find anything good. It was better to stay here and cultivate. Many disciples were tempted. Ling Xiao said, If you want to stay, then stay. But remember the 1-month limit. When the time comes, you must remember to leave. Otherwise, you will be trapped here. With Ling Xiao's words, many disciples found a corner to sit down and began to cultivate. They were all called geniuses, but when all the geniuses were gathered together, it was all about comprehension and time. Whoever had a high comprehension and cultivated for a long time would be able to stand out from the crowd and become the best. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart and felt that he should go out for a stroll. Just now, he had such a big harvest in the secret room. He wanted to go out and take a look. After all, not everyone was like him, who could break through the restriction of the hall and enter to search for treasures. Maybe there would be even more shocking discoveries in the other halls. However, before Ling Xiao could walk out of the hall, danger quietly attacked again. Chapter 308. Although Yang Fanzong and the others who were humiliated by Ling Xiao left the main hall, they did not go too far. They originally had a total of 18 people, but before they found the Congregate Eagle Hall, they passed by a poisonous beehive and nearly half of them were poisoned to death. When they reached the Congregate Eagle Hall, they met a vulture eagle and another person was pecked to death. Later on, Ling Xiao personally killed another person. Now there were only 7 people left out of the 18. And Qinjun was bewitched by Yu Lian and forcefully tried to break the restriction, causing him to suffer some internal injuries. Now that he consumed the pill scripture and meditated for half a day, his injuries had recovered by 70% to 80%. Behind him stood a beautiful woman named Lu Huanhuan, who had always liked Qinjun. However, Qinjun was someone who liked the new and hated the old, so he did not hang himself on her alone. This made her feel uncomfortable. She imagined that if her senior brother was wholeheartedly devoted to her, she would definitely be willing to spend the rest of her life with him. She did not care about fame and fortune in the world. Looking at Enchanting, who was meditating, Lu Huanhuan's heart was filled with bitterness and wishful thinking. After another half an hour, Enchanting slowly opened his eyes. Lu Huanhuan was pleasantly surprised. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Enchanting stood up and nodded. "It's nothing serious." "Oh right, where are the people from the Purple Sky sect?" Lu Huanhuan revealed an angry expression. "Senior brother, the people from the Purple Sky sect killed senior brother you. Why are you still looking for them?" Enchanting waved his hand and said, "Junior sister misunderstood. It's all because of me that junior brother you died. I must think of a way to avenge junior brother you." At the same time, Enchanting's eyes flashed a few traces of viciousness. In his heart, he firmly thought, "I will definitely let those two little naughty girls suffer under my crotch." "Senior brother, do you really think so?" Lu Huanhuan thought that Enchanting was asking about the people from the Purple Sky sect to find those women. Now that she heard Enchanting say this, of course she felt gratified. "Of course it's true. Where are they?" Enchanting nodded and asked. "When we left, they were still in the main hall, but the restrictions were very powerful. Perhaps they couldn't break them and left," Lu Huanhuan guessed. "Let's go back and have a look," Enchanting said after thinking for a while. "Does eldest senior brother think that they might be able to break the restriction?" Lu Huanhuan asked. "I don't know. Even if they can't break the restriction, I believe they won't leave immediately. This place is full of danger, and the two vulture eagles over there are already dead, so there shouldn't be any danger there for now." "I think they might be resting there or thinking of a way to break the restriction," Enchanting said clearly. "But, if we go there rashly, the people of the Purple Sky sect will harm us," Lu Huanhuan said. Enchanting frowned and felt that Lu Huanhuan was right. With just the few of them, it was impossible to really want to kill all the people from the Purple Heaven sect. Enchanting sat down dejectedly for a while. In the Yang Fan sect, he broke through to the high-rank spirit master at the age of 27 and was known as the #1 genius of the sect. No matter where he went, those young girls would always give him flirtatious glances. The senior and junior sisters of the sect all had relations with him, but now that he had his eyes on the two girls from the Purple Sky sect, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Because they didn't even look at him, and instead put all their attention on the young man that he hated so much. He was really jealous. At this moment, the rustling of footsteps could be heard coming from the bushes. Enchanting and the others immediately became vigilant. An arrogant voice faintly sounded, "Where are the people from the Purple Sky sect?" Immediately after, nearly 30 young men appeared in front of Enchanting and the others. When Enchanting saw the clothes of these people, his body shook. He immediately cupped his hands and carefully asked, "May I ask if you are the senior brothers and sisters of the Tai Li sect?" That's right, this group of people were the disciples of the Tai Li sect, which was ranked 4th. The one who had just spoken was the 13th prince, Li Yu. Li Yu raised his arrogant head and faintly said, "Since you know, then answer my question honestly. Have you seen the people from the Purple Sky sect?" As Li Yu said this, he glanced at Lu Huanhuan, who was beside Enchanting, and a trace of possessiveness flashed in his eyes. Enchanting's eyes turned, and he immediately replied respectfully, "They are in the hall not far from here. The people from the Purple Sky sect are too overbearing. That hall was originally discovered by our Yang Fan sect, but they forcefully occupied it and even killed a few of our companions." Enchanting could already hear that Li Yu was dissatisfied with the people from the Purple Sky sect, so he immediately lied, hoping that he could use the people from the Tai Li sect to kill the people from the Purple Sky sect. In the end, when both sides were defeated and injured, he would be able to pick up the ready-made Ping Yi. "Are you sure the people from the Purple Sky sect are there?" Li Yu asked again. "That's right. If you don't believe me, I can take you there," Enchanting replied while patting his chest. Li Yu indifferently said, "There's no need for you to go. Let her lead the way for us." As he spoke, he pointed at Lu Huanhuan, who was beside Enchanting. This. And Qinjun hesitated as he looked at Lu Huanhuan. Lu Huanhuan gently shook her head. With a woman's sixth sense, she could already sense that Li Yu had ill intentions towards her. What, you don't want to? Li Yu coldly shouted. No. How could that be? Junior sister, please bring the Tai Li sect senior brothers to find the people from the Purple Sky sect, and Qinjun immediately waved his hand. Lu Huanhuan was not willing to go and immediately refused. It's the same no matter who goes. If you insist on asking me to go, then I won't go. Her words were to remind Qinjun that the other party clearly wanted her to take the lead. She was afraid that this trip would be a one-way trip. How could Qinjun not understand Lu Huanhuan's meaning? However, how could he dare to challenge the people from the Tai Li sect? He immediately shouted, I order you, as the eldest senior brother, to immediately bring the Tai Li sect senior brothers over. You, good, you're my good senior apprentice brother. Lu Huanhuan responded, her eyes watery. You, good, you are my good senior apprentice brother. She could now be considered to have seen through Qinjun's character. In the face of strength, he was actually so cowardly. This really disappointed her, and she had been wholeheartedly loyal to him. At this moment, she had completely given up on Qinjun. Lu Huanhuan's beautiful eyes were filled with despair as she looked at Li Yu and said, I know why you want me to lead the way. As long as you can agree to one condition of mine, I will lead the way for you. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't go. Li Yu's eyebrows slightly rose as he said, You dare to threaten me? You can think of it that way. Lu Huanhuan had already thrown caution to the wind and did not mind having a bad attitude towards Li Yu. Tell me, but I may not agree to it. Li Yu looked at Lu Huanhuan in surprise. In his heart, he thought, this woman has a bit of a personality. If you kill him for me, I will do anything for you for the rest of my life. Lu Huanhuan pointed at Qinjun with a face full of determination. Junior sister, are you joking? I am your eldest senior brother, and you are just leading the way for them. Is there a need to do this? And Qinjun said in shock. He did not think that Lu Huanhuan would say something so extreme, and his heart began to faintly be on guard. Li Yu glanced at Qinjun and lightly laughed, no problem. This. Senior brother, you can't be serious, right? Although Qinjun's strength was stronger than Li Yu's, the Tai Li sect had a strong army. With just the few of them, they would only be slaughtered. As he spoke, he shuffled his feet backward. Li Yu sneered and then made a killing motion towards the two high-level spirit masters behind him. How could Qinjun just sit and wait for death? At this moment, he could not care about the other disciples of the young mortal sect, and quickly rushed towards the dense forest. Hee, can you escape? A high-level spirit master from the Tai Li sect laughed sinisterly, and his body swept towards Qinjun like a ghost. The other high-level spirit master slowed down his pace and walked towards Qinjun step by step. And Qinjun did not think that the opponent's speed would be so fast. However, he was the most outstanding disciple of the young mortal sect. Although he was a bit cowardly, his hands were not weak. He did not even turn his head, and the blue long sword in his hand shot out a few rays of light. The high-level spirit master in front dodged to the side, and the high-level spirit master that came later snorted, insignificant skill. As he spoke, a broad axe appeared in his hand, and he directly chopped towards Qinjun's spirit power attack. Rumble. And Qinjun's attack was instantly dispelled by the opponent. Looking at the opponent's appearance, it seemed that he had only done something insignificant. And Qinjun obviously did not think that he could kill the opponent just like that. His goal was only to disturb them so that he could escape faster. However, there was already someone blocking in front of him. I'll fight it out with you. And Qinjun knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully, and with a loud shout, he shook the long sword in his hand. The tip of the sword shone with a murderous aura. When the aura reached its peak, the long sword slashed out, and a bit of sparkling energy shot out like a cannonball. You have some guts, but you do not have the qualifications to fight it out with me. The high-level spirit master blocking in front of Enchanting said indifferently. His body was like a hawk, and with a single tap on the ground, he instantly kicked out tens of domineering wind blades. The high-level spirit master behind Enchanting also charged over. The broad axe in his hand shone with a bloodthirsty light, and he mercilessly chopped towards Enchanting's head. Enchanting was attacked from the front and back, and instantly condensed the dark protection force. At the same time, the long sword in his hand continuously waved in defense. Lose for me. The high-level spirit master with the broad axe grasped Enchanting's slight opening and simply smashed the axe heavily towards Enchanting. On the other side, the high-level spirit master took advantage of the opportunity to speed up his sweeping kicks. Boom! Bang bang! Although Enchanting barely managed to block the power of the broad axe, the power of the broad axe was too great. It shook the web between his thumb and forefinger numb, and he even dropped the long sword in his hand. The tens of kicks behind him contained sharp wind blades that directly exploded Enchanting's head. Lu Huanhuan looked at the dead Enchanting and raised her head to the sky to let out a mournful laugh. Haha, good death, good death. In this moment, she did her best to explain a principle: the deeper the love, the deeper the hate. Chapter 309. In the gravitational cultivation room, the 22 true disciples of the Purple Sky sect were all meditating and cultivating. In the cultivation room, there was a rich spiritual power flowing all the time. All the disciples were greedily absorbing the pure spiritual power, and everyone's aura seemed to be growing little by little. Among them, there were a few people who were absorbing the spiritual power very fast. Several people could feel that most of the spiritual power was rushing towards them. These people were the strongest: Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Meiying. In addition, Bing Ruoshui and Yu Lian's absorption speed was not much slower than theirs. If their speed could be said to be the most outstanding among the many disciples, then the other young man who was surrounded by 5 types of spiritual energy was the truly terrifying one. The spiritual power in the stone room was like a swallow returning to the capital, making a hoo-hoo sound, squeezing toward the young man with all its strength. He was like a professional bottomless pit that absorbed spiritual power. When the spiritual power came to him, it immediately rushed into his Tianling point. The largest part of the spiritual power flowed to the spiritual sea, and the other part was divided into 2 small parts. A small part flowed to the Dantian, solidifying the Dantian, strengthening it and adding a thin layer of tricolor defensive cover, making the Dantian look extremely strange and solid. The other small part nourished the limbs of his body, 5 viscera and 6 bowels, making the body's muscles more perfect. Wasn't this young man the leader of all the disciples, Ling Xiao? Seeing more and more spiritual power around Ling Xiao, the other disciples clearly felt that the spiritual power around them was much thinner, and the speed of absorption was far less than before. For a time, all the disciples opened their eyes and wondered, did the spirit formation in the cultivation room fail? Just as they were puzzled, they looked at Ling Xiao, who was resting with his eyes closed, and looked at the light around him. Everyone was shocked. Although they had heard that Ling Xiao was a 5-attribute cultivator, they all thought that Ling Xiao mainly cultivated with spiritual power. But seeing several kinds of spiritual power shining, they all knew that Ling Xiao must be a 5-attribute cultivator. They were all surprised at what kind of mysterious technique Ling Xiao was cultivating. To actually have such a speed of absorption, it was simply too unimaginable. Ling Xiao was absorbing such a huge amount of spiritual energy. Presumably, even a king stage powerhouse wouldn't have such a speed. Of course, Ling Xiao knew that he wouldn't be able to reach such a speed with just the 3 parts returning to origin energy. This was mostly due to the effects of the 3 strange creatures in his spiritual sea. In order to recover his essence, Lu Weng had been absorbing the spiritual energy of the world almost every day. In a place with dense spiritual energy like this, he was even more diligent in absorbing spiritual energy. This allowed Ling Xiao to gather so much spiritual power around him. Ling Zhao's entire body was washed by the spirit force, and he only felt an indescribable sense of calm and comfort. It was as if every pore on his body had become active, and the surrounding spirit force waves were becoming more and more clear. Ling Zhao knew that as long as he could maintain this state, he would definitely be able to break through to the king stage within a year. From a spirit master to the king stage wasn't just a process of accumulating spiritual energy, it was also a process of comprehending spiritual energy. Only by feeling the existence of spiritual energy and being able to truly grasp and use it could one truly become a king stage powerhouse. Ling Zhao had entered a state of forgetting himself and didn't know that he had absorbed most of the spiritual energy in the cultivation room. The surrounding disciples woke up one by one and whispered to each other from time to time. Isn't Elder Ling's absorption speed too terrifying? Isn't it? Even the strongest true disciple, Lai Ming-chang, didn't have such a speed. No wonder he has such strength at such a young age. This kind of Tenbin is many times stronger than us. AI, it seems that as long as Elder Ling cultivates here, we won't be able to stay here to cultivate. All of you shut up. Luo Meiying angrily glared at the true disciples who were whispering to each other. Anyone who was cultivating was most afraid of being disturbed. Although Luo Meiying envied Ling Zhao for being able to absorb spiritual energy so quickly, she absolutely wouldn't be jealous. Moreover, she wouldn't allow others to disturb Ling Zhao's cultivation. She didn't know when, but her heart had been inexplicably branded with Ling Zhao's shadow. Originally, Ling Zhao had already entered a state of forgetting himself and didn't care about the outside world, but Luo Meiying's scolding had disturbed his mind. Ling Zhao slowly opened his eyes, and his tiger-like eyes seemed to have become bright. Looking at the 20 pairs of eyes that were sizing him up, Ling Zhao touched his face for no reason and said, "What are you all doing? Is there something dirty on this young master's face?" When Luo Meiying saw that Ling Zhao had woken up, she thought that the words of those disciples had awakened Ling Zhao and glared fiercely at those disciples for no reason. Those disciples immediately lowered their heads guiltily. Seeing that no one spoke, Ling Zhao immediately stood up and bowed. "You guys can cultivate here for this month. I'll go out for a stroll and will definitely come back to pick you up within a month." Ling Zhao didn't plan to just cultivate here for a month. He wanted to take a good look at what was so special about this 6th grade sect. "I want to go with you." As soon as Ling Zhao finished speaking, Wen Qidi couldn't wait to call out. Immediately after, Yu Laiyan also blurted out, "I want to go with you as well." Bing Ruoshui, who was at the side, was unwilling to be outdone, and said indifferently, "I want to go as well." Luo Meiying pouted, then gritted her teeth and said, "Since I'm here, I also want to go out and try my luck." Although they all felt that cultivation was important, they wanted to cherish the time they had with Ling Zhao even more. Ling Zhao looked around them seriously, causing their cheeks to flush red. At this time, a few more voices echoed, "Junior brother, we'll go with you." This time, the ones who spoke were Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, and Zhao Nan. They had already reached the high-rank spirit master realm, which was an unreachable height for ordinary martial artists. However, for these heavenly geniuses, that was not the end. Only by stepping into the king stage could they leap over the dragon gate and proudly roam between the heavens and the earth. Now that they had reached this realm, there was not much benefit to cultivating blindly. Instead, they wanted to quickly comprehend the existence of the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Only then would they have the qualifications to take that step. Therefore, they proposed to go with Ling Zhao, hoping to see if they could find an opportunity to comprehend it in the territory of a 6th-rank sect. Moreover, they all knew that the reason why the strongest true disciple, Lai Mingxiang, was able to break through to the king stage at the age of 30 was because he had once gone to this secret realm to search for treasures and obtained a fortuitous encounter. That was how he was able to break through from the high-rank spirit master to the king stage in just a few years. This kind of opportunity was definitely what Chen Wenyu and the others wanted the most. Ling Zhao looked at Chen Wenyu and the others in astonishment, thinking to himself, as expected of the strongest true disciples in the sect. This kind of courage is not something others can compare to. Ling Zhao nodded at them and said, "All right, you guys will accompany me. However, you must be careful. This place is much more dangerous than we thought. He paused for a moment, then turned to Shi Tianho and said, Senior brother Shi, everyone will be cultivating here. If anything happens, you will lead everyone to retreat. Junior brother, I also want to go with you. Shi Tianho scratched his head and laughed dryly. All right. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Although he really wanted to move alone, it would be much more convenient for him to advance and retreat if he did so. However, it was difficult for him to refuse the request of these people. After all, he had been appointed as the leader of this trip to the secret realm. Thus, Ling Xiao gave some instructions to the other disciples and told them the location of the secret room in the main hall. In case of any danger, they could go there to hide. Just as Ling Xiao was about to lead them out, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He seemed to have sensed something and exclaimed to everyone, Someone has entered the main hall. Everyone, get ready. When all the true disciples of the Purple Sky sect heard Ling Xiao's words, they immediately became vigilant. They've already found their way here. They've sensed it really quickly. Ling Xiao frowned and thought to himself. The reason why he had sensed that someone had appeared in front of the main hall was because of his powerful mental energy. Thus, his alertness was several times or even more than 10 times higher than the average person's. However, just as he had sensed the other party's presence, the other party had already sensed their direction. Ling Xiao could not help but suspect that the person who had come was definitely not ordinary. Since they had already been discovered by the other party, Ling Xiao and the others did not stay in the cultivation room any longer. All of them walked out. Not long after, a group of young martial artists wearing embroidered robes appeared in front of them. Needless to say, these people were the people from the Tai Li sect. As for Lu Huanhuan from the Yang Fan sect, she was leaning against the 13th prince, Li Yu. There was an indescribable melancholy on her face. When Ling Xiao saw the people who had come, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was puzzled. Could it be that the people from the Yang Fan sect and the Tai Li sect have colluded together? Li Yu walked at the front and looked at Ling Xiao with a sneer. Kid from the Purple Heaven sect, we meet again. When Li Yu first met Yun Mingqi when he entered the Thousand Beast City, he had been attracted by Yun Mingqi's beauty. Moreover, he had heard from his own elder that Yun Mingqi was already a king stage cultivator. This had made the lustful Li Yu develop a strong desire to possess her. However, when they were in the Thousand Beast City, Li Yu had discovered that the woman he had reserved had been taken by the kid in front of him. His heart was already burning with rage. If it wasn't for the fact that fighting was prohibited in the Thousand Beast City, he would have asked his own elder to teach the kid a lesson. However, it wasn't too late to teach the kid a lesson now, as he had already planned to get rid of all the people from the Purple Heaven sect in the Mystic Realm. He wanted to let the kid in front of him know how big of a mistake it was to offend the 13th prince. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before he asked, Uncle, who are you? In fact, Ling Xiao recognized Li Yu, but he didn't have any good feelings towards Li Yu. Anyone who dared to snatch his woman, even if it was the emperor himself, Ling Xiao wouldn't put him in his eyes. Chapter 310. Li Yu was 25 years old this year. Not only did he not look old, but he looked extremely young and handsome. Moreover, he had a baby face, which made him look even younger than the youths of the same age. He looked just like an 18-year-old youth. This was something that he had always been proud of. But now, he was ridiculed by Ling Xiao as uncle, which made him feel unprecedented shame. Brat, you've got guts. Li Yu's face darkened. He was just about to order his subordinates to kill him when he saw that behind Ling Xiao were several beautiful women. He couldn't help but be stunned. He had seen these girls before in the Thousand Beast City, but at that time, he had only had eyes for Yun Mengqi alone, and he had not noticed how they looked like. Now, he could finally see the true alluring countenance of these girls clearly. Bing Ruoxue was as cold as ice, her delicate face was flawless, and her entire person was like a proud rose in the snow, giving people a feeling that they could only look at her from afar, not daring to look at her. Yu Lian was as beautiful as a flower. Her curvaceous figure was constantly exuding a fatal temptation, and her glance and smile seemed to be able to make any man's beast blood boil. Wen Kudai's petite and cute appearance was like a budding flower, giving people a mischievous and pure temperament, just like the little sister next door. Luo Meiying's looks were slightly inferior, but her fiery figure was like a 1,000-year-old fruit that could not be any more ripe, making people have the urge to pluck it. The four women each had their own merits, and the spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums were all blooming. Li Yu couldn't help but be a little infatuated. He never thought that there would be so many beauties in the Purple Heaven sect, and each of them had their own temperaments. Wen Kudai couldn't stand Li Yu's hateful gaze, and moved closer to Ling Xiao and said, "This person is really annoying." Bing Ruoshui coldly said, "Shameless." Ling Xiao frowned, blocked Li Yu's line of sight, and faintly said, "Where are your dog eyes looking?" Li Yu's face revealed a sullen expression as he said, "Stinking brat, you are causing trouble for your senior brother and sister." Ling Xiao said calmly, "You came here to look for trouble. Do you think I can let this matter go just because I apologize?" "Hee, I thought you didn't remember me, the 13th prince." Li Yu raised his arrogant head and said darkly. He paused for a moment before continuing, "What's the use of your apology? If you can let a few junior sisters behind you play with me for a few nights, maybe I won't find trouble with you." "Oh, it's this junior sister from the Yang Fan sect. Her big brother gave her to me, so I let the rest of the Yang Fan sect go." At the same time, Li proudly pointed at Lu Huanhuan in his arms. "Shameless bastard." The women behind Ling Xiao cursed at the same time, and the other true disciples of the Purple Heaven sect all looked angry, as if they were ready to attack at any time. Li Yu didn't mind this. Lu Huanhuan, who was in his arms, still had a smile on her face, but that smile was a bit more strange. "So simple? You won't go back on your word, right?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before asking playfully. Li Yu sneaked a glance at the women behind Ling Xiao, swallowed his saliva, and replied, "It's that simple. I, the 13th prince, always keep my word." Ling Xiao turned around and asked the women, "Are you willing to follow this 13th prince?" Who would want to follow him? Wen Qidi was the first to answer. "Why don't you take a piss and look at him?" Luo Meiying said fiercely. Yu Lian didn't scold him, but instead hooked her arm around Ling Xiao's and said coquettishly, "I'll only follow you in this life. If you can bear to give me to someone else, I'll kill you first and then commit suicide." Bing Ruoshui just stared coldly at Li Yu, emitting a strong cold intent, as if she could kill at any time. Ling Xiao turned around and spread his hands at Li Yu, saying, "13th prince, as you can see, none of them are interested in you. How about I go catch a few female wolves and give them to you? Those female wolves should be quite suitable for you." Pu. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, everyone in the Purple Sky sect couldn't help but laugh. On the Tai Li sect side, everyone's expression was extremely strange, as if they didn't dare to laugh. Li Yu's face darkened to the extreme, and he immediately said gloomily, "You will pay for your words. Everyone, attack. Kill all the men and keep the women." For a moment, the two sides were in a tense situation. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes turned cold, and his figure flickered, instantly arriving in front of Li Yu. "13th prince, be careful." The few high-level spirit masters behind Li Yu sensed something strange and couldn't help but cry out. At the same time, they all rushed to block in front of Li Yu. However, there was one person who acted a bit faster than the others. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to grab Li Yu's neck, a person's other palm slapped towards Ling Xiao. "Junior brother, be careful." The girls cried out at the same time. Ling Xiao sneered, turned his claw into a palm, and smashed it against that person's palm. Pow! Both of them took a step back and coldly stared at each other. "Are you finally willing to come out?" Ling Xiao had a playful smile on his face as he looked at the young man in front of him. This feminine man's aura was restrained, making it impossible to see through his cultivation. He could hide from everyone's eyes, but he couldn't escape Ling Zhao's keen perception. He was the third prince of the Tai Li sect, Li Ming. Li Ming looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You're not bad." He paused for a moment and said, "If you are willing to be my follower for the rest of your life, I can make sure you don't die." "Third brother, why did you choose this little bastard?" Li Yu asked anxiously. Li Ming glared at Li Yu and said, "You bastard, if you weren't my brother, I would have killed you first, stupid trash." As soon as Li Ming said this, the Tai Li sect disciples behind him all revealed strange expressions. They looked at Ling Xiao with a bit of envy. Ling Xiao ignored their gazes and laughed wildly. What you said is the funniest joke I've heard in my life. But since you said it, I'll send it back to you. If you are willing to be my follower, I can also spare your life. How about it?" Li Ming didn't get angry when he heard Ling Zhao's words and just said, "It seems that you still don't know when to advance or retreat." As soon as he said this, his hidden aura gradually rose from a low-rank soul master to a high-rank soul master. Moreover, his aura showed no signs of stopping and continued to rise. The people of the Purple Sky sect were shocked, especially Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Meiying. They were all high-rank soul masters and immediately realized how terrifying Li Ming was. Half-step king rank. When Li Ming's aura stopped, Yan Zhe couldn't help but cry out. The true disciples of the Purple Sky sect all paled. Li Ming sneered and said, "You guys don't need to hide anymore. Let these low-level sects see the true strength of our Tai Li sect." As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, 3 ordinary-looking youths stepped out from behind him. These 3 young men looked like they were carved from the same mold. At a glance, it was obvious that they were triplets. After the 3 of them stood out, their auras began to rise just like Li Ming's, shaking the surrounding dust and causing it to fly everywhere. Finally, they stabilized at half-step king rank. This time, the Tai Li sect actually had 4 half-step king rank disciples, a dozen or so high-rank soul masters, and the rest were middle-rank soul masters. This level of strength was far above the true disciples of the Purple Sky sect. This was the difference between the top and the bottom rank sections. There had long been rumors that the Tai Li sect had the strength of a rank 7 sect, but they had never announced their sect's advancement. It seemed that there was some truth to this rumor. A half-step king rank was enough to sweep away all the true disciples of the Purple Sky sect, not to mention that the other side had 4 half-step king rank disciples. This time, everyone in the Purple Sky sect felt as if they had fallen into a cold cellar, causing them to feel despair. Only Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Meiying's expressions only became a bit more serious, but they weren't worried at all. This was because they knew that as long as Ling Xiao was here, they would definitely be fine. They had seen with their own eyes that Ling Xiao had killed a true king rank disciple, so what were these half-step king rank disciples? "You still have one more chance to choose," Li Ming said to Ling Xiao indifferently. Ling Xiao wasn't as calm as he looked at the half-step king rank disciples that had appeared. Although he had the ability to kill a king rank disciple, that was only in a one-on-one situation. Now he had to protect the true disciples behind him, and it seemed that he didn't have the strength to do so. The only way he could do so was to kill them all, but he couldn't guarantee that he could kill all of them. If even one of them escaped, then it would be a disaster for the Purple Sky sect once they left the secret realm. Looking at the hesitant Ling Xiao, Wen Qidi was a bit worried. "Senior brother, you wouldn't want to agree to him, right?" "Junior sister, don't talk nonsense. I'm not that kind of person," Luo Meiying said firmly. Bing Ruoshui and Yu Lian both looked at the silent Ling Xiao with complicated expressions. Li Yu took the opportunity to sneer. "My third brother is the young sect master of the Tai Li sect. You're lucky to be able to follow my third brother. You don't know how many people want to follow my third brother, but they don't have the chance." Ling Zhao's eyelids twitched when he heard Li Yu's words. He hadn't expected Li Ming to have such an identity. Li Ming scolded, "Li Yu, cut the crap." Although he was talking about Li Yu, his face was slightly arrogant, as if he could already see the scene of Ling Zhao's giant clothes at his feet. Li Ming and Li Yu were different. Li Ming was good at scheming, and his methods were very ruthless. In the future, he would definitely be a formidable character, while Li Yu's methods were much more immature. The reason why he had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao was because Ling Xiao was still very young. He was only around 20 years old, but he was already a high-level spirit master. He was presumably one of the most outstanding people in the Purple Sky sect. Such a genius was not inferior to his Tenbin, and he felt that only such a person was worthy of being his follower. In the future, the more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the more glory he would have as his master. That was why he cherished such a talent. Chapter 311. After a moment of silence, Ling Xiao faintly said, "You don't have the qualifications to make me your follower. Even if the Heavenly Emperor himself came, he wouldn't be able to make me his subordinate." With that, Ling Zhao's golden body soared into the sky. The golden light that surrounded his body faintly revealed a noble and domineering aura. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a high and mighty emperor, causing others to feel a sense of submission and worship. Although Ling Xiao only had the strength of a high spirit master, he cultivated all 5 elements at the same time, and the spiritual energy within his body was many times stronger than that of an ordinary high spirit master. His aura soared. Although he hadn't reached the half-step king level, his aura wasn't any weaker than Li Ming and the other 3 half-step king level cultivators. Even the disciples of the 2 sects felt that Ling Zhao's aura made them feel like they were about to fall to their knees, as if they were subjects in front of the emperor. Li Ming frowned. Looking at the current Ling Xiao, he felt very uncomfortable. He was certain that it was impossible to subdue Ling Xiao, so he immediately shouted, "You're courting death. Kill them all." As soon as Li Ming's words fell, the disciples of the Tai Li sect scattered and took out their own Xian artifacts. All kinds of spirit beasts also appeared at their side. The people of the Purple Sky sect weren't willing to be outdone either. They took out their Xian artifacts at the same time, and their spirit beasts instantly landed on the ground. Kill them. Don't think that our Purple Sky sect is easy to bully. Zhao Nan was impulsive and warlike by nature. He was the first to ride his scarlet fierce tiger and charge towards the people of the Tai Li sect. Kill them. Yan Zhe, who had always been calm, cursed in a low voice. He also rode his fire cloud lion into battle. For a moment, dozens of youths and spirit beasts were engaged in a chaotic battle. Waves of dazzling Xian techniques rang out incessantly. Li Ming and the 3 triplets surrounded Ling Xiao. None of them had an opponent, so they just stared at each other coldly, as if they didn't hear the intense battle going on. Actually, Ling Xiao was already extremely anxious in his heart. The strengths of the disciples of the Violet Sky sect were obviously much inferior to the others, whereas he was surrounded by 4 half-step king rank experts. Unless he was able to annihilate all of them in one go, otherwise, the others would surely be in danger. You're the ones who brought about your own deaths. Don't blame me. Ling Xiao made up his mind. This time, he would use his full power to kill these 4 people as quickly as possible. One of the triplets stood up and said, "Young master, 2 brothers, please step aside. I alone am enough to deal with this little brat." The 3 triplets were Zong De, Zong Yuan, and Zong Qing. The hearts of the 3 of them were linked, and they'd learned a combination of profound techniques. So, even if they encountered a low-stage king rank expert, they would still have the strength to fight. The one who spoke just now was the 3rd brother, Zong Qing. Li Ming also seemed to feel that he'd overestimated Ling Xiao, so he nodded to Zong Qing and said, "Hurry up, we don't have time to waste here." After saying that, he, Zong De, and Zong Yuan all took a few steps back to make it easier for Zong Qing and Ling Xiao to fight. At this time, the screams of several people could be heard from the other side of the battlefield. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that 2 of his sect's disciples had been killed by the opponent's sword. Zong Qing took the opportunity to laugh sinisterly. "You dare to be distracted even against me? Your time has come. After saying that, Zongqing raised a ball of burning spiritual energy in his hand, and a dark flame condensed into a palm of fire that slammed towards Ling Xiao's chest. The attack of a half-step king rank expert was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it reached Ling Xiao's chest. Zongqing had a victorious smile on his face, as if he could already see Ling Xiao being slapped to death by his palm. Ling Xiao turned his head and frowned. He formed a formless cloud expelling palm with his spiritual energy and slammed it heavily into Zongqing's spiritual consciousness. Zongqing felt a sharp pain in his head, and his movement stiffened. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to turn the tables. Wind God's Kick's third form, Torrential Storm. The kicks poured down like a torrential storm, and the momentum of the kicks was as fierce as a gale. This was the ultimate torrential storm. Zongqing was engulfed by Ling Xiao's kicks. The countless kicks also contained Xiantian Yin wind baleful qi, and in an instant, it invaded Zongqing's limbs and organs. Zongqing was sent flying backward. His body kept twitching, and his whole body turned into a mass of ash and black. The gray and black color instantly spread throughout his body, and his body began to shrivel up at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Not only that, but when his flesh and blood were completely corroded, even his bones gradually disappeared, and the weeds around Zongqing also withered and disappeared. Li Ming, Zongde, and Zong Yuan were all dumbfounded. They had forgotten to save Zongqing, and could only watch helplessly as Zongqing disappeared before their eyes. Their hearts were in turmoil. Ling Xiao wanted this kind of shocking effect. He wanted to first strike at his opponent's confidence, and then he could defeat them one by one. Ling Xiao first used his spiritual energy to attack Zongqing, but he didn't kill him instantly. Instead, he injured Zongqing's spiritual consciousness, temporarily rendering him unable to fight. Then, he used the Wind God's Kick to defeat Zongqing. The Wind God's Kick contained Ling Xiao's Xiantian Yin wind baleful qi, which was highly corrosive. Zongqing couldn't expel the Xiantian Yin wind baleful qi in a hurry, so he could only let it corrode. This was why Ling Xiao was able to kill Zongqing instantly. While Li Ming, Zongde, and Zong Yuan were in a daze, Ling Xiao wasn't. He shot a cold glance at Zong Yuan, and his invisible spiritual energy blasted towards him. Ah! Zong Yuan screamed and fell to the ground, holding his head with both hands. Li Ming and Zongde finally came to their senses, and they were both shocked and angry. Third brother, second brother, I'll kill you. Zongde roared, and a silver saber appeared in his hands. He swung it at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and the ice and fire swords appeared in his hands, and he swung them at Zongde. Clang! The two weapons clashed, and sparks flew out. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Just as he was about to counterattack, he felt a gust of wind behind his head, and he quickly dodged to the side. It was Li Ming who had attacked Ling Xiao. A pair of black gloves appeared in his hands, and they glowed with a strange black light. It was obvious that they were dark attribute weapons. Don't hold back, Zongde. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Li Ming snorted, and his palms began to glow with an even more intense black light, and he slammed them down towards Ling Xiao's head. On the other side, Zongde was already on the verge of exploding, and the saber in his hand blazed with flames. Die, you bastard! Zongde roared, and the saber in his hand slashed at Ling Xiao's waist. Humph, you're asking for it. Now, I'll send you 3 brothers to hell. Ling Xiao snorted, and his speed increased to the extreme, not only dodging Li Ming's attack, but also Zongde's attack. Watch your back. Li Ming reacted quickly and sent Zongde flying with a palm. Fortunately, he was fast enough, because Ling Xiao's sword only grazed past Zongde's clothes. You really are of the wind attribute, but why should I be afraid of you? Li Ming had already sensed that Ling Xiao's speed surpassed that of an ordinary high-ranked soul master, and he had also seen Ling Xiao's Wind God's Kick, so he was sure that Ling Xiao had the wind attribute. However, Li Ming wasn't afraid, because he cultivated both wind and darkness attributes. He sped up his pace, and his palms struck out a series of fierce and ruthless palm shadows. Ling Xiao's expression grew serious. His ability to kill people above his level was inseparable from his wind attribute, and now that Li Ming also had the wind attribute, and was much stronger than him, Ling Xiao had no way of escaping Li Ming's pursuit. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Li Ming, but he had to kill Li Ming and Zongde as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the others would die miserably. Ling Xiao wanted to use his psychic power to kill Li Ming again, but he had already used it twice, and the last time he had used up a lot of his psychic power to kill Zhong Yuan, who was half a step into the king class. Psychic power couldn't be used like spiritual power. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't have much psychic power left, and if he used it again, he would lose consciousness for a short period of time, and Zongde would be able to take advantage of it. Since that's the case, I'll show these two what I'm capable of. Ling Xiao calmed down, and the spiritual power in his dantian began to circulate at high speed, and he entered an unprecedented state of battle. Let's see how you escape. Zongde, quickly lock onto him. Li Ming kept attacking Ling Xiao, and at the same time, gave Zongde a warning. Once Zongde locked onto Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to escape, and Ling Xiao would have no choice but to die on the spot. Come, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Ling Xiao was full of battle intent, and the ice and fire sword in his hand emitted a demonic blue flame. The third form of the tyrant style, Sword Meteor. Speaking of which, this was the first time Ling Xiao had used the third form of the tyrant style. He had already used the first two forms, Sword Mark and Sword Flowing Cloud. However, the third form, Sword Meteor, was much more powerful than the first two forms, and with Ling Xiao's current strength, even a low-stage king-class cultivator would have to retreat. Li Ming didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to use fire attacks. His dark element hated fire and light the most, so he didn't hesitate to retreat. Zongde, on the other hand, wasn't as cautious as Li Ming. After losing two of his brothers, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to cut Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces. Zongde's sword spun out a blazing fireball, and the fireball surged towards Ling Xiao. The high temperature of the flames created a great pressure, and if it was an ordinary high-stage soul master, they wouldn't be able to resist. Unfortunately, Zongde was facing Ling Xiao, and a Ling Xiao with heavenly fire at that. Ling Xiao's starlight streaked across the sky like a comet as it collided with the fireball. Sparks flew everywhere, and the people from the two sects who were fighting not far away quickly retreated. Zongde had thought that his full-strength attack would be able to kill Ling Xiao, but he found that his fire attribute was instantly drowned out by the blue flames. Not only that, but the blue flames didn't seem to show any signs of stopping, and continued to swarm towards Zongde. Chapter 312. John's flames were at best ordinary flames. How could they compare to Ling Xiao's blue demon flame? John's flames were extremely powerful, but in front of the heavenly flame, they could only be swallowed up. The raging blue flame scared John so much that he hurriedly rolled to the side, looking indescribably embarrassed. Li Ming stared at Ling Xiao's endless methods, his heart filled with horror. He never thought that Ling Xiao was actually a dual-attribute martial artist, and that his profound skill was so abnormal that he could actually suppress him and Zongde to the point where they could only dodge. This child must be eliminated immediately, otherwise he will become a great threat in the future. Li Ming made up his mind, he must find a way to eliminate Ling Xiao. Li Ming glanced at the people fighting not far away from him, a sneer on his face, and his figure suddenly disappeared in front of him. Ling Xiao was so busy killing John that he didn't pay attention to Li Ming. Ling Xiao used his unparalleled speed, his sword sweeping out with the blue demon flame from time to time. The terrifying flames made John unable to resist, and soon he was beaten senseless by Ling Xiao. Just as John's fighting became more and more chaotic, Ling Xiao circled to his side, the ice and fire sword in his hand slashing down. Sword light streaked down like a stream of water. Ah! John's hand that was holding a large blade was ruthlessly cut by Ling Xiao, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Blood splattered everywhere, causing the people from the two sects to stop and watch in horror. As for Ling Xiao, who had cut off John's hand, his face was splashed with a lot of blood. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lightly lick the blood, saying fiercely, "Half-step king stage is nothing." Finished speaking, Ling Xiao was about to kill John. At this time, a cry of alarm attracted everyone's attention. Li Ming appeared in front of Ling Xiao with a person's neck in his hand, coldly saying, "If you don't want this woman to die, then obediently drop your weapon and surrender." Unknowingly, a woman had appeared in Li Ming's hands. This woman was the weakest of them all, Wen Kudai. Wen Qidi's neck was being held by Ling Xiao and she did not dare to move. She looked at Ling Xiao with a look of anticipation. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, put away the ice and fire sword, and said lightly, "Is this the style of the Tai Li sect? Don't you have any shame? Using a woman as a threat?" Li Ming smirked, "You don't need to worry about that. In short, any move that can kill the enemy is a good move. A gentleman like you wouldn't want to see this woman die, right? Hee, don't you think you're overestimating me? Do you really think I can sacrifice my life for a woman? With my ability and status, what kind of woman can't I have?" Ling Xiao smiled lightly. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, Wen Kudai's face became incomparably pale, and the other women all revealed complicated expressions. Li Ming's eyes jumped, seemingly feeling that it was wrong of him to use a woman to threaten Ling Xiao. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't be willing to wait for death for a woman. After all, no one was more important than his own life. It had to be said that Li Ming understood the selfishness of human nature quite well. "Useless woman, go die." Li Ming was infuriated out of humiliation and prepared to kill Wen Qidi. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't abandon Wen Kudai. He was just trying to buy time so that he could prepare. His mental force evolved into a series of palm shadows that instantly drilled into Li Ming's mind. At the same time, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, Ling Xiao's body shot out like lightning. "Ah!" Li Ming let out a shocking scream and unconsciously let go of Wen Kudai. *Poo. Ling Xiao's palm contained Yang attribute blue demon flame and slammed it into Li Ming's chest while at the same time, his other hand lightly removed the space ring on Li Ming's finger. This action was so quick that no one noticed it. Li Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as his chest caved in and his whole body was sent flying like a cannonball. Third brother, young sect master. All the disciples on the Tai Li sect side exclaimed. Everyone rushed towards Li Ming one after another. However, before they could get close, Li Ming's body was gradually burned to ashes by the blue flames. Everyone stopped in their tracks and watched helplessly as Li Ming disappeared, and a chill spread throughout their bodies. At this moment, a loud shout rang out from the side, "I'll kill you." The one-armed Zongde intended to put up a final struggle, enduring the pain of his broken arm as he continued to gather the most powerful killing blow of his life with his other hand. "You want to go all out? You're not qualified." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and glanced coldly at Zongde before gently raising his finger. Xiao! A thin column of blue flame shot towards Zongde's chest. Ugh! Zongde let out a startled cry as he stared at the small column of blood on his chest. His body unconsciously fell back and soon followed in Li Ming's footsteps. No, impossible, how could third brother and the 3 senior brothers all die? Impossible. Li Yu looked at Zongde who had just died and his face became pale. An unprecedented chill struck him as he muttered in a daze. The 13th prince fled, that guy is too scary, a high-rank spirit master of the Tai Li sect said in a trembling voice. Yes, let's quickly escape. When we return, we must report to the sect and let the sect destroy those purple sky sect bastards, Li Yu said viciously and turned to leave. However, Ling Xiao had already rushed in front of him and said coldly, "Destroy our purple sky sect? I'll kill you first." With that, Ling Xiao began to attack again, preparing to kill Li Yu in one move. Unexpectedly, at this time, a few high-level spirit masters of the Tai Li sect rushed in front of Li Yu at the same time. The profound weapons in their hands all greeted Ling Xiao. Good move. Ling Xiao didn't retreat but advanced instead. The ice and fire sword in his hand turned to the side that looked like a knife. A powerful chill condensed into an incomparably large ice blade. Prideful cold 6 secrets, first form, freezing glance. This was the absolute chill, a direct move. Boom. The ice blade and giant shadow pressed down on the opponent's Xian skill, making bursts of explosive sounds. The Tai Li sect high-rank spirit master's Xian skills couldn't block Ling Xiao's full power attack. The huge ice blade continued to slash down courageously from above. The Tai Li sect high-rank spirit masters all cried out strangely and dodged to the sides. Only Li Yu, who was directly in front of the ice blade, was dumbfounded. He watched the giant ice blade's shadow come closer and closer. His legs actually trembled in fear and his entire body became incomparably pale. No. Li Yu never thought that death would be so close to him. After he let out an unwilling cry, his body was cut in half. Bright red blood sprayed all over the sky. Ling Xiao, holding the ice and fire sword, was like a god of death as he coldly swept his gaze over the Tai Li sect people. He actually killed the young sect master and the 13th prince. Let's run. We must report this to the sect master and start a crusade against your Purple Sky sect. A high-rank spirit master cried out in shock and immediately turned to run for his life. The others didn't dare to stay. Even 4 half a step into king rank weren't a match for him. How could they dare to face Ling Xiao? What's more, their young sect master had already died. Without anyone to command them, they were like a plate of loose sand, running for their lives in all directions. Everyone, hurry up and chase after them. Kill them all. Otherwise, our Purple Sky sect will definitely suffer a great calamity in the future. Chen Wenyu yelled and wanted to chase after the Tai Li sect disciples. Wait, don't chase after them. Ling Xiao yelled and then said indifferently, even if you chase after them, you won't be a match for them. You'll only increase the number of casualties. After Ling Xiao said this, his face became extremely pale. The mental strength in his sea of consciousness seemed to have become extremely exhausted. He immediately sat down cross-legged to recover his mental strength. The Purple Sky sect disciples also knew that what Ling Xiao said was true, so all of them unwillingly stayed behind. Junior, are you okay? Luo Meiying was the first to notice that something was wrong with Ling Xiao. Chen Wenyu glanced at the meditating Ling Xiao and said to the others, he should be fine. He's just recovering his strength. Let's protect him. We absolutely can't let anyone disturb him. All the Purple Sky sect disciples immediately separated and surrounded Ling Xiao, protecting Ling Xiao in the center. After a while, with Ling Xiao as the center, a large amount of spiritual power surged over. In addition to consuming his mental strength, Ling Xiao had also used up more than half of his spiritual power. Now that danger was everywhere, the sooner he recovered his strength, the better the chance of survival would be. This time, Ling Xiao spent a total of 6 hours in meditation before he slowly woke up. He didn't expect to consume so much mental strength this time. He originally thought that after his sea of consciousness had liquefied, using mental strength multiple times should be fine. But now he realized that it was far from what he had imagined. If he only used his mental strength to create simple attacks, with his current mental strength, he should be able to use it 20 times in a row without a problem. But if he wanted to use his mental strength to create a profound skill to instantly kill an opponent stronger than himself, the amount of mental strength he would need to use would multiply. Just now, Ling Xiao had used his mental strength to injure Zhong Qing, killed Zhong Yuan, and then used his mental strength to deal with Li Ming, so there wasn't much mental strength left in his mind. As the opponents grew stronger, Ling Xiao felt that his strength wasn't enough, and his mental strength wasn't strong enough. Just relying on normal cultivation to increase my mental strength is really not enough. It seems like I'll have to find some spirit herbs that can increase my mental strength. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then, Ling Xiao stood up and looked around at the others, his expression becoming heavy. Senior brother, how many people did we lose this time? Ling Xiao asked Chen Wenyu indifferently. Chen Wenyu looked at the corpses not far away and took a light breath. 7 people died, and the others were more or less injured. Ling Xiao clenched his fist, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, no one from the Tai Li sect can escape. Chapter 313. Outside the secret realm, the elders of the various sects were sitting in their own camps with their eyes closed. In the Tai Li sect's camp, an old man with white hair looked at a row of jade tubes in front of him. In an instant, a few of the jade tubes' light had disappeared. The old man's eyes shot out 2 terrifying beams of light, and he slammed his palm on the soft couch next to him. Pa! The soft couch instantly split into pieces. The young master, Zongde, Zong Yuan, and Zong Qing are all dead. This is impossible. Even that little boy 13 is dead. What the hell happened? Damn it. The old man's eyes were red as he looked at the jade tubes that had disappeared, and he moaned in pain. Not far from the old man, the 2 old men wearing trigram robes also looked sorrowful. One of them, a tall and thin old man, said, with the young master's strength, even if he met a king stage opponent, he could still fight. How could they all die? Are the other disciples all right? The white-haired old man took a deep breath and said, the other disciples are fine for now. What happened to them? Only the young master and the others were killed. Could it be someone from the 3 sects? That doesn't make sense. We have no enmity with the 3 sections. How could they attack the young master and the others? There are many good things in the secret realm. For those things, even their own fathers would be killed, let alone the people from the other sections. That makes sense, but let's not make any random guesses. Maybe the young master and the others entered a dangerous place and died. Sai, how should we explain this when we return to the sect? When the other disciples come out, we must ask them what happened. If it was done by the 3 sects, then we must seek justice. Inside the heaven-suppressing sect's secret realm, in a cultivation room in the main hall. There were only 15 disciples left in the Purple Sky sect. Out of the 26 people in the group, 11 had already died, and a few were injured. Although their lives were not in danger, their fighting strength had decreased by a lot. They had originally wanted to cultivate and quietly stay for a month, but who knew that the heavens would not follow their wishes, making their hearts abnormally heavy. Ling Xiao glanced at the crowd and said loudly, I know everyone is upset, but can you blame anyone else? You can only blame yourselves for being too weak. Within our sects, we are the best of the best, but when you look at the Northwest or even the entire continent, perhaps we can only be considered beginners. As long as we become stronger, we can trample those who dare to look down on us. The Tai Li sect has gone too far, so let's give them a taste of their own medicine and quickly kill them all. Yes. Let's kill them all. A passionate disciple immediately shouted. The rest of the people also followed and shouted, kill them all. Ling Xiao looked at them with satisfaction and said, that's right. Our current strength might be inferior to theirs, but that doesn't mean that we can't kill them. He paused for a moment before continuing, now that their leader, the young sect master, has been killed by me, they're like a plate of loose sand. They're all running away, so we can take them down one by one and kill them one by one in this secret realm. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, all the disciples revealed murderous expressions. Ling Xiao's words not only stimulated their fighting spirit, but also made them pull themselves together. Of course, this was inseparable from the fact that Ling Xiao had killed 4 people half a step into the king stage. Ling Xiao's strength made them look up to him, but Ling Xiao was younger than them by a few years. This was the main reason why they were motivated again. Since everyone wants revenge, then we can't just hide here and cultivate. Everyone, come with me to find the bastards of the Tai Li sect. Ling Xiao said as he took the lead and walked out of the cultivation room. Soon after, the people behind him followed. Before, Ling Xiao didn't let the people of the sect chase after the disciples of the Tai Li sect. This was because the difference in strength between the disciples of the Purple Sky sect and the Tai Li sect was too great. If they chased after them, they wouldn't be able to kill them. Instead, they might be killed by them. In addition, he had used up too much of his mental strength and had to stop to recover. It might be a bit late to bring people to chase after them, but Ling Xiao wasn't worried about not being able to catch up. There were many unknown dangers in the heaven-suppressing sect, and the people of the Tai Li sect couldn't have escaped very far. As long as Chen Wenyu tracked them from the sky, he would definitely find them. After leaving the Eagle Gathering Hall, Ling Xiao ordered Chen Wenyu and another disciple with a flying spirit beast to chase after the disciples of the Tai Li sect. An hour later, Chen Wenyu once again found Ling Xiao and the others. "Junior brother, we found the bastards of the Tai Li sect," Chen Wenyu shouted excitedly. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "All right, take us there. This time, we'll let them know the power of the Purple Sky sect." Ling Xiao rode on the Golden Wolf King and led a group of people to kill them. The Tai Li sect originally had a total of 30 people. 7 of them had died, and now there were 23 people left. When they were running for their lives, they split up. Chen Wenyu only found 5 disciples of the Tai Li sect. Among these disciples, 2 were high-level spirit masters, and the other 3 were middle-level spirit masters. The 15 people from the Purple Sky sect gathered together. There was no need for Ling Xiao to make a move, and the 5 people from the Tai Li sect were dismembered. The disciples of the Purple Sky sect finally let out a sigh of relief. After killing these 5 people, Chen Wenyu went elsewhere to search for traces of the other Tai Li sect disciples. After 2 days, the group from the Purple Sky sect killed a total of 18 Tai Li sect disciples. There were still 6 people who couldn't be found for the time being. Chen Wenyu said to Ling Xiao anxiously, "Junior brother, there are still a few people that we can't find." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I understand. Since we can't find them, there's no need to look anymore. They must have escaped far away, so it's time for us to continue exploring." Ling Xiao and the others didn't rest at all and immediately headed in another direction. That direction was a ruined pavilion that Chen Wenyu had discovered earlier. Everyone rushed to the ruined pavilion and didn't encounter any more dangers. However, the more it was like this, the heavier everyone felt. The ruined pavilion was halfway up a mountain and occupied a very wide area. It was more than 2 or 3 times wider than the Great Hall on the Purple Sky Peak of the Purple Sky sect. Ling Xiao scanned the area with his spiritual force and immediately sensed that there were already quite a few people gathered in the ruined pavilion. Ling Xiao waved his hand to the people behind him and said, "There are disciples from other sects who discovered it first. Everyone, pay attention." Ling Xiao and the others slowly approached the ruined pavilion. Only then did they see the true appearance of the ruined pavilion. This majestic ruined pavilion had long since been blasted into a scene of devastation. On the surrounding mountain walls, there was a row of messy huge palm prints and several crisscrossing sword marks that seemed to have been swept by a sword. Ling Xiao and the others were deeply shocked when they saw those palm prints and those messy sword marks. Was this really man-made? It seemed that the destruction of the heaven-suppressing sect wasn't a coincidence. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were in a daze, a young man walked out from the ruined pavilion and arrogantly said to Ling Xiao and the others, "This place has been occupied by our River Dark sect. Everyone else, scram." The River Dark sect was the 8th grade sect closest to the Thousand Beast City. It was ranked 5th among the many sects, just below the Tai Li sect. Really arrogant. Do you really think that there's no one in our 6th Extreme Palace? Another person who was dressed completely different from the young man ran out from the ruined pavilion and snorted coldly. The 6th Extreme Palace was also ranked above the Purple Sky sect, just below the River Dark sect, and was ranked 6th among the sections. Ling Xiao found that these 2 young men were both high-level spirit masters and were about 26 years old. They really did have some ability to be arrogant. Ling Xiao didn't know what good things were in the ruined pavilion, but since two sects had already occupied it, he felt that it was better to avoid them first to avoid trouble. Although he wasn't afraid of anyone and he could run if he couldn't win, but the others didn't have his abilities and he had to think of the big picture. "Let's go," Ling Xiao said to the people behind him and turned to leave. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from the ruins. "Haha, I found it. Bastard, I was the one who found it, put it down." Another voice rang out. "Bullsh *t, it's already in my hands, it's mine. How dare you? Let go or I'll teach you a lesson. Who's afraid of who? Come at me if you dare." The two young men who came out to warn Ling Xiao and the others didn't care about anything else, and plunged back into the ruins of the pavilion. Following that, a series of explosive noises of profound skills could be heard. "Junior brother, Zhao Nan looked inside and quietly said to Ling Xiao. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ling Xiao, "Let's go." After saying that, Ling Xiao looked inside with a deep meaning, and then went around to the other side of the mountain. The crowd didn't go far before they smelled a strong fragrance of flowers. Ling Xiao had been in contact with spirit grass for the past few years, and with one smell, he knew that this smell definitely came from some kind of spirit flower or spirit grass. Ling Xiao couldn't help but quicken his pace, rushing forward. Everyone followed closely behind. After walking for a while, on the flat ground of a mountain peak, there were several plots of land, and these plots were planted with a variety of 5-element spirit grass. However, most of the spirit grass on these plots had already been picked, and there were only about 100 plants left in each plot. Even so, it was still a great surprise to the people of the Purple Sky sect. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and exclaimed, It's a medicinal garden." In front of everyone, there were several artificially cultivated medicinal gardens. Generally, each sect would cultivate a medicinal garden, which was planted by their own sect's alchemist and then guarded by the medicine slaves. Ling Xiao and the others found that the medicinal garden here was much higher level than the medicinal garden on their Purple Sky sect's herb peak. It's middle stage 3 green tail grass. There's also a high stage 3 snake flower. That's a low stage 4 flame wisteria. Everyone saw that there were 3 or 4 grades above the medicinal garden, causing everyone to cry out in surprise. 2 disciples found a suitable spirit grass and couldn't help but run over. Ling Xiao looked at the medicinal garden and couldn't help but frown. It wasn't hard to find here. Could it be that the disciples of the previous few years didn't find this place? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes jumped, and he shouted at the 2 disciples who ran out, "Come back quickly, there's danger." Chapter 3:14. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm as he pounced forward like a cheetah, his palms striking out in the direction of the 2 disciples who had run out. No one knew what Ling Xiao was doing, but the 2 disciples were still in a daze. In the next moment, the soil under the herb garden suddenly bulged. Then, a black shadow appeared in front of the 2 of them, and an unknown bloody mouth bit at them. The 2 of them were shocked and quickly retreated. The people behind them cried out in alarm as they took out their profound weapons to help. Ling Xiao was 1 step ahead of them and sent out 2 fiery palms imbued with the blue demon flame. However, before Ling Xiao's fiery palms could land on the black shadow, something suddenly sprayed out from the black shadow's bloody mouth. Ling Xiao was shocked and quickly retreated. The flames were extinguished by the thing that the black shadow had sprayed out. Before anyone could see what it was, the ground returned to its original calm state. However, there was an additional gray object that looked like a hill at the place where it had just been. This thing looked like soil, but also like some kind of feces. It emitted a strange smell that made people feel nauseous. "Everyone, retreat." Ling Xiao frowned and hurriedly ordered everyone to retreat. He had clearly felt that the thing under the ground was not simple, but he did not have the time to see what kind of spirit beast it was. Anyone would have an indescribable sense of fear towards the unknown. Ling Xiao and the others retreated 100 meters away from the herb garden. What kind of spirit beast was that just now? It was too fast, I couldn't see it clearly. Chen Wenyu said seriously. It should be the guardian spirit beast of these spirit herbs. It's such a pity for such a large area of high-level spirit herbs. Zhao Nan said bitterly. Could it be that we can't deal with an insect with so many people? Luo Meiying said unwillingly. Can you deal with level 4 or level 5 insects? Yan Zhe asked grumpily. For a moment, Luo Meiying was speechless. Step back a bit more. Let me see what kind of spirit beast this is. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Even though the herb garden here seemed to be in shambles, there were still quite a few rank 3 and 4 spirit herbs. For a rank 4 alchemist like him, there was a considerable temptation. How could he just give up like this? Be careful, junior brother. Everyone knew Ling Xiao's abilities, and after exhorting him, they retreated another 100 meters. Ling Xiao carefully walked towards the herb garden, his eyes constantly paying attention to the ground. Not long after, he arrived in front of a level 3 spirit herb and found that there was still no movement on the ground. He frowned for no reason and muttered to himself, could it be that the spirit beast left? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao decided to give it another try, so he stretched out his hand to pick the spiritual herb. Pung! All of a sudden, the ground a meter in front of Ling Xiao's spiritual herb exploded as the unknown spirit beast emerged from the ground again. This time, the spirit beast let out a strange cry and spat out another ball of something from its mouth. Ling Xiao was already prepared for this. He flipped over and leaped backward, so he wasn't hit. At the same time, when he landed on the ground, he pushed off with one foot and pounced towards the spirit beast, 2 balls of blue flames appearing on his palms. The flames were like a dragon, roaring towards the spirit beast. This time, the spirit beast didn't escape, but instead spat out an elemental attack from its mouth again. As a heavenly fire, the blue flames were once again buried by the opponent's elemental attack. Ling Xiao finally saw the spirit beast's face and exclaimed in surprise, "Purple flood dragon roar." Not far from Ling Xiao was a spirit beast with half its body straightened. The head of a flood dragon and the body of a snake, its purple skin exuding a faint noble aura. Its round body was smooth and exquisite, and it had a frightening bloody mouth that could swallow an elephant alive. This was a flood dragon roar. The flood dragon roar was a high-level spirit beast, a branch spirit beast that had the bloodline of the mythological beast dragons in ancient times. However, with the passage of time, the bloodline had been mixed from generation to generation, and the dragon's bloodline had gradually thinned out. The flood dragon roar had also gradually lost the characteristics of dragons. Therefore, it was very rare to see ancient beasts like the flood dragon roar among the earthworm spirit beasts. Every time an earthworm spirit beast with the characteristics of a dragon's bloodline appeared, it would be an emperor among the earthworms. The flood dragon roar in front of him clearly had the characteristics of the dragon's bloodline. This could be seen from its purple skin and its dragon-like earthworm head, which had the demeanor of a dragon's. It was certain that this purple flood dragon roar had a rich bloodline of dragons. If it had the opportunity in the future, it might even be able to evolve into a true sacred beast of dragons. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to recognize the identity of this purple flood dragon roar at a glance was because he had previously read about it in the Sex Book Depository Pavilion. There was a relevant record in one of the books. The book mentioned that the flood dragon roar was divided into 3 grades, orange, red, and purple. The orange flood dragon roar had the thinnest bloodline of dragons, while the purple flood dragon roar had the thickest bloodline. The flood dragon roar was a strange beast that was a hybrid between a flood dragon and a roar. It had the dual attributes of water and earth. Not only could it be like a fish in water, but it could also come and go freely on land. Its most powerful ability was not its attack ability, but its ability to improve the soil. The place where the flood dragon roar existed was extremely suitable for the growth of spirit herbs. At the same time, it could also speed up the growth of spirit herbs. This characteristic was what all alchemists liked the most. This was the reason why Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Why did he say that? Because any alchemist would often use large amounts of spirit herbs to refine pills, and the most distressing thing for any alchemist was the lack of spirit herbs. Therefore, alchemists from ordinary sects would usually plant spirit herbs in places rich in spirit energy, in case of emergencies. The growth of ordinary spirit herbs was extremely slow, and the time needed to accumulate was too long. This was also the most depressing aspect of alchemists. However, the flood dragon roar was the most beneficial accelerator for improving the soil and speeding up the growth of spirit herbs. It could shorten the growth of spirit herbs by 3 to 5 times, and the grade of the spirit herbs that grew would definitely be high. Therefore, which alchemist wouldn't desire to harvest a flood dragon roar as a spirit beast to cultivate spirit herbs? Currently, this purple flood dragon roar was already as big as 3 people hugging it, and half of its body was already about 10 meters tall. It looked like it already had the strength of the 5th level. While Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised, the purple flood dragon roar shot out something from its stomach towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, it let out a strange cry, and its bloody mouth fiercely bit towards Ling Xiao. Be careful. Not far away, the crowd cried out to Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao recovered quickly and leaped back more than 100 meters. However, this time, the purple flood dragon roar was no longer hiding underground. Instead, it coiled its body and chased after them at an extremely fast speed. Everyone attacked together. Chen Wenyu cried out and took the initiative to launch a powerful attack. Everyone else also attacked the purple flood dragon roar with all their might. Rumble. A large cloud of dust flew into the air in front of the purple flood dragon roar. Hurry up and run, it will be fine. Ling Xiao knew that the purple flood dragon roar's defense was astonishing, so he immediately called out to his people. Unfortunately, the purple flood dragon roar wasn't going to give up so easily. It was completely fine after taking a round of attacks from the crowd, and its huge round body swept towards the crowd. Bing Ruoshui, who was the closest to it, had nowhere to hide. Just at this moment, an extremely fast figure grabbed her delicate body and hurriedly fled. However, they were still half a step too late. The two of them were flung a great distance away by that figure. Wah! Ling Xiao, who was carrying Bing Ruoshui, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt like his body was about to fall apart, and his internal organs were all displaced. When Bing Ruoshui saw that Ling Xiao was lying on top of her, her heart clenched. She asked anxiously, Ling Xiao, are you all right? I'm fine. Hurry up and get out of here. Ling Xiao said weakly. Bing Ruoshui didn't dare to hesitate, and she hurriedly carried Ling Xiao away. Everyone else also began to flee. A high-tier 5th-grade spirit beast was equivalent to a high-tier Earth Sovereign Realm cultivator. If it wanted to kill all of them, it would be a piece of cake. Fortunately, the flood dragon roar wasn't a carnivore, and its temperament was relatively gentle compared to other spirit beasts. Thus, when they were far enough away, the flood dragon roar hid underground and didn't come out to attack them again. However, they still had lingering fears, and all of them wanted to leave as soon as possible. Bing Ruoshui carried Ling Xiao and placed him on the side of the stone wall. She asked in an unprecedentedly gentle tone, Ling Xiao, are you all right? At the same time, she took out a pill and stuffed it into Ling Xiao's mouth. Junior brother, are you all right? Chen Wenyu and the others asked with concern. Yu Laiyan didn't hesitate to squat in front of Ling Xiao, taking over half of Bing Ruoshui's body. He touched Ling Xiao's pale face and asked, Junior brother, are you all right? Don't scare me, you can't let senior sister become a widow at such a young age. What nonsense are you talking about? Bing Ruoshui glared at Yu Laiyan. You're still in the right? If junior brother didn't try to save you, would he have been injured? Yu Laiyan snorted. I'd rather be injured than for him to be injured. Bing Ruoxue had no choice but to confess her feelings. Cough, cough. Ling Xiao coughed lightly and said weakly, You guys stop arguing. Move away and protect me. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Ling Xiao sat up and placed his palms under his abdomen, beginning to circulate the Vajra 5 transformation technique to repair his body. The two girls glared at each other, then stood up and shielded Ling Xiao behind them. Luo Meiying and Wenkidi also quietly stood to the side and looked around. The other disciples looked at Ling Xiao enviously and took a few steps back to protect Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao had been meditating for half an hour, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from the mountain path. Chen Wenyu frowned and said, Everyone, be on guard. Someone's coming. Just as he finished speaking, a dozen or so figures appeared not far in front of them. After the dozen or so figures stood still, a sound came from behind them. Another group of people gathered here. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Chapter 3:15. The people who arrived in front of Ling Xiao and the others were the disciples of the River Dark sect and the 6 Extreme sect who were in the ruined pavilion. There were a total of 18 people on the River Dark sect side, and each of them wore a blue martial robe embroidered with wavy patterns. They held all kinds of profound weapons in their hands. The 6 Extreme sect had one more person than the Purple Sky sect, and there were a total of 16 people. Their martial robes were embroidered with a strange hexagonal shape, and most of them were holding a circular attack weapon that looked like a gear. That weapon was a unique attack weapon of the 6 Extreme sect, and it was called the Hexagon Wheel. The disciples of the Purple Sky sect all looked at the people of the two sects with vigilance, worried that they would suddenly attack. When the people of the two sects walked past the disciples of the Purple Sky sect, their eyes revealed extreme disdain. However, there was no lack of arrogant people among the people of the two sects who liked to cause trouble and provoke others. A disciple of the River Dark sect called Du Ku was one of the best among the many disciples of the River Dark sect. He had the strength of a high-level spirit master, and he was the young man who had yelled at Ling Xiao and the others from the ruined pavilion. Du Ku was the type of young man who was used to looking down on others and having a sharp mouth. When he saw Ling Xiao, who was meditating around the Purple Sky sect, and then looked at the 4 beauties beside Ling Xiao, he said unhappily, If this kind of useless pretty boy dies, then he dies. What's the use of you girls protecting him? What a waste of time. Why don't you all join our River Dark sect? Senior brother will take good care of you all. Following that, another high-level spirit master from the 6 Extreme sect called Jiang Jitian mocked, Although pretty boys look good but are useless, our 6 Extreme sect also has quite a few pretty boys like him. Why don't you guys join our 6 Extreme sect? Moreover, look at me, I'm even whiter than that pretty boy. When Jiang Jitian said this, he even touched his face and revealed a very proud expression. What he said was right. His face was indeed very white, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. It was frighteningly white. Jiang Jitian, you're the cream of the crop among pretty boys, and no one can compare to you. But when it comes to nourishing women, your 6th-level sect is far inferior to my River Nether sect. My River Nether sect has a blue-tier dual cultivation technique. As long as those girls dual cultivate with me, I guarantee that they'll be able to advance to the king realm within 5 years, Duke laughed from the side. Jiang Jitian said disapprovingly, What's so great about dual cultivation? Our 6 Extreme sect still has the Yinyang 6 Daos technique. If I cultivate with the 4 of them, I'll definitely be able to help all of them advance to the king level in less than 3 years. Shameless. Bastard. 2 voices rang out at the same time, and 2 figures from the Purple Heaven sect swept out. The first to act was Bing Ruoxue, who was guarding Ling Xiao's side. The 4th-level ice attribute profound weapon in her hand, which she had obtained from the secret chamber, blossomed with a powerful frost intent. An ice bird turned into a streak of light and flew towards Du Ku, pecking at him at an extreme speed. On the other side, Zhao Nan's spear stabbed towards Jiang Zhitian like a dragon. Although Du Ku and Jiang Zhitian's words were mostly jokes, they were full of ridicule and ridicule. Bing Ruoshui wanted to tear Du Ku's mouth off, but Zhao Nan had a fiery temper and was also someone who couldn't take it lying down. Although Bing Ruoshui was a middle-stage soul master, the weapon in her hand was a high-stage 4th-stage profound artifact. The strength of this move was not inferior to any high-stage soul master. Du Ku didn't expect Bing Ruoshui to dare to make a move here. As a high-stage soul master, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of her. He quickly reacted, and the long sword in his hand released a blue light that clashed with Bing Ruoshui's ice bird. On the other side, Jiang Zhitian smashed out a hexagon wheel and fiercely collided with Zhao Nan's spear. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Zhitian's face. He grabbed with his empty hand, and the hexagon wheel that had been knocked away actually went around the side and slashed towards Zhao Nan's waist. Zhao Nan didn't expect the hexagon wheel's attack to be so strange. When he realized it, it had already reached his waist. "Zhao Nan, I'll help you," Yan Zhe shouted. He raised a 4th-stage fire hammer and rushed out, fiercely smashing the hexagon wheel onto the ground. Yan Zhe was the son of the Peak Lord of Weapon Refining Peak. The fire hammer in his hand was a middle-stage 4th-stage profound artifact, while Jiang Zhitian's hexagon wheel was only a high-stage 3rd-stage profound artifact. After being smashed like that, it immediately deformed quite a bit and almost collapsed. "Senior Jiang, I'll help you." A 6th extreme sect disciple waved a large blade and jumped out, facing Yan Zhe, who came to help. In an instant, Bing Ruoshui against Du Ku, Zhao Nan against Jiang Zhitian, Yan Zhe against another 6th extreme sect disciple. The 6 of them started a life-and-death battle. Bing Ruoshui, Zhao Nan, and Yan Zhe all used their full strength. In this battle, they could only win and not lose. The people from the Purple Sky sect who were at the side were all prepared. If it wasn't for the fact that they still had to protect Ling Xiao, they would have already fought to the death. On the other side, the people from the River Dark sect and the 6th extreme sect did not move. They only crossed their hands in front of their chests and wore cold smiles on their faces, as if they were certain that their sect's people would definitely win. "Naughty girl, what a good weapon. Even my 1,000 sweeping sword has so many nicks. Then I'll use your body as compensation." After Du Ku dodged Bing Ruoshui's attack, he looked at the miserable state of his sword and felt extremely pained in his heart. Immediately, he did not plan to continue playing. His long sword pierced towards Bing Ruoshui a few times and immediately locked onto Bing Ruoshui. Following that, he waved a flexible ball of water towards Bing Ruoshui and bound her. Bing Ruoshui's body was first locked and she had no way to dodge. In an instant, she was bound by the flexible ball of water. Du Ku's strength was a level higher than Bing Ruoshui. If they were to really fight, Bing Ruoshui would definitely not be able to do as she wished. With Bing Ruoshui trapped, Du Ku took the opportunity to wipe away a lewd smile and grabbed towards Bing Ruoshui's body. At this moment, Du Ku suddenly felt an unbearable scorching heat at the back of his head. He did not dare to hesitate and dodged to the other side without even turning his head. Bing Ruoshui took the opportunity to break free from Du Ku's energy. She discovered that the person who had saved her was actually her archenemy, Yu Lian. "You can't do it. Watch me," Yu Lian said to Bing Ruoshui and waved the fire sword in his hand towards Du Ku. "This girl is strong. Senior brother Du, leave this girl to me." A disciple of the River Dark sect licked his lips and jumped out to meet Yu Lian. This disciple of the River Dark sect used a sickle. His metal body emitted a golden light that was as sharp as a blade. On the other side, the battle between Zhao Nan and Yan Zhe from the 6th extreme sect had reached its climax. Zhao Nan and Yan Zhe were the strongest disciples of the Purple Sky sect. They were not the slightest bit weaker than the 2 from the 6th extreme sect. Moreover, the 2 of them were of the fire attribute. Their attack power was extremely strong, and they were forcing the 2 from the 6th extreme sect into a somewhat difficult position. "Damn, if I don't show off my power, they'll think that I'm easy to bully." Jiang Zhitian was a little sullen from Zhao Nan's desperate fighting style. He immediately cursed. He used his other arm to support himself, and another hexagonal wheel actually flew out from his shoulder. This hexagonal wheel was more than half the size of the one he had just used. Originally, it had been hanging on his shoulder and looked like an ornament. He did not expect that it could be used as a hidden weapon. Zhao Nan did not expect his opponent to have such a move. He did not manage to dodge for long before the small hexagonal wheel cut into his arm. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen, and blood flowed out continuously. Fortunately, Zhao Nan's reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, his entire arm would have been cut off. Zhao Nan clenched his teeth and covered his wound as he continuously retreated to dodge. Count yourself lucky. Let's see how you fight against me now. Jiang Zhitian was in a good mood after injuring Zhao Nan in one move. He immediately waved his hands continuously, and one large and one small hexagonal wheel continuously spun around Zhao Nan. Those incomparably sharp teeth cut Zhao Nan in a few places. Zhao Nan angrily cursed, "Shameless villain, you actually used a hidden weapon." Our 6 extreme sect's hexagonal wheel is originally a double wheel. How can it be a hidden weapon? Jiang Zhitian coldly snorted as he spoke. His hands continuously gestured, and the 2 hexagonal wheels circled around Zhao Nan. "Zhao Nan, back off. Let me deal with this villain from the 6 extreme sect." Chen Wenyu, who was at the side, could not bear it any longer. The green sword in his hand shot out an illusory sword light towards Jiang Zhitian's 2 wheels. "It's not your turn to interfere with my junior brother Zhang's matter." Another young man jumped out from the 6 extreme sect and said disdainfully. He took out a large hexagonal wheel and spun it towards Chen Wenyu. "Junior sister, you protect junior brother. I'll go help them." Luo Meiying could not bear to watch any longer. She also jumped out from the crowd and joined the battle. The other disciples of the Purple Sky sect did not care about anything else. They immediately split into 2 groups and faced the people from the River Dark sect and the 6 extreme sect. The River Dark sect and the 6 extreme sect only sent out an equal number of people. They did not rely on numbers to bully others. A few disciples from the 2 sects crossed their hands and watched the show. The battle at the scene became abnormally intense. The strength of the people from the Purple Sky sect and the other 2 sects were about the same. They were still in a deadlock for a while. When Qiti's strength was the lowest. She stood beside Ling Xiao and anxiously watched the battle not far away. From time to time, she would glance at the meditating Ling Xiao and pray in her heart, "Xiao, quickly wake up and take care of these annoying people." Previously, Ling Xiao had continuously displayed his invincible might. When Qiti had already thought of Ling Xiao as omnipotent. She felt that as long as Ling Xiao recovered, the 2 groups of people in front of her would not be a threat. How could Ling Xiao not want to recover as soon as possible? However, the attack from the Purple Flood Dragon was too heavy. He was already very lucky that the attack from a high-rank 5 spirit beast did not take his life. Even though the recovery speed of the Vajra 5 transformation technique was abnormal, it still needed time to recover from such heavy injuries. The Vajra 5 transformation technique in his body circulated at high speed. The golden spirit energy was like a roaring wave. It continuously washed through his meridians that seemed to be made of gold. At the same time, all of his acupoints blossomed with a brilliant light. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels that had been shattered actually began to gradually regenerate and repair themselves. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels that had been repaired were even more lively than before. Moreover, they had become brighter and looked even more resilient. "Faster! Faster!" Ling Xiao anxiously shouted in his heart. Not only was the Vajra 5 transformation technique circulating, even the 3 parts returning to Yuan Qi had joined the ranks of the recovery. For a moment, the attribute light around Ling Xiao's body became even more dazzling. Xiao! Not long after, with Ling Xiao as the center, a golden light blossomed into the sky. It seemed to light up half of the mountain. Chapter 316. That brat seems to have recovered. A young man who hadn't participated in the battle cried out. I didn't think that this pretty boy would be able to attract such a powerful spiritual light to his body. It seems like his strength isn't bad. Another person followed up. Such a young high-rank spirit master is indeed not bad, but he still won't be our opponent. I hope that brat isn't an idiot. I haven't seen enough yet. Wen Kudai anxiously looked at Ling Xiao, who was like a living Buddha, and her face was filled with joy. She felt that Ling Xiao was about to recover. The people fighting didn't have time to notice Ling Xiao's situation. The 13 people of the Purple Heaven sect were all like 3 men who were risking their lives, giving their all in every move. They knew that if they didn't use their full strength now, they might not have another chance. Many of them were injured, but not a single one of them retreated. The people from the other 2 sects weren't much better, but their overall strength was slightly stronger than the Purple Sky sects, so they still had the upper hand. The spirit beasts were just like their masters, constantly tearing and biting each other. The scene was becoming more and more chaotic. Dooku clearly had the upper hand against Bing Ruoshui, but he didn't want to kill her. Instead, he continuously cut open Bing Ruoshui's veil, exposing her smooth jade-like skin to the air. TSK, your skin is so white. I really can't bear to let it bleed. Dooku clicked his tongue, his eyes filled with greed. Bing Ruoshui's delicate face became colder and colder, and the fury in her heart grew stronger. I want you dead. Bing Ruoshui gnashed her teeth and quickly gathered all the spiritual energy in her body. The long sword in her hand danced with an irregular sword light. For a moment, a thin layer of ice formed around Bing Ruoshui, and even her long sword was covered in frost. This was the situation where she was using her strongest killing move. Dooku's expression became serious, and he didn't dare to be careless. A layer of blue water's dark protection force covered his body, and the blue longsword in his hand also released a powerful aura. Come, see how I'll take care of you, you naughty girl. Duke licked his lips, ready to receive Bing Ruoshui's powerful attack. Ice rain. Bing Ruoshui leapt into the air and snorted coldly. The ice sword in her hand trembled and countless ice flowers fell from the sky towards Dooku. Every ice flower here contained the strongest attack of ice like water. Once touched, one would immediately be frozen and injured. Instead of retreating, Dooku charged forward with a loud shout, his long sword spun rapidly, and a water curtain instantly appeared in front of him. Ding dang ding dang. When the ice flowers hit the water curtain, many of them were blocked by the water curtain, but many of them pierced through the water curtain and hit Duke's dark protection force. Unfortunately, his strength had been reduced by half, so he did not deal much damage to Duke. You don't have any strength left, right? Wait for me to capture you. Duke laughed proudly. Then, he once again swung his sword to cut off the remaining ice flowers. His entire body swept towards the pale and powerless Bing Ruoshui. At this time, Bing Ruoshui raised her cold eyes, her empty hand holding 3 pieces of ice. Just as Dooku arrived in front of her, she shook her hand, and the 3 pieces of ice shot towards Dooku from 3 different directions. One shot towards the top of Dooku's head, one shot towards his chest, and the last shot towards his dantian. Dooku did not expect Bing Ruoshui to have such a move, and was immediately shocked. He quickly pulled out his sword to block. Ding dang dang dang. Because the distance was too close, Dooku could only block the attacks from the top of his head and dantian. The one in front of his chest was already unavoidable, and it was heavily bombarded. Pooh! Dooku's body was forced back 3 steps by the ice, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that Bing Ruoshui's attack had caused him quite a bit of internal injury. Good job, I'll return the favor. Dooku revealed a sinister expression, and once again pounced forward, his hand forming a claw that clawed towards Bing Ruoshui's chest. Bing Ruoshui had already used up all of her spiritual energy, and she did not have the time to take a pill, so she could only reluctantly retreat. Seeing that Dooku's hand was about to grab Bing Ruoshui's chest, his face revealed a lustful expression. So. At this time, an extremely fast figure disappeared from Wen Kudai's side. In the next moment, Dooku's hand stopped 5 centimeters away from Bing Ruoshui's chest. This was because his hand was being tightly gripped by another strong and powerful hand. Dooku frowned, and used all of his strength to pull his hand back, but he found that his hand seemed to be tightly gripped by a 1,000-year-old iron pincer, and he could not move at all. Dooku looked up, and saw an extraordinarily handsome young man coldly looking at him, and his hand was tightly gripped by the other party. This young man had sharp edges, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like a tiger's. Dignified aura, and his overall temperament fiercely attacked Dooku. Wasn't this the person that Dooku called a gigolo, Ling Xiao? You dare touch my woman, you really have guts. Ling Xiao lightly said, and a powerful force came from his hand. Kacha. Ah. Dooku's wrist was actually forcibly crushed by Ling Xiao. Previously, in order to cultivate the Vajra 5 Changes secret art, Ling Xiao had suffered a lot. His body's strength was not something that an ordinary person could imagine, and his strength was also several times that of someone of the same level. Dooku did not have any room to resist, and his hand was crippled. Dooku's pitiful cry caused everyone who was fighting to separate, and all eyes looked towards him. Since you've already become a cripple, there's no point in living. You might as well die. Ling Xiao said very indifferently. Dooku's face revealed a painful expression, and his whole body broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing what Ling Xiao said, he was even more shocked. He knew that his opponent's strength was extremely terrifying, and immediately swung his sword towards Ling Xiao's head with his other hand. Ling Xiao actually did not dodge, causing the Purple Sky sect's disciples to all cry out in alarm, "Be careful!" Ling Xiao's face did not reveal any panic, and only saw that the hand that he was holding onto Dooku suddenly emitted a blue flame. The blue flame was bewitching and swift, and in an instant, it actually burned one of Dooku's hands. Ah! Dooku had not even slashed at Ling Xiao when he once again let out a mournful cry. That blue flame seemed to have no intention of stopping, and like a prairie fire, it rapidly spread towards his entire body. Dooku seemed to have become a man of fire in an instant, rolling on the ground and screaming. That scream was like a malicious spirit from the 9 hells, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Not long after, Dooku was burned by the blue flame until not even ashes were left. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill run through their bodies and minds. Ling Xiao acted as if he had just done something insignificant, turned around, took out a cloak from his space ring, and carefully wrapped it around Bing Ruoshui before asking softly, "Are you all right?" Bing Ruoshui's beautiful face, which was rarely seen in 100 years, actually bloomed with a smile that seemed to dim the world. She shook her head gently, her face blushing slightly, but her heart was filled with warmth and comfort. Ling Xiao glanced around at the Purple Sky sect disciples and said faintly, "All of you stand back, leave this to me." The dozen or so Purple Sky sect disciples did not have any objections and obediently retreated behind Ling Xiao, silently staring at Ling Xiao's figure, feeling that he was unusually tall and powerful. At this time, Yu Lian walked over to Ling Xiao's side and pointed to another River Dark sect disciple, shouting, "Junior brother, he was also trying to take advantage of me just now." Ling Xiao cast an indifferent glance at the person Yu Lian was pointing at. The River Dark sect disciple took a timid step back for no reason before finally gritting his teeth and shouting, "You dared to kill our senior brother Du. Everyone, attack together and chop him up for me." Although he shouted these words, not many of the River Dark sect disciples dared to take even half a step forward. This was all because Ling Xiao's move just now had thoroughly intimidated them. Dooku was already a peak existence among them, but he couldn't even block a single move from this young man and was directly burned to ashes. How could they not be afraid of this? They felt that this young man in front of them was likely a half-step king rank master. "You're not bad," Ling Xiao said sarcastically as he looked at the River Dark sect disciple with contempt, and then his eyes flashed coldly as he said faintly, "You can die now." Ling Xiao's voice was like a curse, as if he could decide life and death with just a single word. The River Dark sect disciple was stunned, and he didn't even have time to close his eyes before he fell heavily to the ground. The River Dark sect and the 6 extreme sect disciples were horrified. They'd never imagined that someone would be able to kill with a single word. They hadn't even seen Ling Xiao make a move, but that disciple had indeed died in front of them. All of them couldn't help but take a few steps back, and they couldn't conceal the terror on their faces. They hated Du Ku and Jiang Zhitian to the bone. Why did they have to provoke this god of death for no reason? Ling Xiao glanced at Zhao Nan and said indifferently, "Who injured senior brother Zhao?" Luo Meiying pointed at Jiang Zhitian and said, "It was him. He injured Zhao Nan." So what if it was me? Let me have a taste of your tricks." Jiang Zhitian had some courage, and he snorted coldly as the 2 wheels in his hands shot towards Ling Xiao. "You've got guts," Ling Xiao said indifferently. The afterimage where he was standing was cut apart by the 2 wheels, and his real body had already arrived beside Jiang Zhitian. Jiang Zhitian was shocked, and he hurriedly retreated. "You won't be able to escape," Ling Xiao said indifferently. His leg swept out with a cold kick, and a strong gray wind blade was attached to the kick. Bang bang! Wind God's kick swept Jiang Zhitian into the air, and the gloomy and cold gray wind blades wrapped around him. When Jiang Zhitian landed on the ground, he didn't even have time to scream before his entire body's skin and flesh were quickly corroded. In the end, only his clothes and profound artifact were left on the ground. Ling Xiao bent down and collected Jiang Zhitian's spatial ring. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the people from the River Dark sect and the 6 extreme sect. The people from the 2 sects retreated once again. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was a devil, a god of death. He was too terrifying. They had originally thought that the people from the 2 sects would definitely be able to defeat him, but who would have thought that they would provoke such a fiend? In their hearts, they had already cursed Du Ku and Jiang Zhitian's mother 1,000 times. "Everyone, cripple one of your arms and scram." Ling Xiao looked around at the people from the 2 sects and said faintly. Chapter 317. The River Dark sect and the 6 extreme sect were both ranked above the Purple Sky sect, and their overall strength was slightly stronger than the Purple Sky sects. They had thought that they had the Purple Sky sect's people. Who knew that the useless pretty boy that was scolded by Du Ku would suddenly emerge and annihilate a few of them in succession? Moreover, all of them were annihilated with a single move, and one of them even died without a sound. It was simply too strange and terrifying. Although Ling Xiao's methods were abnormally terrifying, he wanted a hand from each of the dozens of people here. Naturally, there were some people who were unwilling to do so. If one of their hands was crippled, it would be equivalent to losing half of their fighting strength. They would become crippled, and none of them would be willing to do so. At this time, a high-rank spirit master from the River Dark sect stood up and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Always leave a way out. Brother, don't be too ruthless. Besides, we are from the River Dark sect." When the young man said River Dark sect, his accent was extremely heavy, wanting to use this to scare Ling Xiao away. A person from the 6 extreme sect also stood up and cupped his hands. "That's right, we were in the wrong, but my useless junior brother has already been killed by you. Let's just forget about this matter. We are from the 6 extreme sect." Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the 2 young men, a trace of sharpness flashing across his face. The 2 of them vigilantly took a step back, and they didn't know why they felt a chill in their hearts. "You guys are not bad," Ling Xiao praised them, then said indifferently, "but you guys look very annoying. Kill yourselves, and I'll leave your corpses intact." Ling Xiao's words were spoken very softly, very calmly, but everyone could hear him clearly. He actually told the 2 high-rank spirit masters to kill themselves. Even if they were half a step away from the king level, they would have to think twice before saying such a thing. However, no one thought that Ling Xiao was joking. After all, Ling Xiao's shocking method just now wasn't done for nothing. The faces of the young men from the River Dark sect and the 6 extreme sect were extremely ugly. Do you really want to become enemies with our River Nether sect? The young man from River Nether sect shouted with a timid expression. I am the young sect master of the 6 Extreme sect. Does young Master Gur really want to disregard all consequences? The young man from the 6 Extreme sect said with a gloomy face. You two talk too much. You can die now, Ling Xiao said faintly. His mental force split into 2 and fiercely stabbed into the 2 spiritual seas. Both of them rolled on the ground, clutching their heads as they screamed. Ling Xiao spread out his palms. One hand was covered in blue flames, while the other was covered in gray wind blades, which shot towards the 2 of them respectively. The 2 of them didn't have any room to resist and died without a complete corpse. The disciples of the River Dark sect and the 6 Extreme sect let out a strange cry and began to flee in all directions. If they didn't run now, they wouldn't have a chance to survive. Originally, I only wanted to take one of your arms, but now you're forcing me to start a massacre. Ling Xiao murmured with determination. The ice sword appeared in his hand, and the Golden Wolf King suddenly appeared. 1 man and 1 beast rushed into the midst of the fleeing disciples of the 2 sects, and the massacre began. At this time, Zhao Nan from the Purple Sky sect shouted, "Kill these bastards!" After shouting, he raised his gun and rode the Scarlet Flame Tiger to chase after the fleeing disciples of the 2 sections. Zhao Nan had just been beaten up by Jiang Zhitian, and he was injured in many places. Now was the time to beat the drowning dogs, so how could he not vent his anger? Following Zhao Nan's shout, the other disciples also chased after them with murderous intent. Previously, they even dared to chase after and offend the Tai Li sect. Now, why would they be afraid of the River Dark sect and the 6 Extreme sect? In any case, they were already in a situation where they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Why not cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent future troubles? Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King were both existences whose speed could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Very quickly, 1 man and 1 beast rushed into the crowd of people who were fleeing and began to tear each other apart. Ling Xiao was like the reincarnation of a devil, and the ice and fire sword in his hand was like the grim reaper who harvested human lives. Sometimes, he brandished the innate wind baleful qi, and sometimes, he switched to the demon blue flame. The disciples of the Purple Sky sect caught up with the weaker disciples and joined forces to kill them. In less than a quarter of an hour, the weeds on the mountain path were stained with blood. A gentle breeze blew past, and a wave of stench made people feel abnormally disgusted. Ling Xiao rode on the majestic back of the wolf. His purple martial clothes were stained with blood, as if he was a knight who had returned victorious from the battlefield. His entire person looked abnormally cold and domineering. None of the 34 people from the River Dark sect and the 6 Extreme sect survived. As early as the opponent was unwilling to cripple his own arm, Ling Xiao had already planned to kill everyone here. After all, in this secret territory, if you didn't kill, you would be killed by others. However, if you wanted to kill others, you had to be more straightforward and lead behind the roots of trouble. Outside, it was not a competition of your own strength, but the strength of your own sect. One reason why Ling Xiao wiped out the people of these 2 sects at once was that the other party had gone too far. Although he and Bing Ruoshui did not have any relationship, he had long regarded her as his clothes. Sooner or later, he would take her into his backyard. How could he allow other men to sully her? The other reason was to not leave behind any trouble in the future. What Ling Xiao was worried about now was that the few people from the Tai Li sect who had escaped were still missing. If they were to escape on the day when the secret territory reopened, it might bring endless trouble to the Purple Sky sect. However, there was no way out now. Everything was provoked by the other party. Killing them was killing them. Ling Xiao did not regret doing so. After this battle, there were only 13 people left in the Purple Sky sect from the original 15 people. Moreover, 2 of them were seriously injured. These were all injuries caused by the people of the other party when Ling Xiao was meditating. The 13 people did not dare to rest and recover at the same place because they did not know when the purple dragon roar would appear. Therefore, the 13 people all returned to the ruins of the pavilion and took medicinal pills to heal their injuries. While everyone was healing, Ling Xiao told the others and found another spacious place to sit down quietly. The Golden Wolf King meekly licked Ling Xiao's feet, looking like it was trying to please him. Ling Xiao took out 2 beast cores, one gold and one white, both exuding strong energy. There seemed to be a golden feathered eagle and a tempest-greedy wolf above the beast cores. These 2 beast cores of the 4th rank were the spoils of war that Ling Xiao had obtained when he encountered the 5-colored gourd holy fruit before entering the secret territory. Now that the Golden Wolf King had reached the peak of the 3rd rank for a long time, it had been lacking a beast core of the wind attribute to help it break through. Now, Ling Xiao planned to use the 2 high-level beast cores in front of him to let the Golden Wolf King absorb them to help it break through. However, the energy of a stage 4 beast core was enormous, and it was not something that the current Golden Wolf King could directly devour. Otherwise, it would only explode and die. Ling Xiao had no choice but to think of another plan, to weaken the energy of these 2 beast cores by a third. This way, the Golden Wolf King could swallow and absorb them, and it should be able to reduce the consequences of its body exploding. Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron and threw the 2 pills into the cauldron at the same time. The demon blue flame burned on the walls of the cauldron, slowly consuming the energy of the 2 beast cores. For hours had passed, and the 2 beast cores had shrunk by a third. Ling Xiao stopped his movements and said to the Golden Wolf King, "Xiao Jin, I have already refined these 2 profound qi and reduced a lot of their energy. Can you absorb them at the same time?" The Golden Wolf King sniffed at the 2 beast cores in the cauldron and said, "Master, should be able to absorb them at the same time. They are enough for me to evolve." "That's good. Swallow them. I'll protect you from the side. Only success is allowed, not failure." Ling Xiao nodded, took out 2 beast cores and threw them into the Golden Wolf King's mouth. After the Golden Wolf King easily swallowed it, there was nothing unusual at first, but after a while, its golden fur became bright and dazzling. A golden curtain of light enveloped it, and it kept letting out howls towards the sky. Its howls attracted the gazes of the Purple Sky sect disciples. If they hadn't seen Ling Xiao sitting quietly at the side, they would have run over to see what was going on. Although the 2 beast cores had been refined by Ling Xiao and had lost a lot of energy, there was still the peak of the middle stage of the 4th step. The Golden Wolf King absorbed 2 at the same time, but its body was still swollen and deformed, and it was in so much pain that it kept on screaming. Fortunately, the Golden Wolf King was a mutated spirit beast. It already had a beast core when it was at the high stage of the 2nd step. It belonged to a high-level spirit beast, and its endurance and absorption ability were much stronger than ordinary spirit beasts. After a day and night of absorption, its body gradually grew to more than 6 meters. Its strong limbs and body became more perfect, and its golden fur became even more noble. Its appearance also began to change shockingly. Its third eye directly opened up from its forehead, and it opened up a lot wider than before. The eye rotated strangely on its forehead, and the fangs in its mouth became even sharper. The claws under its feet also grew a lot longer, like 4 golden claws that were abnormally sharp. After another half a day, the Golden Wolf King looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. It had finally completed its advancement. Looking at the Golden Wolf King in front of him, which was even more powerful and extraordinary, Ling Xiao patted its forehead in satisfaction and said, "Xiao Jin did a good job. How do you feel now?" The Golden Wolf King replied proudly, "Master, the profound qi in my body is surging, and my strength has already reached the middle stage of the 4th step." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he said happily, "Not bad, you can actually advance 2 levels in a row. It seems like the energy of those 2 beast cores is extraordinary." Ling Xiao really didn't think that the Golden Wolf King would be able to advance 2 levels with the help of these 2 beast cores. This time, he was extremely happy. Now that the secret realm was filled with danger, it was unknown what kind of opponent would appear. The advancement of the Golden Wolf King had undoubtedly given Ling Xiao a dose of tranquilizer. His personal ability was limited, and he couldn't always avoid danger. He also had to divert his attention to take care of his companions from his sect. In this way, the successful advancement of the Golden Wolf King would mean that he had an expert comparable to a middle-stage king stage expert on his side. Even if he met the people from the 3 7th-rank sects, he wouldn't have to fear them. After all, those who could enter the secret realm were all martial artists below the king stage. With the Golden Wolf King in charge, who would dare to provoke them? That would undoubtedly be courting death. Although the Golden Wolf King's advancement made Ling Xiao happy for a while, he still had one thing on his mind that he had to settle. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. That was to think of a way to subdue the purple flood dragon for him to use. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.